Hello, 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 hello. Are we live? Are we live? I think I'm live a couple minutes early. I'm sitting here in chat before everybody else gets here. I was just watching my Emily D. Baker and not cross stitching, crocheting. That's the word. That's the word that I was going for, crocheting. Derprex said, I'm gonna have blood drawn. Hiya, 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 pizza! Welcome! Congratulations. Pizza is the first one in stream, I think. Derp Rex is having blood work, so hopefully that goes very well for you, Rex, and we'll see you later. No worries. Don't ever want anybody to feel like they need to let me know if their schedule deviates from this. This is just here when you guys need it. Hi, Boots the cat. Hi. Hi, everybody. I still need to send Boots... I still need to send you a picture of the... It's not hung up on the wall yet, but I reframed the Texorcist versus Sailor Avery, and I want to put it up on the wall next to the Avery Fox About Stuff one, and so I'll have to send you that picture once I get it. Today, for those wondering, well, not wondering, you saw the title, thumbnail, and you can see the book in front of me. We're going to be reading Nancy Drew Mystery Stories number 4, Mystery at Lilac Inn. This book is from 1930, like the other Nancy Drew Mystery Stories books that we've been reading recently. Glad you were able to reframe it. I just felt so bad because I could tell that you went to so much trouble to like make it and ship it, and then I was like, what did the USPS do to this frame? It was, I have to send you that picture too. It was so shattered, and I was so angry for you. Because it's such a cool, I've shown it a couple of times, but it's such a cool piece. I love it so much. Thank you again. I put up the first 3 seasons of Mexico's Next Top Model and Canada's Next Top Model. Thank you! I need to go watch some America's Next Top Model. I've watched a little bit of it, meaning one episode on camera with Gabe, and I need to just watch some just for the sake of watching it, because it's so chaos, isn't it? I love a good reality show chaos. But yeah, we are going to... There's a knot right here in my hair. I was glad none of the pieces... Yeah, no, the piece looks great. It's just so pretty. I've showed it a few times on camera because I love it. I wish I had somewhere where I could put it up in here where it could be seen on camera, but it's a small space. But it's right in there where I see it every day. So yeah, this is Nancy Drew Mystery Stories Book 4. It also came out in 1930. I kind of thought that we'd be in 1931 territory with this book. But we're not yet. Again, this is the 4th Nancy Drew book ever written, ever. This is, fun fact, as far as my memory serves, the first Nancy Drew book that I ever read, for cliffhanging suspense and thrilling action, read the Nancy Drew Mystery Stories, the world's most popular mystery series for young readers. Millions of fans have matched wits with Nancy Drew, helping her solve more than 50 baffling cases. From The Secret of the Old Clock to the haunting mystery of the 13th Pearl, join the fun. Start your collection of original hardcover Nancy Drew mysteries today. And then it has the little first 6. And then it says 50 additional titles. Because it was originally 56, and now it's over 500. There were so many of these. Just so many. Noah! Hi, Noah. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. We are about to dive into another Nancy Drew mystery story, Mystery of Lilac Inn. This book, I'm pretty sure, was the first one I ever read because this book was given to me, I think, on my 6th birthday by my grandmother. And it's what started my, what is now a lifelong love / obsession / collection of Nancy Drew. To this day, oh my god, I own so many Nancy Drew novels. There's so many, and I've been collecting them my whole life, pretty much. So this one's really important to me, and I'm gonna be honest, I'll probably remember how it gets wrapped up at the end as I start reading it, but I don't really remember the ending. That's a good thing about when you read so many mystery stories, like they don't not run together because they all have very unique stories, but the endings of them, it's hard to kind of keep track how every single one ended. Hi, Cubo. Hi, Texas. Just curious, did you get the package? I'm going to the post office tomorrow, so I think it should be there, but I will let you know. I'm very, very excited. I have not gotten, we've all been taking turns getting sick, so I've been going to the post office less just because I've been sick and then people have been sick, so. But hopefully I'll be able to get it tomorrow. Thank you. I'm still not done with the Hardy Boys X Games adventure. Oh yeah, I need to read another one of those. That was fun. That was the first one in the new Hardy Boys Undercover Brother series of the 2000s, which I also own like all of them, all of those from that particular run of Hardy Boys. That's a fun series. I like their attempts at modernizing the Hardy Boys, and for the most part, it kind of works. Like for the 2000s, like it definitely worked. Like that was a series that got me extra interested in the Hardy Boys. Streams are starting way earlier now. So usually if it's not Saturday, right? Because lately Saturdays have been days with Gabe. And those start around lunchtime, give or take, just because that's when Gabe's here and we stream. Hi everybody joining. We're about to start a Nancy Drew mystery story stream. I love the hardcover Nancy books. If it's not Saturday, usually the streams will either start 7 or 8 o'clock Eastern Standard. I don't know what time zone everybody's in, but I'm Eastern Standard, so that's what I work off of. The mystery books of my childhood were the A to Z mysteries. However, I don't remember anything about them. I think I have 3 or 4 of the A to Z mysteries in the collection. I've been meaning to set aside a stream or two so that we could read. We probably could get through a couple in one stream. Because I don't really remember reading them. I must have, but I don't remember them. But yeah, that's what we're going to be reading today. This is, we've been kind of just resting. We took a break away from more modern Nancy Drew. There are Nancy Drew books being written to this day, but we took a break from like the kind of 2000s era, 90s era Nancy Drew to kind of go back to the basics, and it's been really fun. The first book we ever streamed, if you guys remember that, it took 3 streams, which was funny because the last one of these we read in one stream last week. But we've read The Secret of the Old Clock, and then we read the Hidden Staircase. And then we read The Bungalow Mystery last week. And it's always interesting. This is still pre Bess George and Ned Nickerson Nancy. So this is like early in the lore. So it's kind of nice just to pick them up. It's always nice because you can read them in any order you want. But yeah, what are you guys drinking tonight? I have a peach. Is this peach or is this orange? Peach seltzer water, which is way too sweet to actually be good for you, which is why it's my favorite seltzer water, and a mug of hot chocolate. My favorite mug is full of hot chocolate, which I love, so I am in a good mood. I have Nancy Drew, I have hot chocolate, I'm having fun. I was just watching Emily D. Baker's covering the Gwyneth Paltrow ski crash case, in case anybody was here for the first split second of the stream and heard that, so in case you wonder what I watch when I watch streams. What episode of Top Model did you watch with Gabe? So I think it might be the next video I put out when I put out a Gabe and me video. That was a confusing way to say that sentence, but it's the one with it's the one that starts with the infamous I've never yelled at a girl like this before speech, and then it goes on to be the one where the girl's friend passed away, but then they made them do like that really morbid photo shoot where they were all in the graves. So yeah, it was that one, because I told Gabe, hey, pick a really wild one for me to just start in the middle, and that's the one that he picked. So I have water and a Diet Coke. Earlier I had an orange Monster energy drink. Ooh, I was actually like, I've had one of those days where I've actually been somewhat productive, which those days are few and far between for me lately. I got the whole client work video done. I got a corresponding short for that video done. I got a thumbnail done. I got all the sources for that sent off. And then I did another half of another client video. And I was just like, wow, I've been doing the old Pomodoro technique with my mom gave me. None of this has anything to do with Nancy Drew. I'm sorry if you're new and confused. My mom gave me for Christmas this little timer. And it's like a magnet timer, so you can just set it down. And it'll count for you. So you do the 25, I do the 25-5, and it just starts counting down. And that's been really helpful, but my brain always comes off of it feeling like I just did like end of year testing like as a kid. Working and being productive with ADHD can be a lot. Also, the owner of the company I work for sold the company to charter. Everyone will have a job, but I'm very nervous the change to come. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad that you're nobody got laid off, but that's always scary when there's any kind of change in management at where you're working. First 10 for a while. My aunt bought them for me, but I wasn't into mystery at the time. Well, I could barely read at the time. It felt like she gave them. Oh, I'm sorry, Tex. I hope we can give you a better Nancy Drew / mystery stories experience, because they really can be fun. Australia's next top model is just as unhinged, a girl. Oh my god, that's horrible. Oh no. Just want to live alone and make my living doing crafts. Yep, same. In my 5, because I do 25 on, 5 off Pomodoro method while I'm working. And today I've started, when I did 5 off, I would do 5 minutes of crocheting on my my blanket that I'm crocheting. And it's just been really nice. It's been really a nice thing to do because it keeps my brain active, but it also doesn't feel like a chore. So I like that a lot. I'm enjoying our little book club. I am too, Tex. Just gonna say something and I forgot because apparently that's how my brain works. Anyway. What am I doing? I'm going to Goodreads. I'm going to Goodreads and I am logging. Oh my god. Guys, we are 67% of the way through that damn Imagines book. I can't wait to be done with it. Also, I only put our reading goal for the year at 100 books. I thought I was challenging us. Apparently, I'm not because we're already at 43 books. And it's like, hey, did you know you're 20 books ahead of schedule on your reading challenge? I've never been 20 books ahead of schedule on anything. And now we're going to add a new book. Let's see if we can read this all in one night and then read Sailor Moon Volume 2 tomorrow. See how that works. Mystery at Lilac Inn. All right. I love how you can just now add your, maybe you could have done this for a while, but the way that you can just add your currently reading just here on the sidebar, and then it's just there. Last Dawn books is, yep. Oh god, you're right. We have the last Dawn book of California Diaries, and then we're done with Dawn books. It's also the longest Dawn book I ever hope to read. Husband of his belly, we'll be back in like 20. Be right back. Actually, I will be right back. 1 second. I will be back. We'll be chair stream very briefly, and then we will start reading our book. So, BRB, guys. Oh, okay. There we go. Hi, guys. I'm back. Hi, Paulo. How are you reacting to and trying to execute next top model? Just be super confused because I don't I like super confused just like in the middle of a season. That's funny. That'd be fun. Yeah, heaven help us. Dawn has one more go. Yeah, God, Dawn is just such an awful character. Am I still being heard and seen all right? I see people coming in. Oh, let me share it on our thingamajig. I'm still not used to it. Sorry I haven't been posting in the Discord much this week. I've been very, 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 very busy. Oh, terms of service policy update. I'm sure there's nothing nefarious in there. Click agree. I always forget that Maddie is like one of the only other people besides, I think the only other person besides me and Spencer who can post in the announcements tab and ping everyone, but I'm like, who posted in this? And then I'm like, oh, it was Maddie. That's cool. I've now 60 people. Yes. Oh, good. And my thumbnail looks right. That's good. It's good when stuff works. Hi, Rex. Back from my blood work. I hope it went all right for you. I hate having blood drawn. It's just awful. But yeah, are you guys ready to get started on this book? I remember being so convinced that this book should have a movie adaptation. This one specific, when I was like 7 years old, I read this book multiple times and I was like, this is going to be a movie adaptation and I want to be Nancy Drew when the movie adaptation gets made. And do you know what? If we get to a couple years in the future and this is in the public domain, I will take it upon myself to see if that even is a thing that can be done. Yeah, blood work is just, I always get lightheaded when they take my blood. It's always a lot. Let's see. Ooh, we have a, I usually don't bother to look at the illustrations right at the beginning because it's not going to make sense for us until later on anyway. Suddenly, a panel in the wall slid open. That's not a spoiler. Panels in the wall always slide open in Nancy Drew books. Grosset Dunlap Publishers. This is, I believe, the fourth and final book, I think. Although I guess we might read the next book number 5, and I'll have to amend that statement. But I think this is the fourth and final book that pieces of it got taken out to create Secret of the Old Clock, the PC adventure game. I remember we covered that. I had to do a lot of blood work, but I have given blood twice. TBH, I did it very little water and food and somehow didn't pass out. Wow. I gave blood once, and I would like to give blood again, but it was really, really hard for me. I drank so much water. I drank, like, it, and I still got lightheaded. Yeah, needles are just something I feel like we're predisposed to not like, and I feel like that's completely fair for the human body to be like, no, I'm good. I'm all set. All right. Set this up here. Whoop, whoop, whoa. Hello. Hi there. There we go. Oh my God, did you guys hear that? In case you hear any loud noises that sound like cars driving very fast or guns being shot, there's a movie being filmed outside today of some kind, and they have been there all day, and it's pissing off all of my neighbors, and it's actually very entertaining to watch. But if you hear any loud noises, that's what that is. Dungeon of Zelda. Link to the past. Ooh, fun. What is happening with the carpet here? That is an interesting place for the carpet to just be like, hey, I'm gonna come up from the floor. First time I did it because I wanted to. Second, to get out of a class because I hated the professor. I mean, honestly, it's a good cause if you're gonna avoid class some way. I mean, at least giving blood will save somebody's life. All right. Mysterious canoe mishap. I do remember that there is a situation where Nancy and this is one of the few books before Bess and George get brought up that Helen, her friend Helen, soon to be Helen Corning, or Helen Corning, soon to be Helen somebody else because she's getting married, shows up in this book too. So Nancy and Helen end up capsized in the water, which if you remember the bungalow mystery, which we read last week, they also end up capsized in the water, although I remember this one being slightly less dire than that one. Hear any loud car noise? I mean, that too. It's because I live in Georgia and, you know, but today specifically, it is extra loud because I live in Georgia while they're attempting to film some kind of movie. Move my camera slightly. Go. That feels a little bit more normal. Hopefully I'm not completely out of focus now, but oh well. Hi, Natty. Time. Yes, well, that sounds cool. Let's see your house in the movie. Probably not. They don't seem to be right outside my house. They're just kind of over there, that way down the street. But who knows? But they are blocking off this entire street, so something is happening quite close. But Spencer ever see the meme? And please tell me he didn't understand it. I don't think he saw it because he's been really busy, and I think he only checks the server when we directly tag him, or when I'm like, hey Spencer, I need you to fix something. So I didn't enlighten him with that information. We're literally just starting the book. Chapter 1. Damn. I mean, I can enlighten him if you would like me to enlighten him. But you know, as of right now, he has not been enlightened to my knowledge. Chapter 1. Mysterious Canoe Mishap. Nancy Drew, how did you and Helen paddle that canoe up here so fast from River Heights? Called Doris Drake in astonishment. Nancy, an attractive Titan blonde, grinned up at her friend. Doris was weeding a flower garden at her home along the riverbank. How did you know when we left home? Nancy's blue eyes twinkled. She's like, are you stalking me? My friend Phil told me on the phone just half an hour ago that she'd talked with you, Nancy, at the Elite drugstore in River Heights. Nancy looked surprised. She couldn't have. Helen and I were on our way here at that time. Slender, pretty Helen Corning, 3 years older than Nancy, frowned. You must have a double, Nancy. Better watch out. I can't understand it, Nancy murmured. You say Phil talked to her and she didn't say it was a mistake? That's right, Nancy, said Doris. But Phil was wrong, of course. After all, she doesn't know you terribly well. Say, where are you and Helen going? I remember this now. This is a good one. I remember this. I remember this plot line about Nancy's doppelganger. Say, where are you and Helen going? To visit overnight with Emily Willoughby and her aunt at Lilac Inn. Some of these names might sound familiar to you if you've played the Secret of the O'Clock PC game. They're just basically taken. I don't think there's really any real similarities between the characters, but I don't know, maybe. Their family friends, Emily and her fiance, we've never met him, have bought the inn, and M tells me plan to run it full time. Sentence. Helen added, Nancy and I are to be Emily's bridesmaids. We'll talk over wedding plans. How wonderful, Doris exclaimed. Nancy and Helen said goodbye and paddled off upstream. The Angus River, a tributary of the Muskoka, was banked on either side with dense shrubbery, willow trees, and wildflowers. We're almost to Benton, Nancy said. The old inn should be just beyond the next bend. The next second, something rammed the canoe violently. The impact capsized the craft, hurtling Nancy and Helen into the chilly May water. Fortunately, the girls were excellent swimmers, and they kind of had that silly, goofy thing where they almost drowned, like, a week prior to this. I don't know, but whatever. Each instinctively grasped her buoyant, waterproof canvas traveling bag, bobbing nearby, and swam to a grassy bank. Phew, Nancy said as she dropped her bag to the ground. Are you all right, Helen? Her friend nodded, shivering in her bedraggled shirt and slacks, despite the warm sun. What made us capsize? And then we have a little illustration over here of them capsizing. It says the impact capsized the canoe. Very, very unfortunate. My autocorrect hates my name, apparently. Oh, my name or maybe somebody else's name in chat. Guess this universe hates Nancy in a boat. Apparently Nancy just always has bad luck on the water. Well, Nancy just kind of always has bad luck. Or maybe it's good luck? I don't know. She always has luck of some kind. Nancy shrugged. She kicked off her moccasins and plunged into the water again to find out and to retrieve the canoe. It was drifting upside down a short distance away. After righting the canoe, Nancy towed it beneath the unruffled surface, but saw nothing unusual in the 20-foot deep water. That's strange, she thought. Maybe we hit a floating log. But this explanation did not fully satisfy her. A drifting log probably would be still in sight, and there was none. Nancy pushed the canoe toward shore. Helen grabbed the stern and pulled the canoe far enough up the bank so the girls could examine it. To their relief, it was undamaged. Did you see that man with the crew cut in the rowboat? Helen asked. No, where? Helen pointed to a small, high dock 50 feet downstream. She said that while Nancy was swimming, the man had climbed from the water into a rowboat, glanced their way, then gone in the opposite direction. He didn't even try to help us, Helen said indignantly. Do you think maybe he upset our canoe? You could write a whole book, or at least I could, about how much I miss Helen Corning as a character. I don't see how he could have, Nancy smiled, but he has upset you. Let's go. Aw, friendship. The girls stepped back into the canoe and paddled off. As they rounded the next bend, Helen cried, There's the Lilac Inn dock. When the canoe came abreast of the dock, Nancy secured it to a post. The girls hopped out and started up the path that led to the inn. On both sides of the path were groves of lilac trees, which displayed a profusion of blooms, from creamy white to deep purple. As the girls gazed in delight, a voice called, Nancy! Helen, I'm so glad to see you, but whatever happened? Emily! Pretend I'm hugging you, Nancy said with a laugh, and explained their accident. Emily Willoughby, a dainty young woman, had chestnut-colored hair set off to advantage by her white linen dress. Okay, now I am just picturing Emily Crandell, whose guardian's name was also Willoughby, from the game. Beside her stood a handsome, well-built man with wavy black hair. Nancy and Helen assumed the young man was her fiance, Dick Farnham. But Emily introduced him as John McBride, an old friend of Dick's. John is going to be Dick's best man, Emily explained. I'm sure this guy's name being Dick is not going to lead to any funny, outdated verbiage at any point in this book. John smiled cordially. Dick and I were boyhood friends in California and roommates at college. I'm an army sergeant on a month's leave. He looked at the new arrivals with twinkling eyes. Emily will tell you why I'm here, and I'm sure glad I am. Now don't go making up to my friends, John, Emily teased. Helen is engaged to Jim Archer, who has a position with an oil company overseas. And Nancy, well, she's mighty busy these days. The visitors laughed as Emily added, you girls change into dry clothes at once. John carried their bags as Emily led the way along a shrubbed path which opened onto the spacious lawn surrounding Lilac Inn. Helen and Nancy looked with admiration at the historic hotel, erected in revolutionary times. Here are the new guest cottages, Emily said, as they reached a group of 12 trim white units, and this one is where you'll stay. She unlocked the door of the second cottage, and the friends stepped inside. John set down the bags. See you girls later, he said. As Helen admired the attractive colonial-style bedroom, my dog says hi, Nancy noticed a look of anxiety in Emily's eyes, but the next instant it vanished. Nancy and Helen listened with great interest while their friend said that she and Dick were enlarging the inn. John has been a big help with our projects. Dick is now in New York working on publicity for us. I'm sure Lilac Inn will be a bang-up success, Nancy told her. Oh, I hope so, Emily said. For a fleeting moment, Nancy again detected a worried look in the young woman's eyes. Why? Emily went on. You're almost the first guests in our cottage section. John was first. He's staying near you. The official opening of the inn won't be until July 1st. That is, if we can complete everything by then, she added dubiously. If your aunt is here, Em, I'd love to see her, Nancy said. Aunt Hazel's been looking forward to seeing you. I'll tell her you've arrived. Come over to the inn after you've unpacked. Nancy and Helen changed into pastel cotton dresses, put away the few belongings they had brought, then headed for the inn. As they walked across the lawn, they passed gardeners who were pruning trees and cultivating flower beds edged with pansies. That's what that word is, pansies. It's perfectly beautiful here, Helen remarked. The girls went to the front of the inn, a 2-story clapboard building with a 1-level wing on either side. All around it were lilac trees and other flowering bushes. Nancy and Helen mounted the wide steps and entered the center hall. Its paneled walls, old staircase, beautiful cut glass chandelier made them feel as though they had stepped back into an earlier century. The reservation desk was in an alcove of the hallway. John McBride was putting a letter into the outgoing mail slot. Hi, he grinned. Ready for a tour of inspection? Delighted to escort you. I'll check up with chat in a second. We're almost at the end of this chapter. We accept, Helen smiled, after Nancy and I say hello to Emily's Aunt Hazel. Just then, Emily entered the hall. Aunt Hazel is, busy, but she'll be free in a few minutes. In the meantime, I must speak to Mr. Daly, the former owner of Lilac Inn. He's staying to manage the dining room, which we've kept open for business. She led the girls to a narrow corridor which ran off the lobby. Why don't you two wait for Aunt Hazel and me in my office? It's the 4th door down. Nancy and Helen proceeded along the corridor. As they passed the second door, which was partially open, the girls heard a familiar voice say, I can't lend you any more money, Maud. Please don't ask me again. Before Nancy and Helen could retreat, Aunt Hazel Willoughby walked quickly from the room. She was followed by a younger woman who had an angry look on her rather pretty but petulant face. Nancy, Helen, Emily's aunt exclaimed, stopping short. How nice to see both of you here. I'm so glad you could be Emily's attendants. We are too, Nancy smiled, and Helen added, Emily's going to be a lovely bride. Mrs. Willoughby, a woman of 55, beamed. White hair framed her face. Oh, white hair framed her face? In soft waves, and she was impeccably groomed. She introduced her companions as Mrs. Maud Potter and said she was to be the inn's social director for the summer. That sounds exciting, Nancy said pleasantly. For a moment, Maud's eyes narrowed. Then she tossed her head. I may not be here July 1st, she exploded and walked away rapidly. The girls, somewhat taken aback, looked inquiringly at Mrs. Willoughby. The older woman flustered, made no explanation. She excused herself and hurried after Maud. Nancy and Helen exchanged glances. What a way for social director to act, Helen said in disgust. I wonder why the two women were quarreling about money. At that moment, Emily rejoined the girls and led them into her office. Excuse me. The room was cozy, with a braided rug and pine furniture. The desk in front of the window was cluttered with papers. Dicks, Emily laughed. She wasn't calling anybody a dick. Apparently the papers belonged to Dick, her fiance. Then she sobered. He is worried about finances, poor boy. So far he hasn't been able to raise as much capital as we needed. She confided. I had a hard time convincing him to agree to a certain idea of mine. Can you tell us about it? Nancy asked. Before Emily could answer, there was a cry of pain from somewhere in the garden. The three girls dashed outside through the front entrance. Apparently, one of the gardeners had stumbled onto a large hole in the pathway and being strewn with gravel. The man was moaning. Oh, Hank, Emily gasped. The girls hurried to his side and discovered that one of his legs had gone down through some soft earth. Pull me out, the gardener demanded. With the girls' assistance, Hank was freed. The magic word is please, Hank. I hope your leg's not broken, Emily said solicitously. Hank shook his head. Just a bad sprain. I wasn't looking where I was going. What I can't figure out is how the hole got here. Queer things have been going on in this inn. I'm thinking of quitting. Anyhow, I'm going home now. Oh, don't quit, Emily cried. Several other gardeners had rushed up. All denied having dug the hole. Emily asked one of them, the thin, narrow young man named Gil Gary, to drive Hank to his house. The other men returned to their work, but the girls remained at the site of the accident. Emily's face was troubled. Nancy said impulsively, Something's bothering you, Em. What is it? Emily whispered. Reply astonished her friends. Dick and I seem to have a mysterious enemy. He's trying to jinx Lilac Inn. Uh-oh. Dun, 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 dun. And that's the end of the chapter. I'm going to put my bookmark in there for a second so I can catch up with chat. Well, I'm sorry, Natty. I feel like everybody's love life is sucky right now. Anyone ever asked Nancy if she has PTSD from her adventures, or is she like Kim Possible and her missions are no big? I mean, I think it's mostly her missions are no big, but you feel like she should. I hope she has a good therapist, right? Like stuff happens to this girl all the time. Oh, is Natty's name? Okay, copy that. I leave chat for 2 seconds. I'm sure chat will not have any fun with this name being Dick. Old-timey books are funny because people's names are like Dick and things that we just, know better than to call people now, and it's like old-timey verbiage. It's lilac, like the flower. Like a lilac. I was about to say like these, but I don't actually think these are lilacs. They might be. McBride. Nancy Drew and the repressed trauma, right? See, Dirtbrex, tell me to get my romantic subplot together because that was... Dirtbrex, stop bullying Natty. I want anybody to go on timeout in this chat. Oh, Dickie. It's okay. Okay. Just making sure. Gotta be the mom friend. All right. Let's just dive right into chapter 2. Let's see. Strange happenings. Oh, so now the song that now that song that plays in the montage scene in the first Toy Story movie is in my head. Anyway, very specific, I know. Chapter 2, Strange Happenings. A jinx on Lilac Inn? Nancy and Helen stared at Emily in astonishment. Tell us about it, Nancy urged her friend. Emily sighed. I will. I didn't want to worry Aunt Hazel, so I've kept my suspicion to myself. The chestnut-haired girl said that 4 days ago her fiance had left New York. Prior to that time, everything had been running smoothly at the inn. An hour after Dick's departure, one of the waitresses had come to Emily's office to give notice. When I asked her why she was dissatisfied, she said it was because the inn was haunted. What did she mean? Nancy asked. Emily said she had not taken the statement seriously. At the time, I was sure the waitress Mary Mason was just making up an excuse for leaving. Imagine needing an excuse to want to leave your job. She packed and left on the bus to River Heights that day, and now I'm not sure that she hadn't seen something strange. That morning, Gilgary reported that our finest lilac tree near the front entrance had been stolen. No ghost did that. They stole a tree? A tree? You can steal those? Shame, Helen exclaimed. Mr. Daly was heartbroken, Emily said unhappily. Several years ago, he rooted that lilac, the Lucy Baltet variety with a lovely pinkish flower. It was just beginning to blossom abundantly. The third strange occurrence, Emily continued, was around 12 o'clock last night. I was awakened by the sound of music and traced it to our record player in the recreation room. No one was there. Perhaps someone in the inn was playing a joke, Nancy suggested. No, everyone denied this, Emily answered. A window in the recreation room was partially opened. It looked as though it had been forced, and I know all the windows had been closed earlier. There was a thoughtful silence for several seconds, then Emily linked arms with her chums. I won't worry you with any more mysteries, she said. Let's have lunch and later concentrate on the wedding plans. You can't say that now, after you've already worried us. Near the dining room door, Emily stopped to introduce her friends to a kind-faced, white-haired man. This is Mr. Daly, the former owner, whom I told you about. I just couldn't get along with him. I'm sorry, I just couldn't get along without him, she said. I'm so glad he decided to stay a while, even though he wants to retire. How do you do? Nancy and Helen smiled and shook hands, then went to a corner table near the... See, my mom put one of those in our basement. I'm like, congratulations, we're officially an old Southern family. Nancy's mind was still on the series of events Emily had just related. It did sound as if something peculiar was going on at Lilac Inn. Nancy had learned from her lawyer father, Carson Drew, we stan, it doesn't say that, I'm saying that seemingly unrelated chain of events often become a single baffling mystery. The young sleuth had found proof of this, solving several cases herself. Her first being the secret of the old clock, and more recently, the bungalow mystery. They want to make sure you know which books you're missing out on if you haven't read them all. Mrs. Willoughby and John McBride joined the girls. Emily asked them where Maud was. I believe she's sunbathing on the dock, Mrs. Willoughby replied. She ate an early lunch. There was a tense note in the woman's voice when Nancy quickly detected. Which Nancy quickly detected. The girl detective recalled the conversation she and Helen had overheard that morning. Had further trouble developed? When Anna, the waitress, brought the first course of beef broth, Emily changed the subject abruptly. Lilac Inn is really a fascinating place, she said. The original floors are still intact, and it's rumored that George Washington ate here in the stagecoach days. Gross. Oh god, that's like the tuna rarebit that I made all those years ago. Oh god, that was awful. Peas, salad, and iced tea. Helen asked whether Emily had a neighbor who wore his hair in a crew cut. Is that just like a buzz cut? I forget which one is a crew cut. She explained about the man who had rowed off instead of coming to the girls' rescue when their canoe capsized. Emily and her aunt shook their heads. Not a very gallant guy, John remarked. He asked several questions about the man with the crew cut and seemed very much disappointed when Helen could add nothing more to the description. Later, Nancy said to John, "Your career in the army must be interesting. Do you have a special assignment?" "Wish I could tell you, Nancy, but it's classified or confidential to civilians." You just mansplained classified to me? Alright, I see. I see what you did there. I understand, Nancy smiled. Presently, she turned to Emily. "I saw Doris Drake on the way here. Her house isn't far away, is it?" "About a mile up the road," Emily answered. Well, you saw, Nancy. You don't need to have confirmation. After luncheon, Emily offered to show Nancy and Helen around the inn. And take them on a tour of the extensive grounds. "I'll get the Jeep for that trip," John offered. Emily showed her friends the parlors and writing room and modern wing containing the pine-paneled recreation room. "Very attractive," Nancy remarked. She spotted a record player in one corner. "Is that the one the intruder used, Emily?" "Yes, and here's the window which I found forced open last night," Emily pointed out. Next, Nancy and Helen were escorted upstairs to see Emily's attractive, old-fashioned two-room suite. "When the inn is ready, there will be accommodations for 50 guests. Wow, that's a big inn. At this instant, a piercing shriek came from the garden. I'm not going to scream into the microphone and blow out everybody's headphones and speakers, but just use your imagination. Oh my goodness. The three girls dashed down the stairs and rushed outside. "The cry came from near the river," said Nancy, running in that direction. John McBride and the two gardeners joined them. They made a thorough search but found no one. Emily turned to Nancy with questioning eyes. "Are you thinking what I am? That the person screamed just to frighten us and make this place almost seem haunted?" "Yes, but why? Is someone trying to balk your expansion program here?" Nancy suggested. "Possibly, but I can't figure out the reason," Emily replied. "Well, I'll show you the rest of the house." She took the visitors to the far wing where the kitchen was located. Its gleaming wall ovens, and natural stone colonial fireplace, complete with spit, fascinated Nancy. "Emily, you'll have no trouble filling every room in this inn," she said enthusiastically. "It's absolutely charming." "I hope you're right," Emily replied fervently. "If only the mystery haunting this place could be solved. You'll help, Nancy?" "Certainly, I'll try, Emily." Nancy, that whole "I don't want to bother you" really went out the window fast, but, you know. Just a little running joke between us. My father, we call him, oh, that's cute. Flag. I'm buffering. It's gone now. Wait, am I back? Am I just reading to myself? Oh no. Chat, talk to me. Uh Am I being heard at all? You hear my dogs barking at the people outside who want to make a movie? You're back. Okay, cool. Did anybody miss anything? Are we good? Okay. I don't think so. Okay, cool. I'll just keep going. The three girls went to the parking lot where John awaited them in the wheel of a Jeep. Hold on to your hats, he called. His three hatless passengers grinned as they hopped into the rear seat. The vehicle shot forward and turned into a dirt lane. Soon they were driving among the groves of apple and peach trees. As at Emily's request, John stopped the Jeep near an apple tree. She got out to examine the leafy branches. We'll have an abundant crop this season, she commented. There are lots of tiny apples forming. John had climbed out also. Suddenly, he stooped and examined the ground. What are you looking at? Nancy called to him. A big fat beetle, John laughed. Nancy chuckled, but she had the feeling that John had been evasive in his reply. As the Jeep started off, she looked back. There was a trail of marks leading toward the river. They look like flipper tracks, she thought. I wonder if John made them or if he suspects someone else did. Later, when the young people returned to the inn, they found Maud Potter on the patio. Nancy was amazed at the change in the woman's manner. Now she was smiling broadly as she waved a folded newspaper. Sorry, I can't read tonight apparently. Nancy, she cried effusively. You're a skin diving celebrity. What do you mean? Nancy asked, puzzled, as Mrs. Willoughby joined the group. Maud opened the paper and pointed to the page 1 of the River Heights Evening News. Why, Nancy Drew, Helen exclaimed, your picture and a write-up. You never breathed a word. Everyone clustered around to see the picture of Nancy in a bathing suit, diver's mask, and flippers, and the accompanying article. The caption read, Daughter of local lawyer Carson Drew learns her ABCs, C's like the C, 7 C's, in skin diving. The article went on to tell that Nancy had just completed a course in advanced skin diving in the Muskoka River, and that she had finished first in total points in the 20 student group. When asked by our reporter where she hoped to practice the sport, John read aloud, Miss Drew replied that she would like to skin dive in both salt and fresh water. This writer strongly suspects that there will be times when she will use her newly acquired knowledge in solving mysteries at which Miss Drew, we understand, is proficient. Yeah, if my internet goes down, I'm totally blaming the people outside making a movie, even if it's not their fault. No, I'm just kidding. But they did warn us that could happen, but we should be past that point, so hopefully it won't go down. With an admiring glance, John said, Meet a fellow frogman. I practically grew up in flippers. Really? Oh, I have a wonderful idea. Nancy said she would still like to find out, if possible, what had upset her canoe so suddenly. Maybe there is some submerged object I didn't notice. I could be a hazard to other people in boats. John, why don't you take a look underwater at the same spot? How about both of us going? John suggested, smiling. Emily spoke up. Nancy, you and Helen must stay here longer. You can work on the mystery and also go skin diving with John. Both girls accepted eagerly. We'll paddle home tomorrow, said Nancy. Pick up more clothes and my diving equipment, then come back. We know Nancy's good at diving. We've had to use that skill in like 100 different games. The rest of that afternoon, the three girls discussed the subject of gowns to be worn by Emily's bridal attendants. Nancy and Helen were delighted to learn that the color was to be lilac pink. By the way, Helen said, do you know where lilacs come from originally? Their hostess nodded. A German traveler brought the flower from the Orient to Europe in the 16th century. Eventually, the lilac was introduced to America. All the time, Nancy had noted that Emily was doing her best to seem cheerful, and Maud, too, continued to act carefree. Emily had arranged a steak cookout in the patio, and the social director joined the lively banter. When they finished eating, she brought out a guitar. How about some Western tunes, she suggested gaily. Oh, don't be that person. Fine, let's all sing, Helen answered. I guess it went over better in 1930. At 11 o'clock, the group said goodnight. At the River Heights, girls tumbled into bed. The next morning, Nancy had just finished dressing when there was a knock on the cottage door. John called out, "Phone call for you." Nancy at the desk in the lobby. The cottage phones aren't connected yet. Thank you. Nancy hurried to the lobby and picked up the receiver. Hello? Why, Hannah, what's the trouble? Hannah Gruen was the Drews' housekeeper and had mothered Nancy since the age of 3 when her own mother had passed away. Oh, Nancy, Hannah sounded almost hysterical. Come home right away. Your father isn't here and someone broke into the house last night. Of course they did. Who breaks into Carson Drew and Nancy Drew's house? What kind of a moron? Skin diving. I believe when they say skin diving, they basically just mean scuba diving. Or snorkeling, yeah. Or free diving. Yes, I believe you're actually right, Texas. It does not mean skinny dipping, I believe, if that's what you're thinking. I think skin diving just means, yeah, something like that. Because she said something about flippers, so I'm picturing like snorkeling. Okay. Chapter 3, A Stolen Charge Plate. While we're on the subject of things that no one says anymore, history alert, for those of you who don't know, charge plates were the thing that predated credit cards. It was basically like a little metal plate that you carried around with a serial number, and you basically used it like a credit card back before they had the technology to scan a credit card. I had to look it up one time. I used to be so confused as to what a charge plate was as a kid. I was really into old stuff even as a kid, so I would either be confused or after I was confused and learned what it was, I thought everybody still used it, and then I would be like, hey, why don't we use charge plates anymore? Is that what a credit card is? Nancy was shocked by Hannah's news. Have you called the police about the prowler? She asked the housekeeper. No, I wanted to tell you first. I didn't know what had happened until I carried some clean clothes to your room. The second floor seems to be the only place disturbed. Yeah, Hannah's like, I know it'll be more effective to just call Nancy, so we're going to do that first. Explained that she tried to reach Mr. Drew at his hotel in Cleveland, where he was working on a case, but the lawyer had been out. I'll be home soon as possible, Nancy promised. In the meantime, please notify Chief McGinnis. I will, Nancy. Goodbye. Nancy was just about to put down the phone when she heard a click on the line. Instantly, she wondered if someone in Lilac Inn had been purposefully listening in on her call. Before Nancy could speculate further, Emily joined her. Quickly, Nancy gave her friend Hannah's report. I must borrow a car and go right home, she said. Emily expressed concern about the apparent burglary. I hope nothing valuable was taken. But Nancy, you must have breakfast here before you go. Emily led the way to the dining room. Of course, what a 1930s thing. I know somebody stole all your charge plates, but hey, come have breakfast first or you'll die. Nancy asked her where the other telephones at the inn were located and mentioned the fact that someone might have been eavesdropping on her conversation. Every room has an extension, Emily said, but the only ones connected right now, besides the desk phone, are in the kitchen, my bedrooms, my aunt's, and the recreation room. The young sleuth hastily excused herself. I'd like to make a few inquiries. Meet me at the table, will you? Nancy went into the kitchen. She saw Anna, the waitress, and asked the girl if anyone had used the telephone within the past few minutes. No one had. Then Nancy hurried to the recreation room. It was empty. When Nancy reached the dining room, she found Emily at the table alone. Did you learn anything? Emily asked. No. Emily whispered, I just remembered, Nancy. Maud has her own phone hooked up had her phone hooked up yesterday. The sketchy old lady. Okay, good to know. By the power of Google, yes. Britannica Dictionary definition of skin dive. No object. To swim underwater with special equipment such as face masks, snorkel, and flippers, but without a diving suit or air tank. We plan to skin dive while on vacation. Okay, cool. Cool. So just old-timey word for snorkeling. At that moment, Maud came into the dining room. Nancy learned that Maud had just returned from a walk along the river. A few minutes later, Mrs. Willoughby, Helen, and John arrived. None of us used the phone that morning. Guess that click didn't mean an eavesdropper at the inn, Nancy thought. You wish, Nancy. The others were sympathetic upon hearing her reason for returning home immediately. John promptly offered to drive Nancy in the Jeep, but Mrs. Willoughby laughed and said, I can give you a more comfortable ride, Nancy. I like Jeeps. I want to ride in the Jeep. As she started to explain, Anna came to take the orders of those at the table. I have to drive to the River Heights Bank this morning, Mrs. Willoughby went on, to get Emily's diamonds from the safe deposit box. Ooh, I'd be delighted to have company. Before Nancy could reply, Maud Potter repeated shrilly, Emily's diamonds. Mrs. Willoughby nodded, and in this version of Nancy Drew and the Lilac Inn, Maud Potter is in fact being played by Miss Piggy. I know. I can't believe they got her either. Mrs. Willoughby nodded. As you know, I've been Emily's guardian for 5 years since her parents were killed in the plane crash. Her mother's will states that she's to receive the jewels when she's 21. Emily dimpled. That's in 2 weeks, but I coaxed Aunt Hazel into letting me have them earlier. I'm going to sell enough to help Dick and me with expenses at the inn. Nancy smiled. Can you just do that and just be like, I know the will says this, but nah. I'm not a will expert or lawyer or anything like that. Nancy smiled. That must be the plan you told me about yesterday. That's right, Emily's eyes sparkled. Maud had been listening intently. She said to Mrs. Willoughby, you told me there were 20 uncut diamonds. I suppose they are worth quite a bit. Mrs. Willoughby smiled. Yes, over $50,000. Somebody, quick, figure out what $50,000 was in 1930. Maud remarked pointedly, you'd better be careful, Hazel. Some people would love to get their hands on those jewels. I mean, I would love $50,000 now, but $50,000 in 1930 was big money. Bigger money. As soon as Mrs. Willoughby finished her toast and coffee, she arose from the table. Nancy, she said, I'll get the car. The 3 girls excused themselves and went outside. Perhaps, Helen, Nancy said, you'd like to stay at the inn. I'll be driving back, and you can stop at your house, and pick up whatever clothes you need. Thanks, Nancy. I'd like to stay. I'll phone Mother. Emily asked if Nancy would have a chance to do her a favor in River Heights. I'd ask Aunt Hazel, but she wants to get back here as soon as possible with my diamonds. I'll be glad to. What is it, Em? Find out if the Empire Employment Agency has any waitresses available. This feels like a gopher run that you'd be sent on in a game. Jewelry, deja vu. I know, we have a lot of people inheriting jewelry in these books. I think it was more commonplace in the 1930s to just be like, yes, we don't trust banks, but we have all of our money in jewelry. Ellis, hi, I know you don't like it, Ellis. He really does not like that there are people outside today. Did you get Mary Mason through them, Nancy asked. No, she stopped here, but her references were excellent, so I engaged her. I'll be happy to do the errand for you, Emily, Nancy said. Mrs. Willoughby pulled up in her black sedan, and Nancy climbed in front. John had come outside too. Don't forget, he said to her, we have a skin diving date when you get back. At that moment, Maud Potter hurried from the inn to the car. I'll come along if you don't mind, the social director said blithely. She hopped in beside Nancy without waiting for an invitation. Mrs. Willoughby's lip tightened, but she made no comment. Goodbyes were exchanged, and then the car started off. Soon, the sedan was speeding along the main highway. Any ideas about your burglar? Maud asked Nancy. No, Nancy admitted, except he might have been trying to break into Dad's safe. Maud cocked her head. Does your father keep important papers at home? Sometimes, Nancy replied noncommittally. She tried to hide her annoyance with the woman's inquisitiveness. Mrs. Willoughby frowned disapprovingly. Don't ask so many questions, Maud. Nancy's like, hey, look, I know I ask a lot of nosy questions, but it's because I'm solving cases, right? Over 93 years, the dollar had an average inflation rate of 3.16 per year between 1930 and today, producing a cumulative price increase of 1,000. Oh, so it's like, oh gosh. That math hurts me to do. That is a lot. So yeah, they're about to be loaded. Fastest Google in the land. Thank you, Texas. I appreciate you. The social director shrugged. Once more, she turned to Nancy. Arching her eyebrows coyly, she said, I'd love to meet your dad sometime. I understand he's a widower. and we all said same, Maud. I mean, you can't say it outright, but Jesus Christ. Don't we all wish we could marry Carson Drew? Hi, Mrs. Come on. Come up here. Or not. She's like, I just want to scream at you and then leave. Barry says hi. That is the last straw, Nancy thought. Though annoyed, she had to suppress a smile at the woman's remark. Maud Potter certainly was not the type of person to interest her father. Dad keeps very busy and travels a lot on his cases, Nancy said coolly. He's away now. Maud's coyness vanished. I see. No time for social life, she said sarcastically. To Nancy's relief, the woman spoke hardly at all for the balance of the trip. Presently, Mrs. Willoughby pulled up to the window driveway of the Drews' handsome brick house, surrounded by a velvety green lawn. Nancy expressed her thanks for the ride and said goodbye. She hurried into the house for the moment, forgetting Lilac Inn completely. Hannah Gruen greeted her with, Oh, Nancy, dear, I'm so glad you're back. I've been frantic. Nancy hugged the pleasant-faced woman, who said that Police Chief McGinnis had stopped at the house. Oh. Oh. I lost my place. Stopped at the house to investigate the burglary. No silver or other valuables are missing, Hannah went on, but your room is a mess. Whoever was here must have been after something you keep there, the woman frowned worriedly. Nancy dashed up the stairs with a sight. What a sight met her eyes as she entered her room. Bureau and chest drawers were open, their contents spilling out. Perfume bottles lay overturned on her dressing table. Clothes had been pulled from the closet and flung onto the bed and floor. Mrs. Gruen, who had followed Nancy, explained, Chief McGinnis wanted me to leave everything like this for you to see. Nancy nodded. How was the house entered? Through the back door, Hannah replied. The chief said the intruder must be an expert. An expert lockpicker and burglar. He left no fingerprints. Nancy hurriedly... Let me try that again. Nancy hurried into her father's bedroom. Nothing here had been disturbed, apparently. She went into the adjoining den and was relieved to see that the thief had not broken into the safe. The only thing missing from here is my picture, Nancy reported to Hannah. Oh dear, what does it all mean? The housekeeper asked worriedly. Before Nancy could continue, the phone rang and she answered it. Miss Nancy Drew? A woman asked. Yes. This is Burke's department store. I'm Mrs. Riley of the fine jewelry department. I made a terrible mistake when I sold you that watch this morning. The price was $125, not $50 as I told you. Do you still want to keep it? Utterly astounded, Nancy said, Mrs. Riley, I didn't buy a watch this morning. I was out of town. Isn't your charge plan account number 10-4875? Not to dox Nancy, but I think it's out of commission now. Wait, please, I'll check. Nancy hurried to open the desk drawer where she had put Burke's charge plate. Its leather case was there, but the metal plate was not inside. It has been stolen, Nancy exclaimed. With a sense of foreboding, she returned to the phone. I'll drive right down to see the manager, Nancy said. My charge plate has been stolen, I'm afraid. Nancy paused long enough to tell Hannah of her discovery and to notify Chief McGinnis. The officer said he would meet her at the store manager's office. Just as she was about to enter Burke's, Nancy stopped short. To her amazement, she saw Maud Potter entering the Empire Employment Agency office across the street. Now what's up? Nancy wondered. Is Maud trying to engage a waitress for the inn, too? Puzzled, she hurried into the department store and took the elevator to the third-floor office at the manager, Mr. Goldsmith. I'm Nancy Drew, she greeted him pleasantly. I want to explain. She got no further. With a stern look, the manager said curtly, I know all about the watch you claim not to have bought earlier this morning, but how about those other items you carried away? Dumbfounded Nancy could only echo, other items? Grimly, the manager continued, I don't know what your game is, Miss Drew, but unless you have a twin, you owe Burke's department store for merchandise worth $2,000. Yeah, no, somebody's literally stealing Nancy's identity. That's literally what's happening. Identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Thousands of families suffer every year. Oh. Sorry, mister. Poor Nancy just rolls up from being out of town and is just like, I was gone for 10 minutes and somebody stole my identity? What? Chapter 4, Address Unknown. Nancy thought she must be dreaming. Not only had the thief charged $2,000 to her account, but the store manager seemed to believe that Nancy herself had made the purchases. Oh yeah, that's the other thing with charge plates. As far as I understand them, you have separate ones for certain stores, not necessarily like a credit card where you have like credit with the bank. I think that's how it worked, but I could be wrong. I'm also not a historian. I'm just a nerd, and I know too much about history. But the store manager seemed to believe that Nancy herself had made the purchases. I must have a double, she thought. Doris Drake's friend Phil was right in thinking she was talking to me. Someone is impersonating me. It's possible this person or a friend of hers broke into our house, took the charge plate and some of my clothes for her to wear. Outwardly, Nancy tried to appear calm. I couldn't have bought those things, Mr. Goldsmith, she insisted. This is the first time today I've been in Burke's. For answer, the manager pressed a buzzer. Three women entered. He introduced them as Mrs. Riley, Miss Coogan, and Mrs. Watson. Mrs. Riley sold you the watch, said Mr. Goldsmith. From Miss Coogan, you bought an expensive mink stole. See, Nancy would never buy mink. Nancy's not down with furs. Next, you purchased 2 high-priced dresses in Mrs. Watson's department. Ladies, do you identify this girl? The saleswoman nodded. Each one identified her as Nancy Drew, the young woman she had waited on and who had signed sales slips for each purchase. This is preposterous, Nancy cried, her blue eyes flashing. Someone is impersonating me. She stole my charge plate. I want to see those sales slips. Just then, to Nancy's relief, Chief McGinnis entered the office. He and the Drews were old friends, and he greeted Nancy cordially. Mr. Goldsmith spoke up. Glad you're here, Chief. I was just going to call you, he explained what had happened. It's always nice when you're in with the cops and then the police corruption can help Nancy's family. I'm just kidding. Chief McGinnis is gonna help her, and she is innocent because she's Nancy, so, you know. I appreciate the Office reference that no one gets it. Thank you. Thank you for appreciating my Office reference. Nancy would be fucked. Oh, yeah. I'm supposed to say some modern day. Oh, no. Yeah, Nancy would be fucked if she didn't have, like, a cop friend. Well, a cop acquaintance who puts up with her because she does his work for him. And she doesn't trust any of the other cops. Mr. Goldsmith spoke up. Glad you're here, Chief. I was just going to call you, he explained what had happened. The police officer replied calmly, if Nancy Drew says she didn't buy anything, she didn't. Now, let's get down to facts, Mr. Goldsmith. I'm here to help Miss Drew and Burks also. The chief quizzed the sales clerks briefly. After hearing their stories, he said gravely, Nancy, I'm afraid this young woman who resembles you so closely and forged your signature on the sales slips may continue to take advantage of it. Nancy smiled ruefully. I realized that she was more convinced of this than ever when the sales slips were brought to the office. The forgery was excellent. Nancy's impersonator must have carefully practiced the signature on the charge plate. Mr. Goldsmith sighed wearily. I'm sorry, Miss Drew, about the whole matter. And that I suspected you of dishonesty. That's all right, she replied. The main thing is to track down the culprit and get back to your stolen property. That's it. I'm grabbing my boomstick. I still want to, in modern days, how does your signature help? Like, I know what a signature does, but I still wonder, like, how effective it can be in the modern age where you can just digitally sign things, you know? That's all right, she replied. The main thing is to track down the culprit and get back your stolen property. Nancy's so forgiving. She asked the clerks what her twin had been wearing. It was a lovely light blue dress, replied Mrs. Riley, printed silk with white flowers. Nancy gasped. I have a dress like that, and I don't remember seeing it in my closet today. You had a dress like that, Nancy. Although I do like the chat's indignance for Nancy and her identity theft issues. I see I have raised you all well. The woman no doubt took it, the police chief said, frowning. Nancy, be very careful. This impersonation may mean not only annoyance, but possible danger for you. Mr. Goldsmith promised that Burke's private detective and all the store's sales personnel would be on the lookout for Nancy's unknown double. As the young sleuth left the store with Chief McGinnis, she said to him, I wonder if this person actually is my double, or if only cleverly made up to resemble me. The officer frowned. If it's the latter, the thief will be harder to catch. She may not pose as Nancy Drew again for some time, but I'll have my men start working on the case from every possible angle. He admitted that no clues the thief... He admitted that no clues to the thief at the Drew home had been found. I'll post a 24-hour guard at your home. Good, Nancy said. Hannah will feel much better since I have to return to Lilac Inn this afternoon, and Dad's away. Nancy said goodbye to the chief and hurried across the street. To the employment agency. She wondered if by chance Maud Potter might still be there, but when Nancy entered the office, the only person there was the woman manager seated at a desk. Can I help you? She asked Nancy. I'm here at the request of the new owners of the Lilac Inn, Nancy replied. Has anyone else been in to ask about a waitress to work out there? No. Nancy asked her next question. She was thinking, why was Maud in here? Aloud, she said, Have you any waitresses on your list? Not at present. We'll call you if any apply. On impulse, Nancy asked her, could you tell me if you've ever had a Miss Mary Mason on your waitress list? The woman opened a nearby file and flipped through a folder. No, we haven't. Nancy thanked her manager. That's the previous waitress. Nancy thanked her manager and left the agency. When she arrived home, she told Hannah the latest developments. The housekeeper was more upset than ever. I feel in my bones that this impersonator is up to something sinister. Well, yeah, she tried to steal a bunch of stuff, Hannah, she declared. I wish your dad was home. You'll be safe here, Hannah, Nancy said reassuringly, and told Mrs. Gruen that a policeman would be assigned to guard the house. And speaking of Dad, I'm going to call him right now and ask if he took that picture of me with him. While you do that, I'll fix some lunch for us, Mrs. Gruen offered. You must be starved. It's 2:00. Okay, Carson Drew is adorable. The fact that he apparently does that regularly enough that she suspects him of it. Steal her bones. Oh god, not the bones. Nancy went to the hall telephone and a minute later was requesting the switchboard operator at the Cleveland Hotel to ring Mr. Drew's room. Hello? Came the lawyer's deep, resonant voice. Hi, Dad. How good to hear you, Nancy said happily. Even this narrator has a thing for Carson Drew. She gave him an account of the burglary and succeeding events. Carson Drew was greatly concerned. Nancy, he added with a troubled voice, I didn't bring your photograph with me. Your double must have taken it. She has already fooled 4 persons who don't know you well. With the help of the picture, she may try something bolder, he stated. You think this girl has some ulterior motive other than faking my charge account, don't you, Dad? I'm afraid so. Be on your guard, Nancy. Try to stay with the group as much as possible, particularly after you return to Lilac Inn. The lawyer added that he would be home the next day. I'll look into the whole affair then. Nancy promised to be careful and said goodbye. She and Hannah sat down at lunch. Finally, Nancy said she had to pack and leave. But first, I'm going to try locating that waitress, Mary Mason. Nancy picked up the telephone directory and thumbed through it until she reached the M's. She called 2 families named Mason, but each denied having a relative, Mary. Probably, Nancy surmised, Mary did not live in this area. Or it's a fake name. Could be that, too. Carson Drew is 10 out of 10. Oh, yeah. Carson Drew is Zaddy. Zaddy Drew. Deep in thought, she went upstairs and took a suitcase from her closet. Nancy quickly placed additional garments in it, then gathered up her skin diving equipment. Oh my god. Up her skin diving equipment, green rubber fins, a diving mask, and an aqualung. What is an aqualung? Finally, Nancy packed a rubber suit which would insulate her body against the cold river water and an underwater camera her father had given her. Nancy kissed Hannah, but then that wouldn't be skin diving. Maybe she's just gonna go diving after that. Nancy kissed Hannah goodbye and got into her convertible. She drove to the Cornings' home and picked up Helen's suitcase. Then set out for Lilac Inn. Is Helen like in the witness? Helen just has a suitcase packed all the time? That's actually smart. Set out for Lilac Inn. Her thoughts revolved around the mystery out there and also on the problem of her impersonator. No one could look enough like me to be absolutely identical, why even identical twins have distinguishing characteristics, she told herself with a smile, such as the shape of fingernails, voice tones, and facial expressions. The late afternoon traffic on the highway to Benton was becoming heavy. Nancy turned from the main road onto a very narrow, less used one. Presently, in her mirror, she saw a red panel truck behind her coming along at an alarming speed. Nancy at the same time noted the arrow indicating a sharp curve ahead. She braked and motioned at the truck driver to slow down. Either he did not see her signal or was ignoring it. Instead of slowing down, the truck's speed increased as if to pass her. The curve was not wide enough for 2 cars to go side by side. On Nancy's right was a deep ditch filled with water. She had no choice but to start around the curve. To her horror, the other vehicle was already edging around her left fender. Nancy glimpsed a chrome eagle ornament on the truck's hood. A split second later, her convertible was forced over into the ditch. Dun, dun, dun. Aqualung was the first open-circuit, self-contained underwater breathing apparatus, or scuba, to achieve worldwide popularity. And a commercial. Oh, okay, so it's scuba gear. So she is diving with air. She's planning to dive with air. Maybe the skin diving must just be. Maybe she's like, I'll go scuba diving on top of the skin diving. So like maybe she doesn't need the air for skin diving. We determined. So she must be just planning to do both. Oh, I'm confused. I'm confused too. I think the only answer is she probably just does all different kinds of swimming and had gotten her newest certificate in skin diving, which was basically scuba diving, but plans to do both that and scuba. Or that and snorkeling. She probably got her certificate in what is basically snorkeling and then also wants to do scuba on top of that. All right. Oh, it's only 8:25. We're making good time. Giving myself the ultimatum of, hey, if you can finish this book on time, you get to read another book tomorrow. My brain is just like, ooh, all of the books, and then I read more. As Nancy's convertible leaned precariously, its right wheels in the ditch, the panel truck roared on around the bend and out of sight. Nancy braked her car to a stop, thankful it had not turned over. That driver ought to have his license revoked, she thought indignantly. She knew it would be difficult to get out of the muddy ditch. You tell him, Nancy. Well, I'll have a try, she decided. Here goes. She's like, this might as well happen. She tried to rock the car gently back and forth to gain momentum. The right tires spun crazily and sank lower into the mire. Nancy tried again. No use. She feared it might be some time before a car would come along in the deserted area. Finally, she decided to search for some objects to force under the right wheel for traction. Just then, Nancy heard an automobile approaching. Thank goodness, she muttered. A moment later, a state police car. It drew up and parked at the side of the road. A young officer hopped out. Having trouble, miss? He asked. Lieutenant Bryce, Benton State Police Barracks, he said pleasantly. Nancy introduced himself, then explained. He asked if she had noted the truck's license plates. No, she replied, but described the truck and the chrome eagle ornament on its hood. We must have had slightly different takes for license plate, because people in old books and movies and stuff always asked for plates, like multiples. I wonder how that worked. Lieutenant Bryce said that if he found the truck, he would see that the driver was brought to court. I have a tow chain in my car. I'll try to pull you out. Keep the engine in gear. Later, the convertible was out of the ditch. Nancy thanked the trooper for his help, then drove off. I bet her seats on the inside are so muddy now. Gross. It was almost 6 o'clock when Nancy pulled into Lilac Inn, the Lilac Inn parking lot. She went at once to the patio where the Willoughbys, Maud, Helen, and John were gathered. I'm glad you could return in time for supper, Nancy, said Mrs. Willoughby. The others plied the girl detectives with questions about the Drews burglar. Nancy gave an account on her day's experience, concluding with a reckless truck driver. Reckless truck driver. Why, how terrible, Emily exclaimed. The nerve of Summit One impersonating you, Helen bristled. Helen is such a fighter. She's so feisty. I found a history of diving page. Ooh, fun. I love this. I love this teamwork we've got going on. Nancy smiled wryly. I'd certainly like to know what the girl's purpose is. Abruptly, Maud changed the subject. To Emily, she said, I dropped into the Empire Employment Agency this morning. A waitress walked in to apply, so I told her to report here tomorrow. for an interview. Her name is Jean Holmes. But I asked, Emily broke off when Nancy gave her a warning look. Maud evidently did not notice this and added sweetly, I knew another waitress was needed here. I just wanted to make myself useful. I see. Thank you, Emily said coolly. Later, after Maud had excused herself to dress for supper, Emily burst out, Maud makes me so angry. Why does she tend to her own job? Don't pick on her, dear, Mrs. Willoughby retorted. She's had a hard enough time lately. Rising, Emily's aunt said she wanted to confer with Mr. Daly and went off. The four young people were left alone. Nancy asked Emily how Maud had been chosen as social director for Lilac Inn. Aunt Hazel asked us too, Emily replied. In a whisper, she added, I wish Maud would concern herself more. I wish Maud would concentrate more on our recreational program, Nancy. Why did you give me the high sign? Oh, because she cut her off. Okay. Nancy told of having seen Maud enter the agency and of being informed by the manager later that no one had inquired about a waitress. Emily sighed. I'll be so glad when Dick gets back, especially if any more strange things happen around here. Emily, you've nothing to worry about, John declared. Everything will be fine. Don't minimize her feelings, John. The young man stood up, saying he had a supper engagement in town. Sorry, I'll miss the festivities, Emily. I'll see your glittering gems later. Emily, her face brightening, explained to Nancy that her aunt had planned a festive meal that evening to celebrate my receiving the diamonds. That'll be fun, Nancy said. Helen, let's go now and change our clothes. The two girls took their suitcases from the convertible. As they unpacked the cottage and dressed, Helen discussed Nancy's impersonator. It's positively creepy, Nancy, she said worriedly. Your double doesn't sound like an ordinary thief. The girls quickly finished dressing. Nancy had put on a pink sheath dress and pumps. Helen wore an aqua organdy. They went to the patio where Emily joined them a minute later. She said that Jean Holmes, the waitress, had arrived unexpectedly for her interview. The girl had explained that she had heard of a second position and wanted to make a decision immediately. Jean seems quite satisfactory, Emily stated. She'll move in here tomorrow and start work. Maud Potter joined the girls. I'm so glad you approved my choice, Emily, she said ingratiatingly. Now, let's have supper and see your diamonds. Emily led the group to a small private dining room, which opened off the larger room and overlooked a garden. They said good evening to Mr. Daly, who stood just outside the connecting door. Mrs. Willoughby was waiting for them near an open window and greeted Emily with a happy birthday in advance, dear. Oh, thank you, Aunt Hazel. Everything looks divine. All the girls admired the table set with gleaming silver, a creamy lace cloth, and a beautiful birthday cake surrounded by red roses for a centerpiece. Don't say creamy, it's giving me flashbacks. I know this was written years ago, almost 100 years ago, and you had no idea what Tyra Banks was going to write in almost 100 years, or that she would even be born, but still, don't. Soft light from the colonial wall fixtures completed the picture as shadows danced on the old paneled walls. Emily's aunt beamed. I want everything to be perfect tonight, she said. Mrs. Willoughby sat at one end of the table, her back to the open window. Emily opposite her. Oh, I guess this is Emily then? That's her aunt. That's Emily. That must be Maud Potter. That must be Helen, and there's Nancy. Okay. By the time the main course was finished, it was almost dark outside. Then the candles were lighted on the cake, and everyone joined in singing Happy Birthday as Emily blew out the candles. Happy birthday, dear Emily, happy birthday. But they probably sang it. I was trying to sing it in like an old-timey way, but that's just happy birthday. After dessert, Mrs. Willoughby asked Mr. Daly, and the caption underneath this picture says, Nancy realized what the sale of the diamonds would mean to Lilac Inn. After dessert, Mrs. Willoughby asked Mr. Daly to close the door to the private dining room. The elderly man nodded understandingly and shut the door. Mrs. Willoughby withdrew a white velvet jewel case from her handbag. Getting up, she went to place it on the table before Emily, then returned to her chair. With a smile, she said, Why, Tyra? Why, Tyra? Do you still like whipped cream? I have a little bit of a flashback every time I see whipped cream. I have not had whipped cream since we read Model Land. Anything interesting on the history of diving page, Tex? Every time I say Wyra Tyra in my head, I just hear it to the sound of Damn It, Janet from Rocky Horror Picture Show. Let's see. This is a wonderful moment for you, Emily, dear. The inheritance from your mother, I only hope these gems will bring you happiness. Nancy noticed that Emily's hands trembled slightly as she opened the case. Everyone gasped slightly as she opened the case. Against the white satin lining were the 20 diamonds, which glowed and flashed. Oh, Emily exclaimed, aren't they beautiful? She set the box on the table. Maud stared in fascination, and Nancy and Helen expressed their delight at Emily's good fortune. Nancy realized what the sale of these gems would mean in financial assistance to Lilac Inn. Hey, I already read that notion. Emily arose and gave her aunt a hug and a kiss. A hug and kiss. Oh, Aunt Hazel, you're a love. I'm sure Mother would understand me wanting to use the gems for my future in Dick's. Suddenly, the group was startled by a clattering crash from the adjoining dining room. Simultaneously, the lights went out. Nancy hurriedly rose and flicked the wall switch back and forth, but the room remained dark. Have you tried turning it off and back on again, Nancy? Mr. Daly, called Emily, opening the door. Will you please check the fuse box in the cellar? I will, he replied. I think a main circuit's blown. All our lights are out. Oh dear, fretted Mrs. Willoughby. What a trying bother. Yes, these old buildings are so undependable, Maud said crossly. Something's always breaking down. This can happen in a modern one, too, Nancy said in defense of Lilac Inn. Maud merely sniffed in annoyance. Sniffed in annoyance. What a weird thing. Okay. To everyone's relief, John was heard shouting from the garden, Hold everything, I'll be right in. But as John stepped through the open window, the lights came on again. The next instant, Emily returned to her chair and gave a horrified cry. My diamonds, they're gone! We all saw that coming. The others gasped in horror and disbelief. It just said disbelief. My brain jumped to horror. Hazel Willoughby, ash white, stared at the place on the table where the velvet case had rested. Then she pitched forward in a faint. Someone fainted. Oh, Emily sobbed fearfully. Your aunt will be all right, said Nancy, who had jumped up quickly. She and Helen dampened napkins with ice water from the tumblers and applied these to the woman's head and wrists. In a few seconds, Mrs. Willoughby revived. I'm sorry, she apologized weakly. Apologized for fainting. I'm such... hang on. Such an awful shock. The diamonds vanishing into thin air. Emily insisted that her aunt go to her room and lie down. I'll be all right, dear. Really, what do we do now? Mrs. Willoughby looked around helplessly. We'd better keep this to ourselves, John said. Otherwise, the dinner guests will be upset. I'll check outside for the prowlers. However, the thief didn't go out this window. Nancy decided to go do some sleuthing for the thief in the building and hurried into the main dining room. The only guests were the two elderly women waiting to pay their bill. Nancy learned from them that the waitress Anna had accidentally dropped a tray, which caused the clattering noise just before the lights went out. The ladies were sure that no one else but Mr. Daly had been in the room at the time. Nancy next went into the kitchen where the cooks and waitresses were cleaning up after the evening meal. The girl detective asked where each of them had been when the inn was plunged into darkness. All the women except Anna replied that they had been in the kitchen. Anna gave Nancy a curious look. "Why do you ask?" The young detective explained that Emily Willoughby wanted to be sure that no one had been hurt by an unexpected fall during the blackout. Nancy left the kitchen and hurriedly went through the other first floor rooms, but saw no one. And as she walked toward the private dining room, Nancy met Mr. Daly in the lobby. He told her that he had found nothing wrong with the lighting system. "I can't understand what happened," he said, then added, "I just heard from Emily about the missing jewels. How dreadful." John came in at that moment and said that he had found no prowler on the grounds. By this time, the jewel thief is undoubtedly far away, he concluded. As Nancy returned with him to the private dining room, she was deep in thought. Logically, the only ones who could have taken the diamonds were she and her 4 dining companions, but that's absolutely unlikely, Nancy told herself. She reported her findings to the others. Maud Potter's eyes narrowed. "I suppose you think Emily should search us," she said nastily to Nancy. "Maud," Emily protested. "Nancy meant no such thing. I would have, but that's just really because I don't like you, Maud. Nancy's nicer than me." Maud paid no attention but turned on Mrs. Willoughby, who was still pale. "You can blame yourself, Hazel, announcing in a public dining room this morning that you were going to get Emily's diamonds." This woman is delightful. Ooh, page 46, my lucky number. I'm just like, I don't fucking care. "I know," Mrs. Willoughby sighed, but Emily put a comforting arm around her and gave Maud a look of disapproval. "Let's all search this room," Nancy proposed quickly. "We might find some clue." Everyone but Maud readily agreed. She sat sullen-faced while the others looked carefully in corners and under tables and chairs. Nancy herself was scrutinizing the area where Emily had sat. Suddenly, her keen eyes spotted 3 tiny pale purple excuse me, lilac buds on the floor. 1, 2, 3, she counted, then saw a 4th bud lying near the wall to the right of Emily's chair. Aside from the centerpiece, there were no other flowers in the room. How did lilac buds get in here, Nancy mused. There was no sign of footprints near them. Saying nothing, Nancy picked up one. It was fresh. She looked at the wall thoughtfully and closely. Everyone watched in amazement as the Titan blonde Titan. I'm probably saying that wrong. Blonde girl began to tap the wall, then listen intently. Nancy motioned them not to say a word. She continued tapping until she tried one spot, which sounded different, until it had a hollow ring. Nancy pressed against the wooden wall. Suddenly, a panel slid aside noiselessly. Do 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 do. We talk about diving bells and have some pick early Aqualung. Cool. Simpsons joke. brother does love some Simpsons. Let's see if you still like it. I don't know about the how and why. Sure, I still like the taste of whipped cream. It's just the thought of whipped cream now that gives me chills. All right. While I take a quick break to get some fluids, how's everybody? We good? I think I'm ready to start sitting back in this chair. A couple more chapters where you guys can see on the desk. For the aesthetic. Chapter 6. Uncanny Recoveries. Just lying down for a bit. Yeah, that's probably a good idea considering you just had blood drawn. Gosh, I feel like laying down right now and I didn't have blood drawn today. I'm sure you must be exhausted. John and the others gaped in astonishment as the panel in the wall slid open. "Nancy, you're terrific," John exclaimed, handing her a flashlight. Everyone crowded behind Nancy as she beamed the light into a wood-walled closet. It had a musty odor. "I don't remember seeing this in the floor plans of the inn," Emily said, puzzled, as Nancy stooped and shone the flashlight on something on the floor. It was a crushed but still fresh lilac flower. "It was those other blossoms which made me think there might be a concealed entrance into this room." "Nancy, you're a genius," said Mrs. Willoughby. "I never dreamed this spot was here. The thief must have been hiding in the closet." "But where did he go?" John asked. "Why are you assuming it's a man? Women can also commit crimes. Equality." Chillin' and listening. Thank you for chilling and listening with me. Apparently the only fangirls. Apparently the only fangirls are coming after our children. Wait, which fangirls? Who do I have to fight? Which one of my children is being come after? Sorry, I'm confused. I will keep reading. Nancy was feeling the rear wall of the closet. Her fingers touched a small metal latch. She turned it. A second panel slid open soundlessly. Beyond it was a coat closet off the lobby of the inn. "This must be how the jewel thief got in and out of this dining room," Nancy announced. She walked on into the lobby, followed by the others. "Look," Helen exclaimed, and pointed to a lilac bud near the front door. Nancy examined the bud, which proved to be fresh and moist. "The thief probably wore a sprig of lilacs. That makes me think thinks the person was a woman." Mr. Daly agreed with Nancy. He admitted that he had not known of the hidden closet and was perplexed as to who could have learned of it. "These panel openings must have fallen into disuse before I purchased them the inn," he remarked. "Only one thing's certain," said Nancy. "The thief not only has an intimate knowledge of the original floor plan of the Lilac Inn, but also knew two other things: that Emily was to receive her diamonds tonight, and where Mrs. Willoughby was to present them." "Too bad I didn't get back sooner tonight," said John, frowning. "I might have met the thief. Incidentally, she must have had an accomplice to work the lighting system. But how could they communicate at just the right moment if one of them was in the cellar?" Helen asked. "I can answer that," said Mr. Daly. "The panel board of the light control is directly under that private dining room. The floor is worn so thick that the conversation upstairs can be heard down there. Nancy nodded. After the person in the cellar was sure the thief was hidden again, he or she turned the lights to make the whole thing look like a temporary outside power failure. What shall we do now? Maud asked nervously. Call the police immediately, Nancy advised. No, Emily cried out. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Emily flushed but remained adamant. If people hear we've had a robbery, she argued, it may discourage them from coming to Lilac Inn. Calling in the police will mean newspaper publicity. Dick and I have worked too hard to risk it. It will be a shame if you don't recover those diamonds, Helen spoke up, but if you report the theft, at least you can collect the insurance, Emily, and use the money for the inn as you planned. At this remark, Mrs. Willoughby's face again turned ash white, and the others thought she was about to faint again. Insurance, she said hoarsely. There isn't any. I thought the jewels were safe in the bank vault and let the insurance policy lapse. Oh, good. Everyone listening, no, I'll explain. It's lengthy, so maybe on Discord unless you want me to try here. I mean, whatever you're comfortable sharing here, I'm totally cool with that. As long as you're comfortable talking about it. Sorry, I probably I got confused and then made things more confusing. Everyone listening was stunned, and tears came to Emily's eyes. She turned to Nancy and asked in a trembling voice, "What shall I do?" It was Helen who spoke up. "Have Nancy take over the case of your missing diamonds, Emily. I guarantee she'll unearth them." All the others backed Helen's suggestion eagerly, except Maud. The social director merely raised her eyebrows. The amateur sleuth smiled. "I'll be glad to do what I can, Emily, but this is a big assignment. If I don't succeed very soon, will you promise to notify the police?" "It's a bargain, Nancy." John whistled. "Miss Nancy Drew, detective, you're not going to have much time for skin diving." Oh my god, he's still on the diving. He's really into Nancy. A lot of people are. Nancy laughed. "I'll find time." John cautioned the Willoughbys to make sure all the first floor doors and windows were kept locked at night. He himself went outside to make another tour of the grounds. Emily reassured her unhappy aunt and persuaded her to go to bed. Maud said she would, and she would follow. The three girls decided to check the window and door locks in the various rooms. Emily took the kitchen and offices while Nancy and Helen headed for the other rooms. Minutes later, they met in the lobby to report everything locked. Helen gave a huge sigh. "Nancy, are you exhausted after this excitement?" Nancy admitted that she was a bit tired. 2 burglars in one day and a car mishap are quite enough, she smiled wearily. "Helen, what's your theory about the theft of Emily's diamonds?" The dark-haired girl hesitated. "I'm sure it's an outside job, but..." "Out with it, Miss Corning," Nancy urged. "Whom do you suspect?" "John McBride," her friend blurted. "I like him very much, but he was away most of today, yet Emily said he was here to help fix up the inn during Dick's absence." "Yes, she did," Nancy admitted. "But I can't believe John has anything to do with either the theft or the mysterious happenings at Lilac Inn. We don't know him yet, Nancy. You can't make that assumption just yet. I know you like him. He's probably better than Ned, even if he is." 200 character limit. You can just put it in the Discord then. That's also fine. I'll go and check over there. Ooh. Even if this guy was a criminal, he's probably still better than Ned, but still, we don't know that he's not a criminal, Nancy. Oh, I hear cars revving. That's not getting old yet today. happenings at Lilac Inn. The young sleuth's eyes had been roving back and forth across the floor, since it was instinctive with her to be hunting for clues whenever a mystery confronted her. That's trauma, Nancy. Something glinted in a corner under a chair. She went to pick it up as Emily came into the lobby. What is it? Emily asked. Believe it or not, it's my stolen charge plate, Nancy answered. What? I may be jumping to conclusions, but I'm sure now that the impersonator is the jewel thief. She dropped the charge plate from her pocket or purse, probably when she put the jewel case in it. This is positively eerie, Helen remarked. What a coincidence that it would happen there. Maybe that fake Nancy dropped something else. The girls started a search, and presently Helen found a tiny envelope farther under a chair. Nancy's name and address were typed on it. Oh my god. Nancy's name and address were typed on it. The charge plate must have been in this and slid out, Nancy said. She said, my impersonator must have decided to type the envelope to be sure that she didn't make a mistake when the clerks at Burke's department store asked for her address from the sales slips. I noticed the letter A is faint. Suddenly, Nancy chuckled. You didn't want a police notified about the jewel thief, but here's a chance to get the police here without telling them. How? Chief McGinnis knows that my charge plate was stolen by an impersonator, Nancy answered. With this typed clue, maybe he can find her, and I suspect that when he does, your thief will be caught. Nancy called Chief McGinnis at his home. She told him about the charge plate and the envelope, and her suspicion of her impersonator, though not known to the inn's owners, must have been there. Please send the plates and envelope for me to fingerprint analysis. Chief McGinnis requested. Nancy promised she would and hung up, wishing she could have reported the jewel thief to him. It was after 11 o'clock. You'll get him, Nancy. You don't need the police. When Helen and Nancy said goodnight to Emily and walked to their cottage, both girls fell asleep almost as soon as their heads touched the pillows. But around 3 in the morning, Nancy was partially awakened by a noise. Ooh, I gotta get some blood flowing. I'm also gonna sit back, so let's go full cam for a second. There we go. My back is absolutely killing me today. And my neck, and just my whole spine, and skeleton, it feels like. But around 3 in the morning, Nancy was partially awakened by a noise. What was that? She called, looking around the cottage with sleepy eyes. She listened, but all was silent now. Finally, Nancy went back to sleep. She awoke at 7. Helen was still asleep. Nancy put on a casual sweater and skirt and loafers. She tiptoed from the cabin and headed toward the inn. No one else seemed to be outside. For the next half hour, Nancy looked near the front door for footprints, lilac buds, or anything else to give her a clue to the jewel thief. She found nothing. She strolled along back and met Hank Gardner, who greeted her pleasantly and said he had decided not to give up his job. My injured leg's better, but I have other worries now, he said. Some outdoor equipment was taken last night from the tool shed. Really? Said Nancy. What? Hank led her to a small wooden structure used by the outdoor workers. We're missing several shovels, rakes, and some wire and small parts, said Hank. But worst of all, an expensive jigsaw that Mr. Farham just bought is gone. Oof. More thefts, thought Nancy. That feels more dangerous than just a thief. Aloud, she asked, is the shed locked at night? Hank said, that it was, and that he was responsible for securing the shed after work. Probably none of the other men thought to ask Mrs. Willoughby for the spare key to lock up when I wasn't here. Nancy examined the soft dirt outside the shed. There were a number of footprints, all blurred and leading in different directions. As Jim, Gil, and Luke, the 3 other gardeners, reported for work, Nancy questioned each of them in turn. They confessed that they had forgotten to lock the shed and said they had no idea who might have taken the tools. Before Nancy left the men, she suggested that Hank search the grounds once more before reporting the theft. As Nancy started up the front porch steps of the inn a few minutes later, she was hailed by John McBride. "Look what I found," he cried triumphantly. He held out Emily's white velvet jewel case. Dickhead neighbors. Irritating. Call the cops. So there's a film crew outside on the street today, filming, and I think they're gonna be back later on in the week. But they're doing some kind of second unit car stunts, and there's been fake guns going off and cars revving and stuff all day, and it's been driving everybody in the neighborhood crazy. I love that I was like, I'll start these read streams so that people will be able to have something to fall asleep to. And the only person that seems to ever get sleepy while doing the read streams is me. Like, whew. Is everybody adequately hydrating tonight? Oh no, you're good. I probably just didn't mention it while you hadn't joined yet, probably when I mentioned it. All right, let's do all the things. That's me. I don't want to hear me. Putting up a monitoring tab so that if anything goes wrong, I can see. There I am. All right. Ooh, you can see how thick my one eyeglass side are. You yawn, I yawn, we all yawn. Sorry. Switching over to the hot chocolate, I think. Time to get the sugar going. Okay, let's get into, I think we're about to start, what, chapter 6? Chapter 7? Chapter 7. Good. Almost at the halfway point. Chapter 7, A Diver in Peril. "John, you found the diamonds!" Nancy exclaimed. The young man opened the case and displayed its contents. The 20 diamonds of various sizes glinted in the morning sunlight. "Astounding, isn't it?" John grinned, adding that they had found the case under one of the lobby windows. "I must have missed it last night." I don't trust him. "Will you show me the spot, please? I must have missed it too." John led Nancy to a clump of china blue lilac bushes, and pointed out the place where they had found the case. The thief must have dropped this, but I can't figure out why she didn't come back for it, John remarked. She may not have known until later that she had dropped it. By that time, she probably was afraid of being caught, Nancy replied. Just then, Emily came outside. She was beside herself with joy upon seeing the jewels. John, you're a darling, she cried. Let's go to the patio and tell the others. Have you checked to see if they're in there? Isn't this wonderful, Mrs. Willoughby exclaimed, and none of the diamonds is missing, she added, continuing. Are you sure? Maud gave John and Nancy suspicious looks. Nancy was about to make a sharp retort, but refrained. The social director seemed determined to be unpleasant, and the young sleuth decided to ignore her insinuating remark. John just looked amused. Aunt Hazel, said Emily, I think these jewels should be put in a safe place at once. Since I'm going to sell them, I think our jeweler friend in Benton, Mr. Fabian, is the person to keep them, and he can also make a new appraisal of the diamonds. Emily's aunt nodded. I'm so happy for you, dear. Emily continued, I might sell a few of the smaller diamonds today. We need cash immediately to take care of some outstanding bills. Just then, Hank walked up to the group to tell Emily of the disappearance of the tools. The gardener asserted that he had conducted a thorough search. An interested expression came over John's face, and he said, I'll search. Nancy wondered if anything unusual lay back of his offer. Everyone went inside to breakfast. When the meal was finished, Mrs. Willoughby said to Emily, I'll ride into town with you, but I have a headache. Or I would ride into town with you, but I have a headache. Emily insisted that her aunt rest. Nancy and Helen will go with me, I'm sure. The girls said they would be happy to. At once, Maud asked if she might join the group. All right, Emily said without enthusiasm. I guess you can come. Before they left, Nancy telephoned Hannah Gruen, reporting the loss and recovery of the diamonds and the finding of the charge plate. She chuckled. Actually, I'm out of a sleuthing job, Hannah, so I'll see you soon. But you haven't found out who your impersonator is, the housekeeper said. She may keep on making trouble for you. You're right, I must find her. Now tell me about yourself. The Drews' housekeeper reported an uneventful night and that a police guard was still posted at the house. Your father wired he would be detained until tomorrow evening. My modern brain was like, wired? What is this wired? Movie shoot? I have no idea, to be honest with you. Well, I'll be seeing you. Bye now. Thanks for your help. Bye now. If you guys watch the streams of me playing through the games, you'll know that reference. On the ride to Benton, Nancy and Emily decided it was best not to mention the jeweler, the disappearance of her diamonds the previous night. Even though I have them back, exaggerated stories might still get around. When the group entered Fabian's jewelry store, Emily asked to see the owner. The pleasant-faced man greeted her cordially and was introduced to the other girls. Then Emily opened her jewel case. My, what a lovely collection of stones, Mr. Fabian exclaimed. He picked up a small diamond and studied it closely. Frowning, he put on the jeweler's eyepiece, examining the gem, then dropped it into the case. Diamond after diamond was scrutinized in this manner. Emily watched anxiously. When Mr. Fabian put down the last gem, he looked hard at Emily. Is this a practical joke? He asked. These stones are only glass. Emily's face blanched. Helen and Maud were speechless. Nancy was dismayed. Had the thief planted fake stones for some sinister purpose? What is it? She asked herself. The jeweler was saying, these are excellent imitations, Emily. Where did they come from? They were my mother's. I always thought they were real. I'm sorry, the jeweler smiled sympathetically. all as he handed the case to Emily, almost in a daze. She thanked him, and the others followed her from the shop. As they stood outside the store, Nancy and Helen tried to comfort their friend. "It's a shame," Helen said. It's the jinx again," Emily sobbed. "I should have known. Oh, poor Dick, all our plans are spoiled." "I'm not so sure," Nancy said. "I have a feeling the thief substituted these fakes and the real diamonds. I know it sounds funny." "Huh," Maud exclaimed, turning to Nancy. She said, "An awful lot of funny things have happened to you since you came to Lilac Inn." Don't blame it on Nancy. That's enough, Maud. Emily brushed away her tears. "I won't have you insulting my friends. Anyway, maybe Nancy's right." "Oh, I forgot Nancy's a famous detective," Maud said sarcastically. Helen and Nancy kept still with difficulty. Nancy wondered why Maud had become an antagonistic towards her. In silence, the four reached Nancy's car. As others got in, Nancy stopped a newsboy to buy a River Heights morning paper. Nancy opened her change purse. Simultaneously, a woman coming from the opposite direction jostled Nancy's arm. The purse dropped to the pavement, scattering change in every direction. "Oh, bother," Nancy exclaimed. Emily jumped out of the car to retrieve the money. A moment later, she gave a startled cry and pointed to the ground. Lying beside the 10-cent piece was a small diamond brilliantly reflecting in the sunlight. The expression on Nancy's face brought Helen and Maud hurrying from the car. Emily picked up the diamond. "Is this yours, Nancy?" she asked. "No, I never saw it before," Nancy stammered, completely astounded. Maud looked smug. "Try and make anyone believe that. It's one of your diamonds, Emily." Nancy was too horrified to speak. Helen came to her friend's defense. Glaring at Maud, she declared, "If Nancy says she knows nothing about how the diamonds got in her charge purse, it's true." "Of course it is," Emily backed her up. "Oh, Maud, why are you always so hateful?" Turning to Nancy, she said, "Someone has tried to throw suspicion on you, but why?" "I don't know," Nancy replied. "If that's the case, I wonder if that woman who bumped me might be in league with the jewel thief." To herself, she added, "Maybe my impersonator is trying to throw suspicion on me." She paid the boy for the paper, then asked him and the others if they had noticed the woman. Unfortunately, none of them had. Nancy suggested that they have a newfound stone appraised so that the group re-entered Fabian's. The jeweler was surprised but obligingly put on his eyepiece. "This is a perfect 1-carat diamond," he exclaimed. "If you're interested in selling, I'll be happy to make an offer." "Not today, but I may be back," Emily smiled. She and her friends returned to the convertible, and Nancy headed for Lilac Inn. She speculated to herself on the imitation gems. The thief learned the number and shape of Emily's diamonds and had the artificial ones made to match as closely as possible. Very clever. Her thoughts were broken into by Maud asking Emily, "When are you going to tell Dick about the theft of your jewels?" "When I get ready," was the cool reply. As they turned into the Lilac Inn driveway, Emily sighed. "Aunt Hazel will be dreadfully upset to hear about the substitution of the gems. It'll put her to bed for a week," Maud prophesied unfeelingly. "Well, I'll see you all at lunch." She might die. Oh well. The noon meal was a rather uncomfortable one. Mrs. Willoughby was obviously dejected and ate little. Maud maintained an almost sulky silence. Nancy was preoccupied, though somewhat disappointed that John was not present. Oh boy. Chris, welcome. We're reading a Nancy Drew book again. And vibing. I'm just trying not to fall asleep. We'll see if I only read half or if I read the whole book tonight. Also, a startling idea had come to her about the diamond in her purse. The noise which had awakened her during the night might have been made by the intruder leaving, perhaps by the bathroom window, after planting the diamond. That is terrifying. At luncheon, Anna and the waitress beckoned Nancy aside and handed her a note. I just took this message from Mr. McBride on the phone. I was passing the desk and answered the ring. Nancy thanked the girl and read the message. Nancy, I found an important clue to the case. Come in your canoe to the dock where you saw the man with the crew cut. Wear your diving gear. Nancy was intrigued. What was John's discovery? What kind of clue would necessitate underwater equipment? Since Maud was there, Nancy merely told the others she had a date with John, saying, Dad warned me not to go anywhere alone, but if John's with me, I'll be safe. Nancy then hurried to put on her bathing suit. Over this, she slipped her rubber insulation suit. Then, carrying the mask, aqualung, flippers, and an underwater camera on a strap around her neck, she went to the dock, sorry. Nancy was paddling her canoe down the river, scanning the shore ahead for the place near which she and Helen had capsized. She finally sighted the dock where Helen had seen the man. In the rowboat, on the bank nearby was a blue canoe with Lilac Inn painted on its side. John, called Nancy, looking about to answer. Again, Nancy called his name in silence. A little distance beyond the dock, the girl noticed a man fishing from the beach. He wore a wide-brimmed straw hat. Cupping her hands, Nancy called out and asked if he had seen the young man who had come in the canoe. Yeah, the fisherman yelled in a nasal voice. He went underwater a couple of minutes ago, dived into the middle of the river opposite his canoe. Thanks, Nancy was mystified. Why hadn't John waited for her to arrive? He knew it was dangerous for anyone to go skin diving alone. Hurriedly, she bent. Well, now I'm super confused as to what she means by skin diving. Hi, Patrick. No worries. Don't be sorry. We're just chilling and reading a book like we usually do. Tonight we're covering Nancy Drew, The Mystery at Lilac Inn, which was the book that started my Nancy Drew obsession, if I'm remembering correctly. Hurriedly, she beached her own craft, donned her mask and aqualung, and slipped on the flippers. Then she swam out to the middle of the river. She made a quick dive to begin her descent. As she straightened out, Nancy kicked with her fins and propelled herself with her arms. The water became darker and cooler as she descended. Small fish flitted by. Ugh, I hate underwater stuff. Presently, Nancy realized she was nearing the bottom. She estimated that the river was about 20 feet deep at the spot. When she reached the muddy floor, she glanced about in every direction. There was no sign of John. The only underwater plants and several large rocks. Nancy swam cautiously and watched the crevices as she went forward. Every moment she expected to see John. Had he been underwater long? Had he met with a freak accident and been hurt? Even expert skin divers can overestimate the physical abilities, she realized. All of a sudden, Nancy stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened and a chill went up her spine. Protruding from a massive rocky overhang was something that resembled a shark's head. It can't be, she grasped inwardly. Sharks don't live in fresh water. The sinister shape, however, was far too large to be an ordinary fish. Nancy's fear gave way to curiosity as the object remained stationary. She inched forward, holding the camera in front of her. Perfect. holding the camera in front of her and cocking the shutter. 3 more strokes, and she would have a good view of the mysterious form. 1, 2. Nancy was about to shoot when the slight movement in the water caused her to whirl around. A spear came hurtling from behind a big rock to Nancy's right. The next moment, the tip of the spear lodged into the lens of her camera. I'd be so pissed. Part 3 will probably be next weekend. I'm almost done, but I've been busy. Oh, cool. I still haven't seen any of it, so I will when I have some time. Go and listen. I'll leave you a comment. Oh, only fangirls. I thought you said only fangirls. I misread that. I'm sorry. Peter Barker made an appearance this morning. Aw, cute. How long have you been streaming for? Or how long did you stream today? Oh, hi, Bryn. Thanks for watching, Bryn. I streamed for about 2.5. Nice. I'm trying to get through this book tonight, even though it used to take me 3 streams to get through this type of book, and the last time we read one of these last week, it only took me 1 stream, so I think I'll stick around for a little while and try to amp up some of my energy and just keep going. Hopefully my reading is coherent. I do feel your car's revving. That's only going to get more annoying the later on at night it gets. Oh well. I feel a little tired, but also I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. So being here right now is actually what I need to be doing. Chapter 8. If I fall asleep, just don't clip it. Chapter 8, A Hoax Revealed. Nancy's heart thumped wildly as the spear quivered in her camera. Someone had tried to injure her. Why? Well, I think somebody tried to kill her, but I think that's what it said in the original version, and then this is the revamped version from 1961 where they're like, you can't kill the kids. And Sullivan's a series, so it's fitting that the first book I'm reading is a tie-in novel. Oh, interesting. Very, very cool. I'll have to read some Babysitter's Little Sister at some point. We've just had so much Babysitter's Extended Universe in the way of California Diaries. Been trying to kind of spread it out a little. A girl detective's first instinct was to avoid further danger and rise to the surface as quickly as possible, but she paused to look around for the spear thrower. There was no sign of him. He may be getting ready for another attack, though, she thought. I'd better not take a chance. Gripping the camera with the embedded spear in both hands, she swam upward. At the surface, Nancy set out for shore and climbed to the dock. She glanced about for the fisherman, but he was not there. Nancy removed her skin diving gear. They examined the stainless steel spear. It was the simplest type used for underwater fishing. The weapon was 6 feet long with a sharp, thin tip. Terrifying. Nancy shuddered as she pulled it from the lens of her camera. I'd better go back to the inn, she thought. Dad was right about it being dangerous for me to be alone. I mean, to be fair, I don't think you could have predicted this, Nancy. Nancy had been preoccupied with her narrow escape. She suddenly remembered John. her astonishment, the Lilac Inn canoe was gone. Had John surfaced while Nancy was underwater and not seeing her return to the inn? Also, she wondered whether John was the skin diver seen by the fishermen on the river. Or did John throw the spear? Interesting. Nancy's head whirled with the theories as she pushed her canoe into the water and stepped into it. Recalling the strange, shark-like object, she thought perhaps the spear thrower didn't want me to photograph the object? And was that what John meant about a clue? Nancy tied up at the inn dock. She saw that the blue canoe was there. Well, anyway, he's back. As the young sleuths headed for her cottage, she heard Helen call. Nancy stopped, and Helen, Emily, and Mrs. Willoughby hurried forward. They stared aghast at the spear in Nancy's hand. Nancy, you've been in danger, Helen gasped. Nancy gave a wry smile. Just then, John McBride, dressed in slacks and sports shirt, hurried toward the group. Before Nancy had a chance to question him, John exclaimed, "Fine thing, Nancy Drew, standing me up to go skin diving." "Standing you up?" Nancy retorted. "Where were you?" "In the apple orchard," John replied, "waiting for you where I said I'd be." Nancy shook her head. "There's been a horrible mix-up. I'll tell my story first." When she had finished, John and the others expressed amazement and concern. "Nancy," the young man said, "I didn't phone to keep you from seeing me in the orchard." "Oh, wait, I didn't phone any message to you. Someone else did, apparently, to keep you from seeing me in the orchard." "What's all this about, the orchard?" Nancy demanded. John reminded her that the 11 o'clock she had hailed from the patio. "I just returned after failing to find the missing tools. You were wearing the pink dress you had on the night before. You said you'd had something to discuss with me and asked if I would meet you at 12:30 in the apple orchard. I said I'd be glad to." "Why, I was in Benton at 11 o'clock, Nancy exclaimed. "I wasn't the girl you talked to." John looked dumbfounded. "But the girl sounded and looked just like you." He added that he had taken a sandwich with him to the orchard but left at 1:30, deciding that Nancy had changed her mind. I think I understand what you were saying in your previous message, Texas. Hi, Laser. Good luck volunteering. Sorry, my neck hurts. If you see me doing this a lot, it's because my neck is just super stiff right now. Okay. Emily caught her breath. "Oh, Nancy, it must have been the girl who was impersonating you." John nodded somberly. "I'm afraid so. I sure was fooled, and someone wanted to get to you anyway from here. Wanted to get you away from here and even harm you, perhaps fatally?" Helen looked distressed, and Mrs. Willoughby wrung her hands. "We must report this to the police immediately. No one at Lilac Inn is safe." Emily, though concerned, still held back. "Please, not until Dick gets home tomorrow. In the meantime, Nancy may solve the mystery." Her aunt reluctantly agreed. Nancy had been silent, trying to fit the various elements of the puzzle together. It was evident to her that her twin had first-hand knowledge as to where she and the others at the inn would be at certain times. Nancy was certain the girl's actions further indicated accomplices, and the dangerous ones at that, judging from the spear thrower. Offhand, Nancy could not imagine anyone at the inn being involved in such scheming, and not even Maud. Has anything else been stolen? better, don't steal anything, but definitely stealing stuff is not as bad as stealing a person. Where was I? Lost my place. Has anything else been stolen? She asked abruptly. I haven't heard of any losses, Emily replied. What's the next move, Detective Drew? Helen spoke. I'm not sure, Nancy replied, thoughtfully, but I do agree for the time being that it would be best not to have the police investigate either the river or the inn. I can't stop yawning tonight. Since our enemies apparently want me out of the way, it must mean they want to stay here. Let's hope we can catch them before they decide to leave. John changed the subject. I'd like to investigate the place in the river where you saw that shark, Nancy. Also, I'll try to find out who used the inn's canoe. See you later. Nancy returned to her cottage. She put away the skin diving gear and set the spear in the closet. Ah. I'd better hang on to this for evidence, even though it'll probably there aren't any fingerprints on it except mine. She took out her pink dress. It looked crisp and fresh. My impersonator sure is a quick change artist, Nancy thought. She must have let herself into that cottage while I was in Benton and returned the dress while I was at lunch. I'd better lock every window and put a padlock on the door, she determined, selecting a green cotton dress to wear. And also make some inquiries around here. Maybe someone saw a girl enter this cabin. A newspaper Helen had bought that morning lay on the table. Absently, Nancy looked at the first page. Suddenly, her eyes widened with interest. She read a report about red panel truck having been stolen 2 days before. Oh, goodness. I just looked up on the delay and saw myself yawning really wide. I'm so sorry. An identifying mark, she read further, is a chrome eagle ornament on the hood. The truck is believed to be in the vicinity of Benton. Was this the truck which had forced her car into the ditch? Lieutenant Bryce must have pursued her lead and found out that the vehicle had been stolen. No wonder the driver was in such a hurry, Nancy thought, as she left the cottage. The only way to join the others, Nancy had sudden hunt. On the way to join the others, Nancy had a sudden hunch. Mary Mason had left the inn abruptly with the flimsy excuse that the place was haunted. I never pursued that lead, the young sleuth told herself. Anna was here then. Maybe she knows where Mary Mason is. Before joining her friends, Nancy hurried to the kitchen to talk to Anna. The waitress was not there. A strange girl came up to her and introduced herself as Jean Holmes. Jean's complexion was very pale, and her brown hair thick and combed close to her face. She wore heavy glasses. Can I help you? She asked, smiling shyly. Oh, this is the new person. Okay, I'm caught up. Nancy inquired where Anna was. Jean had said she had gone to the storage cellar. Nancy went downstairs and found Anna bringing out a supply of preserved fruits and jellies. Anna, Nancy said, I'm trying to locate Mary Mason, who used to work here. Do you know her home address? Anna shook her head, but said she would inquire among the other waitresses who had been there when Mary was. Now I'm just thinking about Waitress, the musical. Hey, Bernie. What's Nancy Drew up to this week? Nancy Drew is in an old historic Lilac Inn. And she's having somebody impersonate her and steal her identity. It's a very, very strange situation. I'd forgotten all about that plot point until right this second. I'm also trying to keep myself awake for a little while longer with sugar and this stream because I am trying to fix my sleep schedule, which has been kind of abysmal. Waitresses who had been there when Mary was. Thank you, said Nancy, and went to join her group on the patio. She noticed that Maud Potter was not present. At the first opportunity, she asked Helen about this. Oh, Maud's been very exclusive. She stayed in her room all afternoon, Helen added dryly. She hasn't been missed. Helen's such a badass, and I love her. I mean, I love Bess and George, but I do miss Helen. I always say it when we get a rare Helen book early on. Maud didn't show up later and went to the dining room with the group. Nancy asked John if he had been rewarded in his sleuthing. He shook his head. I saw no sharks, and no one here admits to having used the canoe. This reminded Nancy of the fisherman she had seen on the river. Because of his hat, she had not been able to tell if his hair was crew cut, but she wondered if he might be the man Helen had seen after the girls' canoe had capsized. At the supper table, Nancy confided this idea in her friend in a low tone. Oh, Helen, I have something to tell you, Helen. Helen wrinkled her brow. From the general impression I had of Mr. Crewcut, Nancy, he could be the same one, but of course I only saw him from a distance. Both girls became aware that Maud was eyeing them closely. Planning another skin diving excursion, Nancy? The woman asked sarcastically. Mrs. Willoughby, she loves asking things sarcastically, that woman, Maud. Mrs. Willoughby hurriedly put in, oh yes, I told Maud the latest, troubles. I should hope so, Maud says sharply. If there are dangerous people lurking around here, I'd like to be warned. Nancy is the one in danger, Emily reminded Maud coldly. To change the subject, Nancy observed, the new waitress, Jean Holmes, seems to be very efficient. Maud tossed her head. I do have an instinct about people, you know, but she was clearly pleased at Nancy's remark. This lady better be the bad guy, or she better be... I was going to say murder victim. That sounds harsh, even though she's not a real person. Nancy team up with Matt and Jeff, the Hardy Boys. Matt and Jeff. Wait, who's Matt and Jeff? She does team up with the Hardy Boys quite a bit. There's several series. Well, there's more than one whole series of them teaming up. Better have a cup of tea. That's the boring old lady question. Well, I mean, that's the question that I ask myself on the daily, except tonight it happens to be hot chocolate. I've chosen hot chocolate in a book and stream. Oh yeah, Bernie, I don't know if you were here the time that I read the first of the Hardy Boys Undercover Brother, which is the 2000s run of the Hardy Boys, but we need to keep reading those because it was very fun. Where was I? Clearly pleased with Nancy's remark. After supper, Nancy was leaving the room with the others when Anna came up behind her. I have some information for you, Miss Drew, the waitress whispered. Mary Mason mostly kept to herself, but Kitty, one of the girls, thinks Mary commuted to Dockville every night. She also remembers that Mary once worked for a Mrs. Ernest Stonewell in River Heights. You're very helpful, Anna, Nancy said. Thank you. Nancy went to the hall desk and picked up a telephone directory. Directories. There were several Masons listed in Dockville, which was near River Heights. The young sleuth dialed the number of each Mason. Nobody knew Mary. The waitress Nancy now looked up Mrs. Ernest Stonewell's address. I'll call her tomorrow. The rest of the evening, Nancy spent playing a lively game of ping pong with Helen, Emily, and John. Around 11 o'clock, everyone said goodnight. John walked with the two girls to their cottage and warned them to secure the new inside bolt on the door as well as the bathroom window. Yes, John. I was thinking of the WWE tag team of Matt Hardy and Jeff Hardy. Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't know anything about WWE. That's a question for all my WWE fans. What's a good like WWE piece of media that would be good for the channel that could potentially send me down the rabbit hole of WWE? You know? Kindle says I should go to bed. I must obey the 8-pound cat. No. I mean, our cats run this house to the point where they're more like the 10, 12, and 14-pound cat. So, yeah. I always side with the cat. Unless it's Perry knocking all my stuff off the workspace. I love how John keeps over-explaining to us how not to be burgled. He's like, I know you must be really scared, Nancy. Here's how I'm gonna over-explain locks to you. Okay. Okay. The stuff from the 80s and work back. Got you. I can do that. Thank you, chat. Thank you for being great chat members. Thank you for hanging out with me while I cover yet another nostalgic book. The new stuff is horrible. I have had one interaction with wrestling. I couldn't even tell you if it was like what type of wrestling specifically it was. All I know, I couldn't tell you who I saw wrestle. All I could tell you, it was very fun. It was at Dragon Con in 2018. And it was very entertaining. Monday Night Raw, the best of WrestleMania. Copy. I can definitely do that. Wrestling is so fascinating. I just have never, it wasn't something I was like raised watching, so I've never really been into it. Thanks for mansplaining. Thanks for mansplaining how locks work, John. We appreciate it. Jesus. I'm within calling distance if you need me, he smiled. Thanks, John, said Nancy. Every window still in the bedroom Every windowsill in the bedroom will have a book on it. If any intruder tries getting in, I hope you won't notice the book and will knock it off and wake us. Smart, Nancy. That's like some old school, like my old kids. I gotta try to find that. I used to have like a whole sleuthing kit as a kid. Need to pull this out and show it to chat, and maybe we could do some of the activities one night if I can find it. I'm sure my mom still has it. Very funny. Before going to sleep, Nancy thought happily that her father would soon be home. How much she had to tell him. Helen, in the meantime, was wide awake. She tossed and turned restlessly. Finally, at midnight, she got up and put on her bathrobe and slippers. Make some fresh air. Maybe some fresh air will help me sleep, Helen thought. We actually get Helen's point of view for a second. Nice. Despite John's warning, she slid the bolt and left the cottage, closing the door quietly. Oh, Helen. The grounds were dark and silent. Helen turned toward the lilac grove. Suddenly, she saw a flickering light ahead near the grove. Curious, she drew closer. A veiled figure with black hair was wearing a glowing white gown, confronted her. The next instant, Helen was struck on the back of her head and fell unconscious. That is our second unconscious person of this book. Two unconscious people? Interactive stream. It's pretty uncalled for. There's a clip. Plus, yay! What are you watching currently on Disney Plus? I have so many recommendations. It's the ring, girl. Run, Helen. Run. Helen didn't deserve that. Star Wars. Ooh. Prequels, sequels, originals? I say as if I'm like the go-to girl on Star Wars. I've covered a few Star Wars things. I need to cover some more obscure things in the franchise. Maybe one do a fandom files about it, but not seen as much as I would like to. Ewoks movies. Ooh, those were so fun. I covered both of those movies. One I managed to post on May the 4th, and I filmed it 2 days earlier than that on May the 2nd, which was one of our channel anniversaries. I can't remember if it was our first or second year. Ewoks cartoon. Yes, I need to do the Ewoks cartoon for sure. Chapter 9, The Search. Back in the cottage, Nancy was awakened by an insistent ticking. She sat up and glanced in annoyance at her alarm clock. It certainly seemed noisy. Suddenly, Nancy realized that her friend's bed was empty. Helen, she called, thinking that perhaps the other girl had gone to get a glass of water. There was no reply. Where can Helen be at 1:30 in the morning? Nancy asked herself hurriedly. She put on her robe and slippers and picked up her flashlight. When she found the front door of the cottage unbolted, she felt a pang of alarm. Outside, Nancy searched the cottage area, calling her friend's name again and again. No response. Do you guys remember in the game that shall not be named, Ransom of the Seven Ships? Oops, I just named it. Where she's like, Bess? 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 My mom and I and Spencer, we quote that all of the time. Finally, thoroughly alarmed, Nancy decided to ask John for help. She knocked on his door. No answer. Perplexed, Nancy was about to leave when a twig crackled a short distance away. She turned off her flashlight and crouched behind a low shrub. Who was approaching? She was relieved a moment later to discern the familiar outline of John. Oh, thank goodness, John exclaimed. I'm sorry. Oh, thank goodness, Nancy exclaimed, hurrying towards him. Have you seen Helen? She asked. I woke up and found her gone. No, I haven't seen her, John replied. I couldn't sleep, so I walked down the road. Come on, we'll both look. She could have left a note. Helen! This is why you don't make it that many more books, Helen. I don't think she dies. I just think they just stop writing her. When I'm watching, I always call it the medieval Star Wars movie. It really does feel like it was a rejected script for something else that they just said, yeah, throw it in Star Wars. Put Star Wars name on it and it'll surely be popular. I do like Battle for Endor more than Caravan of Courage, but that's just me. Although Caravan of Courage is more tonally, theme-wise, it feels more Star Wars-y. They started across the lawn. Let's check the inn first, Nancy proposed. Maybe Helen's there. The grounds seemed eerie in the moonless night as the couple walked quietly, beaming their flashlights ahead of them. They circled the inn. The place was completely dark, with the exception of the tiny night light in the main lobby. Nancy suggested they try all the doors. If one of is unlocked, it may mean Helen is inside. The front, rear, patio, and kitchen doors were securely bolted from the inside. Perhaps Helen couldn't sleep and went for a walk near the river, John suggested. Quickly, he and Nancy went to the waterfront. Starting with the area near the door, they proceeded along the bank, calling Helen's name. As they came to the lilac grove, John said, I don't think... He was interrupted by a low moan which came from beyond the lilac bush. The couple hurried toward it, with Nancy focusing the beam of her flashlight on the ground. Helen! She exclaimed in horror. Quickly, Nancy and John knelt beside Helen. John held the flashlight while Nancy made a rapid examination. Helen's pulse was normal, but there was an ugly lump on the back of her head. John looked grim as Nancy chafed Helen's wrist. She must have been struck by a blunt instrument, he said. Helen's eyelids flickered open. I don't know how to chafe somebody's wrists. I guess I missed that when I wasn't being a Girl Scout and learning first aid. Hey, Chihiro. I'm good. How are you? We are just chilling. We're just having a low-key night reading a Nancy Drew book. This is Nancy Drew Mystery Stories number 4. This one came out in 1930. Yeah. This is Mystery at Lilac Inn, which is a very near and dear book to me because it was the one that my grandmother gave me for what I think, if my memory is correct, was my 6th birthday, and it started my whole lifelong love, passion, obsession with Nancy Drew and collecting Nancy Drew and just being a huge fangirl. So I dropped my phone and panicked, not over breaking it, but the germs it could get. LOL. I was going to ask if you're getting enough sleep, but I unfortunately knew the answer already. I have not been getting what I would consider to be enough sleep. I'm working on it though. We're managing it. It was my work schedule has been crazy. It's been messing up my sleep schedule, and then I was sick, and so my sleep schedule was just abysmal. And so we're trying to kind of get it to more on a normal track. Not going to bed too early, not going to bed too late, that kind of thing. John being a creeper. John, I don't know what to think of John. I genuinely don't remember who is guilty at the end of this. I remember plot points. I don't remember if John is suspicious or not. John is just annoying to me. I feel like is either on purpose or just a byproduct of the fact that this was a very feminist book series, whether people liked that or not in 1930. So, I don't know. This is before they hadn't even invented Ned yet, so... I'm sorry you dropped your phone, and I also very much get the whole germs. What germs are on the floor, germs. a bizarre dream a few nights ago, and I wonder what the meaning behind it is. Ooh, dreams are so fascinating to me. I've had night terrors and issues with sleeping my whole life. I find all that stuff fascinating. Your brain does some really interesting things when it's left to its own devices. How many pages is this book? They're usually 180 when it's like, yep, 180 exactly. Shave your wrists. Where was I? She must have been struck by a blunt instrument. Poor Helen. Helen's eyelids flickered open. For a moment, the girl looked terrified, then smiled feebly as she recognized John and Nancy. What happened? She murmured. Don't talk, Nancy said soothingly. But Helen insisted upon sitting up. Oh, my head, she groaned and leaned against Nancy. A few minutes later, the injured girl was able to talk. She exclaimed about leaving the cabin and walked toward the lilac grove, then told of the strange figure in which she had seen. In white she had seen. There you go. Helen described the long, translucent robe the figure had worn. The last thing I saw was that ghostly figure waving her arms back and forth as if signaling to someone. Then I was struck on the head and blacked out. Don't talk any more now, said John as Helen sighed wearily. We'll go back to the cottage and Nancy will put you to bed. John carried Helen and with Nancy's guiding light headed toward the cottage. And anybody else's mom watch Guiding Light as a kid? Because mine did, and now the theme song is in my head. They had hardly started when the trio was startled by a loud boom. It seemed to come from the direction of the cottages. That sounded like an explosion, cried Nancy. She broke into a run. John, carrying Helen, followed as fast as he could. A moment later, Nancy heard a crackling noise and smelled smoke. John, Nancy cried in horror, look, our cottage is on fire. The young people stared ahead in dismay. Tongues of orange-red flames were indeed shooting upward from the girls' cottage. Good Lord. The trio could already feel the heat from the blaze. We'll have to douse it, John said tensely. The whole row will burn down if we wait for the fire department. Helen insisted she was strong enough to walk. I can help. John raced to the side of the inn where the extension water hose was attached. Get the buckets near the kitchen door, he shouted to the girls. They dashed toward the inn, and the same time the hall lights came on and the front door was flung open. Emily, Maud, and Mrs. Willoughby, dressed in robes. Oh, we have a 2-page spread. I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is Nancy and John carrying Helen, who's like, oh, my head. Poor Helen. And they're looking at the cottage that is now on fire. Dressed in robes rushed out. Behind them was Mr. Daly carrying a Revolutionary War musket. Each group was amazed to see the other, but Nancy took no time asking questions. Our cottage is on fire, she announced. Soon everyone joined in, tossing bucket after bucket of water from a garden spigot to the blaze. John played a steady stream from the hose. Gradually, the blaze was reduced to embers. Glad we saved the other units anyhow, John said, glancing to the ruined guest cottage. Too bad you girls lost all your clothes. But saved our lives by not being in the cottage, Nancy remarked grimly. How did the fire start? What caused the explosion? Emily asked, explaining that she and the others had been awakened by the noise. I believe, Nancy said gravely, it was caused by a time bomb which someone placed in our cottage before we went to bed. A ticking sound woke me. I thought it was my clock. Her listeners were shocked. Mrs. Willoughby grew deathly pale as Maud shrilled. There must be a lunatic loose around here. Okay, so the person in this book that is trying to kill Nancy, by the way, they have stolen her identity in a very old-timey way because they stole her charge plates, but they've tried to kill her twice so far. Once by throwing a literal spear at her while she was diving, like old school fishing style. And then the second way was they literally blew up her cottage, and by happenstance, she wasn't there when it happened. Jesus. A musket. It will take 10 to 15 minutes to load between shots. Very unpractical. Yes, very good idea, Mr. Daly. That's exactly the weapon I would have picked. True. Dreams are sometimes just dreams. But it is interesting to think about your brain and its subconscious and what it does. Funny story. Hi, Texas. Welcome back. For having bad luck, just hire a hitman, right? Some hitman's really working overtime. I hope they've got a good paycheck coming in for all the extra work they're having to put into this kill. Jesus, that's terrible. Why I say, do you guys understand now that we've read a few Nancy Drew books, or any of them, why I'm always fascinated by people who are just like, oh, Nancy Drew's boring, because it's like, oh, you haven't read a Nancy Drew book. They're unhinged. Remember the time Nancy almost got harpooned to death? In the intro of Dallas, they do a flyover of Dallas and place around it. Their Golden Towers, Office 75. Hi, Ellery. Finished doing a virtual escape room mystery box thing. Ooh, my D&D group, because we didn't feel up to D&D today. Oh, that sounds fun. Congratulations. Always wanted to do one of those. Nancy, to catch you up to speed, her identity has been stolen. Somebody's pretending to be her. Diamonds have been stolen from her friend. Meanwhile, they're out of this inn. She almost got harpooned to death. And then also, I always forget that I can't put my pinky down without this finger. Fourth thing, she almost was in an explosion because her cottage literally blew up. We drive my husband nuts and drives him extra nuts. They're there in the intro. Oh, that's funny. Sounds like my mom. Anything but boring. My mom is just like, that's not Philadelphia, that's clearly Atlanta, when we're watching Stranger Things. Convince them to read Goosebumps. Yes. You have kids, read them Goosebumps. I would also say read Nancy Drew, read Hardy Boys. All of those things I think they stand the test of time. I mean, the super old things have some outdated language, but like you can teach them that those things are outdated. Okay, sorry. I'm already on page 80, so I'm making good time, but I'm distracting myself, so sorry. It was very fun. 10 out of 10 recommend. Cool. That's very fun. Is the Nancy Drew book The Clue in the Clock an actual book or just a joke from The Simpsons? I believe it's a play off Secret of the Old Clock, which is the first Nancy Drew book ever written. Number 1 in the first series. Shiny and bling. This way home in summer. Oof. To yourself. That's fun. Okay, sorry. Anyway, we're about halfway done with this book. I'm just gonna say screw it and read the whole thing so that we can do Sailor Moon tomorrow. Where was I? It's Maud shrilled. There must be a lunatic loose around here. For once, Nancy was inclined to agree with her. Nancy does not like Maud. We don't like Maud. Maud is annoying. The young sleuth added that, of course, nothing could be determined until daylight when the ruins would be examined. The exhausted group, I just heard something fall, and I'm like, do I need to go investigate what that was? Was it just a cat? It's probably fine. The exhausted group went back to the inn. Nancy and Helen, Emily said, I feel terrible about this whole thing. Mrs. Willoughby, too, expressed her regret. At least some of the loss will be covered by our fire insurance, she added. Nancy smiled and nodded, then started to relate Helen's startling experience just before the fire. When Nancy came to the part about the woman in the white robe, Emily shivered. I don't believe in ghosts, she averred. But Mary Mason probably saw this person. That is what she said. Why she said Lilac Inn was haunted. Nancy suddenly noticed how pale Helen was and suggested she get to bed at once. Oh yeah, and then somebody knocked out Helen with some kind of blunt object, so Helen's down for the count. More or less. Oh yes, said Emily. Nancy and Helen take the front second floor bedroom. I'm not very spatially aware. Front second floor. Okay. Nancy noticed that Mr. Daly still clutched the ancient musket. With a sheepish smile, he said, shortly before the explosion, I thought I heard someone prowling around outside. I grabbed this old musket. Guess it's been here since the inn was built. It's not loaded, but I figured it might scare away an intruder. Very, very, very brave, Mr. Daly. John grinned. Nancy and I were your prowlers, he explained. That they had tried all the doors in their search for Helen. The woman and girls started upstairs. John and Mr. Daly, carrying the musket, said they would stand guard for the rest of the night. As Emily showed Nancy and Helen to their rooms, she said firmly, this awful experience has made me decide to call the police first thing in the morning. Oh, Emily, thank goodness, Helen exclaimed in relief. If there is some kind of maniac loose at Lilac Inn, you'll be doing the right thing. Yeah, Helen, I'm not big on the police or anything, but, like, when somebody is, like, when shit's, like, repeatedly going down at your very recluse residence, maybe call somebody. We won't be in chat much tonight, because I had a long 2 days of work. On the upside, overtime. No worries. We appreciate you being here in any capacity you feel able to be. Sorry you had to work, but glad you have overtime. Overtime money is always good. Area is completely in the middle of nowhere in the intro. That's funny. Uh-oh. What sad face? What happened? Oh, is it? That honestly could just be for Helen. That could be for anything. Sorry. I tend to get a little bit left behind when I look up at chat. I'm like, wait, what happened in chat? And cops, there's a psycho on the loose. Basically, I went in an hour early yesterday to help cover for someone who called out and stayed a half hour past to finish mopping and stocking the vending machine after closing, then open today. Oof, that sounds like a lot. I'm sorry. There is some kind of maniac on the loose at Lilac, and you'll be doing the right thing. Emily stepped closer to the girls. When the police arrived, she whispered, I'd appreciate if you still don't mention the diamond theft. Her friends, though surprised, promised not to say a word about it. You see, Emily went on softly, it's not for my sake, but Aunt Hazel's. I can't explain any more right now. You go to bed. I'll call you if I need you. Nancy and Helen were too polite to ask further questions. Nevertheless, Nancy fell asleep wondering about Emily's request. When the young sleuth awoke in the morning, her first thought was of the bomb. When had it been planted? While she was skin diving? The person who placed the bomb might have been seen by someone connected with the inn, Nancy speculated. Helen awoke just then, and Nancy asked how she felt. Fine, except for a slight headache. Helen shuddered. Last night seems like a terrible dream. A few minutes later, Emily knocked on the door with clothes for Helen and Nancy to borrow. While they dressed, she reported that a trooper from the Benton State Police Barracks would be over shortly to inspect the burned cottage. John checked the lilac grove at daybreak, she added. There were lots of footprints at various sizes, but no sign of any suspicious person. Maybe I was dreaming I saw the ghost, Helen said. She felt the back of her head, but this bump is real. The three girls went down to breakfast. John, Mrs. Willoughby, and Maud were already at the table. No other guests were in the room. Nancy gave her order to Anna. At a nearby table, the waitress Jean Holmes, I keep wanting to say Jean, but then I remember it's a girl and her name is Jean. Jean Holmes was arranging flowers in a copper vase. The girl smiled shyly at Nancy, picked up the bowl, and walked towards the bay window. As she started to place the flowers on the wide sill, Jean gave a startled cry. Ah! She dropped the bowl. That was my startled cry. Do you like it? Scattering flowers and water on the floor. Everyone at the table stared out the window. Two men were peering in. Nancy recognized them and jumped to her feet in surprise. It's either going to be like her dad and somebody else. But, yeah, money good. Oh, for Ellery, yes. I was saying 30 minutes late again today because we needed to cover while they train the new cashier on the new truck protocols. Oof, sounds like a lot. Empathy is appreciated. Yeah, that sucks. I'm really sorry, man. That's annoying. On the River Kwai. I don't think I've ever read that. Just like, that's one of those books, and a lot of the books that we've been reading I haven't read previously, but like this one I have. The Nancy Drew ones, not all the time, but oftentimes, at least a long time ago, I've read them. But yeah, I've never read that one. I'll look into it. I missed that. I was yelling at people to go. Like, oh no, yeah, there was a straight up bomb. Like Nancy's bungalow, that was the last Nancy Drew mystery. Her cottage at the inn that she and Helen were staying in just blew up. It was a time bomb. Like exhausting. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, joking. I know you're joking. Although I should probably just to be able to say I read it, read it on my own time at some point. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like I've made money, but at what cost, you know? I'm glad you got through that though. Okay, chapter 10, Blue Pipes. The unexpected sight of the two men peering through the dining room window had startled Nancy, but in a happy way. She recognized the observers as her father and the state trooper, Lieutenant Bryce. Dad! As Gina... Oh, yeah, and for those who missed it, there's this annoying lady named Maud who's, like, really bitchy, but she does at one point just straight up say to Nancy, I can't wait to meet your father. I hear he's a widower. And honestly, mood, Maud. I get you. I see where you're coming from. Everybody loves Carson. As Jean apologized for her clumsiness and went to the kitchen for her broom and mop, Nancy hurried to the hall. She greeted her tall, handsome father and the officer who had come to her rescue when her car was forced into the ditch. Nancy, are you all right? Was Carson Drew's first question. Oh, just fine, Dad. What a nice surprise to see you. She kissed him affectionately. With a smile, she added, I didn't expect to see you so soon, See you again so soon, Lieutenant Bryce. The officer grinned. He explained that he had been assigned to investigate the cottage fire. Oh yeah, she knows the lieutenant because when she got run off the road, because of course that also happened in this book. We're like 84 pages in. He was the officer that helped her not die, I guess. Mauda's a thirsty Karen. Yes, it's a wonderful way to put it. Consistently sleep at most 5 hours between my Monday shift and my Tuesday shift. I'm so sorry. When I was working on set, and it's why I'm super grateful to be working home currently. When I was working on set, I literally would sleep like, I don't know, like 4 hours and then get back up and we'd do like 16-hour days, get home, sleep for a handful of hours, and then go right back out. sometimes you'd have just weeks of overnight shoots on end, so you got completely nocturnal, which is just not good for you. Um, when he arrived at Lilac Inn, he had met Carson Drew, who had just driven up. The two men were completing a quick tour of the grounds when they passed the dining room and looked in. Mr. Drew chuckled. I thought I'd surprise you, Nancy, but I didn't expect to scare that waitress. So many upsetting things have happened here, Dad. Nancy said, I guess everyone is a bit nervous. Mr. Drew said that until he had met the officer in the parking lot, he had heard nothing of the trouble at Lilac Inn. The lieutenant mentioned, well, you should have seen it coming because your daughter is basically Typhoid Mary, but with crime. The lieutenant mentioned last night's explosion and the fire here. Then he asked if I were the father of Nancy Drew, who had the accident on the side road to Benton. Poor guy is so tired. You haven't talked to Hannah? Nancy asked. No, I came directly here. Mr. Drew put an arm around his daughter. I'm concerned about you. I'm all right, Dad, Nancy insisted. Really, I am. By the way, have you talked to Chief McGinnis? Yes, that's another reason I came here, her father said. I had to phone him on a legal matter. He told me that you found the charge plate and the envelope with your name on it. By the way, there was no helpful prints on either the plate or the envelope. Nancy decided to wait before telling her father the other mysterious incidents, and now suggested that the men come into the dining room to breakfast. She made the necessary introductions. The Willoughbys and Mr. Drew were well acquainted and exchanged warm greetings. Maud fluttered her eyelashes. So you're the famous criminal lawyer, she said coyly. Criminal lawyer. Criminal lawyer. I think that's old-timey way of saying he's a district attorney. Or maybe he's a defense attorney. I can never remember what kind of law Carson does. Carson Drew did not like flattery, but nodded politely. He congratulated Emily on her forthcoming marriage. When the men had finished eating, Nancy and her friends went with them to see the burned cottage. Emily told Lieutenant Bryce everything that had happened, but excluded the diamond theft. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and then said, All could be malicious pranks not connected with the explosion. On the other hand, they could very well be part of some big scheme. When the group reached the site of the burned cottage, they found John there. Nancy introduced him to her father and the police officer. After Lieutenant Bryce had probed the ruins of the cottage, Nancy and her friends gave him and Mr. Drew a full account of the previous night. Night's events. When he heard of Helen's experience, Mr. Drew looked grave and suggested she return home. Helen shook her head. I can't desert Nancy. The young sleuth smiled gratefully. Helen's great. Secretly, he longed to tell her father the rest of the story. The trip to Benton, the diamonds turning up in her purse, the faked message from John, and her skin-diving adventure. But all these, Nancy realized, were related to Emily's stolen gems. Finally, Lieutenant Bryce announced, I've found fragments of what I am positive was a time bomb you heard ticking, Miss Drew. I'll send an explosive expert to verify this, however. Carson turned to his daughter. Nancy, I wish I could stay here and help you work out this mystery. Unfortunately, I have to return to River Heights and review highly important evidence for a case I'm to try next week. Yeah, that definitely sounds, if he's saying he's trying a case, I mean, that implies to me that he's a district attorney. Putting the bad guys behind bars, if you will. But keep me posted. I will, Dad. In fact, I may see you if I do some sleuthing near home as I planned. Before leaving, Mr. Drew asked if Nancy had come upon any leads to her impersonator. Nothing definite, Dad, was all Nancy could in truth reply. The attorney then advised Emily to engage a guard to stand night duty. I can recommend an excellent man, he said. His name is Carl Bard. Emily agreed, and Mr. Drew went inside the inn to telephone him. He returned shortly and said Mr. Bard would report there later. Fine, said Lieutenant Bryce, and I'll have a squad car patrol the inn frequently. I suggest that no one venture out alone, especially at night, until this case is broken. Goodbyes were exchanged, and Nancy stood waving her father as he drove off. Meanwhile, Helen and Emily had started for the patio. As Nancy hurried after them, she came to the tool shed. John had investigated it, but Nancy wondered if she might find some clue he had overlooked. The door was open. She went inside. Spades, hoes, rakes, and other similar equipment lined the walls. Nancy studied the array. Just ordinary garden tools, she mused. Then suddenly she noticed a pad of notepaper lying on a bench. Nancy picked it up and turned the pages, which contained various notations for the gardeners. One item on the third page and a different kind of printing from the other instructions read, prune blue pipes near grove. Blue pipes, thought Nancy as she tore out the sheet. Now, what does that mean? Could this possibly be a code message or a signal? I'll ask the gardeners. She left the shed and began to look for the men. The only man in sight was Gil, who was cutting the lawn with a power mower. She went up and, attracting his attention, asked him, "Can you tell me what blue pipes are?" "Never heard of them," Gil replied laconically. I'm saying that right. Question, Nancy said. Would you have any idea who used one of the inn's canoes yesterday afternoon? For a moment, Gil's eyes narrowed. Then he briskly replied, no. He had not been near the dock all day. Mr. John asked me the same thing. Well, I got work to do, he muttered. Well, John probably pissed him off, so maybe that's why he doesn't like us. And quickly resumed his mowing. Nancy walked meditatively. I can never say this word. Meditatively toward the inn. If Gil doesn't know what blue pipes are, that message might well be a code phrase. It occurred to her that perhaps Mr. Daly would be able to explain the term. Nancy went inside and found the elderly gentleman in his office going over receipts. He looked up as she knocked and entered. Good morning, Nancy. Sorry I missed the meeting your father. Mr. Daly admitted that he had been wearied by his all-night vigil and had gone to his room to rest. Briefly, Nancy smiled understandingly and told him briefly of Lieutenant Bryce's investigation. Mr. Daly looked grave. If all this danger continues, I'm going to insist that Emily and Dick sell the inn. A nice young couple shouldn't start marriage under such circumstances. I agree, but the person responsible for the trouble here must be caught. You're right, Nancy, Mr. Daly said. I mustn't lose hope so easily. The young sleuth asked then, Mr. Daly, can you tell me what blue pipes are? Mr. Daly chuckled. Of course, my favorite subject matter is blue pipes, or lilacs. You mean that blue pipes are lilacs? Nancy inquired with interest. Yes, the ancient name of the lilac was blue pipe tree, a reminder of the time when pipes were made of its wood. See here? Mr. Daly reached into a drawer of his desk and handed Nancy a half-finished tobacco pipe. Carving is my hobby. I'm making this pipe from the wood of a fallen tree limb right here at Lilac Inn. Why, it's beautiful. Nancy held up the pipe, admiring the delicate stem. At the moment, Jean Holmes passed the office. She paused and looked in. Nancy greeted her, but the waitress barely answered. Her eyes were riveted on the pipe in Nancy's hand. Isn't this a handsome pipe, Jean? Nancy said pleasantly. Mr. Daly made it. Oh, very, Jean nodded and hastened into the dining room. To Nancy, it seemed that the waitress had acted almost frightened. Why? Mr. Daly seemed not to have noticed. He went on to tell Nancy some interesting facts about lilacs, the old-fashioned lavender-colored blossom and its white companion, so well known in America, originally came from Bulgaria, Hungary, and Romania. Romania. Am I stupid? This is spelled Romania with a U. Is that a country that I don't know existed, or did they mean Romania? I have questions. Maybe I'm just dumb. But the double lilacs of pink, red, and purple, like those in the grove, were developed by horticulturists. The French developed the Lucy Baltet variety, the same as the stolen tree, Mr. Daly said sadly. Many beautiful lilacs are named after famous French people such as Joan of Arc. You're certainly an expert of every aspect of lilacs, Nancy complimented him as Mr. Daly paused. Modestly, Mr. Daly admitted he had studied the subject intensively. He himself had planted most of the lilacs at the inn. They are considered a flower of mysterious power in the West Indies, he said solemnly. Some people there believe that the perfume keeps away ghosts and evil spirits. A lilac tree is often planted near the front door so its branching can act as protection against evil spirits entering the house. Interesting. Nancy now pulled the sheet with the blue pipe notation from her pocket and passed it to Mr. Daly. Do you know anything about this? She asked. He glanced at it and said, no, and I write out all the instructions for the gardeners. I never used the term blue pipe, so they wouldn't know what it meant. Have you any idea who might have written this? Nancy asked. None whatever, and I can't figure out what it means. Besides, it's not time to prune lilacs. Have you a theory? And Nancy's like, a game theory. Sorry. I'm not sure, except I have a hunch it's connected with the strange happenings at Lilac Inn and the code message. I hope I can figure it out. Nancy pocketed the sheet and left the office. Nancy, deep in thought, she almost bumped into Emily. Oh, where's Detective Drew headed? The young sleuth laughed, then showed Emily the sheet. Do you know who printed this strange notation? Emily stared at the message for several seconds. Finally, she said, no, but the printing looks familiar. Think hard and don't keep any secrets, Nancy urged. This may be the turning point in solving the mystery. Staring into space, Emily sought desperately for an answer. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers. I have it! The waitress who left here so suddenly. She used to print all the orders she took. I mean, Mary Mason. Let's take a break for a second. We have crossed the halfway threshold. Getting towards the end. Romania when I googled it. Made up country for the book like Genovia, but they listed like Bulgaria and like other countries, so I was just confused. But I don't know. Romania is how I hear it too. Yeah, no, I see it in my brain as Romania, but it's like they pronounced it, or they spelled it like rum and then mania. What's happening? I hit button, I'm back. That was an ordeal. Oh, trust me. If anybody knows about dealing with your computer and just being like, why? It's me. The fun of filming in Georgia. The fun of living in Georgia. They're always filming something. Well, now, and I'm grateful for the work that I've had. I mean, I don't work on set currently, but when I was doing it, I'm grateful for the work. Grateful that my friends are getting work. Can you guys hear it though? Like, they have to surely be wrapped by now. But like a little while ago, not very long ago, you could hear it, maybe. Because I could hear it, so. The camera or the mic was picking it up, but this time, good night, Texas. But also, Nancy lives in a fake city, so I mean, true. That's true. It was interesting. Genovia, Genovia. I don't know the rest of the words either. But I do love that movie. The first and second one. The second one is such an underrated sequel. I will fight this fight for the rest of my life. All right. A tip from a waitress. Chapter 11. Mary Mason again? Exclaimed Nancy. That settles it. I'm going to River Heights at once and talk to Mrs. Ernest Stonewell, the woman for whom she used to work. Nancy decided to tell Helen her plan, so the two girls went onto the patio where she was reading. Nancy revealed her latest findings and told of her purposed trip. Want to come? She asked Helen. No, thanks, Helen chuckled. You work better alone. Oh, poor Helen. What a clue is that this is. Maybe you'll come back with the mystery solved. Don't count on that. Nancy smiled. Where is everybody? John's at the burned cottage with the explosives expert. Mrs. Willoughby and Maud are upstairs. Nancy leaned toward Emily and said in a low voice, I hope you won't mind my asking, but does Maud Potter have anything to do with you not reporting the diamond theft? Emily sighed. Well, yes. You've probably sensed, Nancy, that she seems to have some sort of influence over Aunt Hazel. Helen's eyes grew wide. You mean Maud's sort of blackmailing her? The bride-to-be looked unhappy. I'm really not sure. And Nancy conjectured, you're afraid Maud has some knowledge of the diamonds that may involve your aunt if the theft is publicized. That's the feeling I have. Before the girls could discuss the matter further, Maud herself came onto the patio. She sank into a chair. Having a conference? She asked sweetly. Yes, Emily replied promptly. Nancy's going on a sleuthing trip to River Heights. Oh, Maud's eyelids flickered. You have what they call a hot clue, she asked Nancy. I hope so, replied the young sleuth calmly. Will give my regards to your dad if you see him, Maud said airily. Nancy rose. I'd better get started. I'll pick up more clothes for you and me, Helen. She laughed. Then we can return yours, Em. Suddenly, the group became aware that Jean Holmes, dressed in street clothes, stood in the doorway. She smiled timidly and said, Miss Drew, I heard you say that you're going to River Heights. I need a few things I left in my room I shared in town with a girlfriend. She turned to Emily and asked permission to accompany Nancy and get them. All right, Emily said. I trust you'll return in time to serve supper. Oh, yes, Mrs. Willoughby. I'll take the afternoon bus back. Nancy told Emily she herself probably would be back by evening. We'll be on pins and needles until then, Helen said. Just before Nancy and Jean reached the convertible, Emily caught up to them. Drawing Nancy aside, she whispered, I've been thinking, will you tell your father about my diamonds and the other incidents? Perhaps he can give you helpful advice, but please ask him to say nothing to the police unless there's no other way out. Nancy was delighted. She would feel much better if she could discuss the aspect of the case with her father. I guess they just told him all the other stuff, but not the diamond thing. In a few minutes, she and Jean were headed for River Heights. Although Nancy had lost her handbag with wallet and driver's license in the fire, Mr. Drew had obtained special permission for her to drive until the new license was mailed. The 30s were wild. Fortunately, he had a key to her car in his key case and left it with her. I love that the writer thought about all of this and was like, wait, these are plot holes. I gotta fill in those plot holes. Lovely convertible, Jean spoke up. Nancy smiled as the car rode smoothly past farmland and woods. Where did you work before coming to Lilac Inn, Jean? She asked. Many different places, the girl replied. Florida in the winter sometimes, and in the summer I come north. Later, as they neared River Heights, the waitress said abruptly, Miss Drew, I had another reason for asking to ride with you. I wanted to tell you someone at the inn is trying to make trouble for you. Yeah, I put that together, Jean, but what specifically? They blew up her cottage, and then they tried to harpoon her. Not in that order. What do you mean? Nancy asked as they reached the outskirts of River Heights. Jean hesitated at first, then said she didn't want to be accused of spying. I think, she said finally, Mrs. Potter is up to something funny. Why? Jean revealed that twice she had seen Maud going into Nancy's room yesterday at the cottage and then at the inn this morning. Really? Nancy tried to appear nonchalant. At what times? Jean was vague. She said that she had arrived at the inn shortly before lunch the previous day. I was unpacking in my room, Jean went on. I looked out the window and saw Mrs. Potter enter your cottage. This morning, she continued, I was at the second floor linen closet when I heard footsteps. I looked down the hall in time to see Mrs. Potter lock your door. Nancy's mind raced. Was Maud directly implicated in the strange happenings at the inn? I hope so. I don't like this woman. For what purpose had she entered the girls' rooms? It struck Nancy as odd, however, that Jean would inform on the woman who helped her obtain a job. To the waitress, she merely said, "Thank you for telling me." You and Miss Corning were lucky that you weren't hurt in the cottage fire, Jean remarked. Yes, very lucky, Nancy replied. Evidently, Emily had said nothing to the servants about a bomb being the real cause of the blaze. Nancy asked Jean if she had ever met a girl named Mary Mason from Dockville. Mary used to work at the inn. Jean wrinkled her brow. No, although the name is familiar. Perhaps I once met a Miss Mason at one of the places I've worked. They were now entering the business section of River Heights. Jean asked Nancy to let her off in the center of town. I'm going to the opticians first, then I'll go to my girlfriend's. Nancy stopped near Burke's department store. Jean thanked her profusely and got out. The young sleuth drove to a nearby tea room for a quick snack. Then she continued on to Meadowbrook Lane in an attractive residence section. I guess tea rooms sound fancy, but in the 30s, they're where you go when you're a teen sleuth and need a quick snack. Okay. Where Mrs. Stonewell lived. Nancy soon spotted the number and stopped in front of an imposing Tudor-style home. Pretty. She hurried up to the front entrance and rang the doorbell. A maid answered. Nancy gave her the name and asked to see Mrs. Stonewell. The caller was requested to take a seat in the living room. A few minutes later, Mrs. Stonewell, attractively dressed in a tailored sports suit, stepped into the room with a gracious smile. She asked, "Is there something I can do for you, Miss Drew?" "Yes, Mrs. Stonewell, I'm trying to trace a girl named Mary Mason," Nancy explained. "I understand she worked for you." The woman's smile vanished. "Let's say I hired her, but I didn't get much work from Mary Mason. I discharged her after a month." She glanced at Nancy curiously. "You don't want to hire her?" "Oh, no," Nancy replied. "She has some information I need. Do you know Mary's home address?" "No, she lived in while working for me," said Mrs. Stonewell. "I do remember she occasionally visited a brother in Dockville. Whether or not she is living there, I can't say, nor do I know the street address." "One more question," Nancy said. Did you ever miss anything while Mary was working for you?" "Not that I know of." Nancy thanked Mrs. Stonewell and departed. She decided that when she returned to Lilac Inn later that day, she would go by way of Dockville. Her next stop was Helen's house. Nancy reassured Mrs. Corning, who had read about the fire, of Helen's well-being. Mrs. Corning, oh, her poor mother. No one phoned her mom. It was just like, "Mom, I'm fine. That silly goofy fire didn't get me." "Nancy," Mrs. Corning said, "the newspaper didn't state how the fire started. I suppose the usual carelessness, someone tossing away a lighted match." Nancy, inwardly relieved, replied that this was always a possibility. She did not mention the time bomb. Yeah, you don't mention time bombs to mothers. "Hi, Anton." Mary and Perry Mason. Sounds like some Stanley Marvel naming convention, right? With additional clothes for Helen in her car, Nancy drove home. She found that Mr. Drew was out for an afternoon in connection with his case. When Hannah heard Nancy's account of the fire, she exclaimed, "Even on a pleasure trip, Nancy, Danger follows you. She looked at the girl knowingly. And what about this twin of yours? Has she followed you to Lilac Inn? Hannah, you're becoming a detective, Nancy accused fondly. Seriously, she added, you guessed it. She even managed to fool a friend of Emily's fiance who stayed out there, but she vanished again. Hannah sighed. I'll certainly be glad when she's caught. I hope to do that soon, Nancy stated. After I pack some clothes, I'm going sleuthing in Dockville. She explained about tracing Mary Mason. That's a terrible place, Hannah cried worriedly. Oh dear, I'd better go with you. What happened to Hannah in Dockville? Jesus. Don't worry, said Nancy. I'll be safe in the daylight. When Dad gets back, please tell him where I've gone. Nancy quickly packed a suitcase. She also took along a spare set of skin diving gear. Then, before leaving, she wrote her father a note telling the details of the jewelry theft. When she reached Dockville later, Nancy glanced about in dismay. She was confronted with row upon row of dingy tenements in which one did the suspect's brother live? Nancy stopped her convertible and inquired of a stout woman who she could find a family by the name of where she could find a family by the name of Mason. The woman shook her head, evidently not understanding English. I'll try another block, Nancy decided, and turned into a winding, narrow street, which led along to the riverfront. She decided to inquire again and pulled up to the curve. She was about to alight when she glanced the rearview mirror. Directly behind her was a red panel truck. It looked exactly like the stolen vehicle which had forced her off the road. No one was in it, but the motor was running. Nancy turned her head to get a better look at the truck. At the same moment, she saw a large rock hurtling through the air towards her open window. Jesus Christ. Maud wants Nancy. Oh, God. Maud will take out Carson's daughter and all accompanying fangirls. There's like a fictional country called Romania. Could be a thing. Yeah. The rum capital of the world. We spoke the Princess. Wait, are they actually doing a Princess Diaries 3? We've already had this conversation, haven't we? Maybe we have, and my brain's just fried because it's late at night. Yes, manifest that shit. Ghostbusters 5 is filming right now in London, England. Is she related to Perry Mason? Did anybody watch the new, they like revamped Perry Mason, I think on Amazon Prime? It looked really good, but I never watched it and I never really heard anybody talk about it afterwards. Yes, but without Julie Andrews. Oh. Anna Gruen's Adventures in Dockville prequel series. When? Right? I need to find Nancy Drew on campus books, and I need to find the River Heights books that are just about, like, the other people of River Heights. It's a lesser-known part of the fandom. Rise of the Pink Ladies is coming soon. Oh my god. Okay, let's just keep on trucking. Chapter 12, Daring Plan. Bang! The rock struck the door of Nancy's convertible just as she ducked down. When Nancy cautiously raised her head a few seconds later, she looked all around to see if she could spot the rock thrower. No one was in sight. Nancy glanced into the rear view mirror again. The red truck had disappeared. Had the truck driver thrown the rock? If it had struck her, she would have been badly injured. She'd be lucky if she could just say she was injured. A peculiar coincidence at the least, Nancy thought. Quickly, Nancy climbed out and examined her car door. The rock had made a dent, but there was no further damage. She determined to continue her search. for Mary Mason and hailed a grocer's delivery truck which was coming down the street. When she asked the driver if he had seen the red truck, the man said no. Do you know where I might find someone here by the name of Mason? Nancy inquired. Yes, Bud Mason. He lives in the next block on 6th Street. The man replied, I've made deliveries there. It's number 12. The grocery guy knows everybody. He knows everything. Nothing gets past that guy. Which was, at one point, a very old-timey thing. Be like, yes, the grocer coming down the street with a truck. But since COVID, like, lots of people, including me, have groceries delivered. That new Perry Mason after I'm done. Yeah, it happened. I think it was made like a year or two ago. Yeah, they like did like a reboot, and it's like the trailers at least make the cinematography look very pretty. I know nothing about the actual show. So maybe it's good, maybe it's not. Song because Blues Brothers 2000. My dad and grandma love Perry Mason. There's mystery series on Hulu, but I don't want to pay for a sub. Yeah, it's a real Only Murders in the Building, really good. There aren't that many episodes, so if you can binge watch it, you could probably just get a free trial, binge it, and then cancel it, but or find it in a less than legal way. I'm not saying I'm telling you to do that, I'm just saying we all know that's an option. I have not found any River Heights. I was just saying I need to keep looking for it. Used to watch the old one. I'm sure I've watched the old one at some point. I'd want to do some videos at some point in the future. But like, what don't I want to do videos on? Amazon. I don't know why, but Hannah Gruen gives Alfred Pennyworth vibes, yes. Like mild and frail on the outside, and would on a live a bitch if need be. Oh yeah, she gives me it's like a combination of Alfred and Mrs. what's her name from DuckTales. Webby's grandmother. Nancy thanked him. She drove along the river and turned left on 6th Street. The houses here were in better condition than the others she had seen in Dockville. Number 12 was a white cottage with flowers bordering the front path. When Nancy rang the bell, the door was opened by a red-haired woman of about 35. She had clear-cut features and wore heavy makeup. She wore a snug-fitting lavender dress. Nancy introduced herself. I'm picturing like the stereotypical flapper because this was 1930, right? Nancy introduced herself and said she was looking for Miss Mary Mason, who had worked at Lilac Inn. You've come to the right address, the woman replied. I'm Mary. Come in. Thank you. Nancy entered a room furnished with comfortable leather furniture, books, and several pictures of nautical scenes. The woman eyed her caller cautiously. She invited Nancy to sit down and asked, what brings you here? Nancy explained that she was a friend of Emily Willoughby and was visiting at Lilac Inn. Miss Willoughby tells me you left behind the inn because the inn was haunted. You left because the inn was haunted, Nancy went on. Since then, she's been wondering what you meant. I said I'd try to find you and ask. Mary had listened attentively. Now she gave a high-pitched giggle. So, Miss Willoughby is getting scared. It's true. Lilac Inn is haunted. Mary proceeded to give Nancy a dramatic story of hearing footsteps at night when no one was around. She said that several times when she had been working late in the kitchen, a ghostly face had looked in the window. It's a spooky old place, Mary shuddered. I don't know how I stood it, but the grounds are so lonely and creepy at night. Besides, commuting to my brother's here was too long a trip. Nancy wondered if she were on the wrong track after all. Perhaps Mary left because of fright, and she wanted merely to find work closer to town. The young sleuth looked around. This is a pleasant home, she said. Have you always lived with your brother? Mary answered readily. No, just since I returned to Dockville 2 months ago. I worked down south during the winter and before that out west. I hadn't seen Bud for a couple of years. When I came back here, he suggested I get a job nearby. She paused. Say, Miss Drew, how did you know I was in Dockville? Nancy explained about her call on Mrs. Stonewell. Mary scowled. That fuss budget wanted a slave, not a maid. I was glad when she fired me. Jesus. Mary went on to say that after she left Lilac Inn, she had stayed here. I'm keeping house for Bud until I find a really good deal. Oh, by the way, Nancy said casually, the other day I found a note in the gardens. I understand you printed it. For a fraction of a second, Nancy was sure she detected a startled look on Mary's face. Then the former waitress laughed heartily. Oh, Miss Drew, isn't that funny? You should have found that. Then you knew lilacs are called blue pipes? Nancy asked. And what in the world did the message mean? After a short pause, Mary answered, I don't know. Someone asked me to write it. Who? I don't remember his name. I wasn't there. The ink, I don't think anybody can really see this on the camera, but the ink got real fucky on this particular line. It was like, oof. Looks like it was typed on an old-timey typewriter, which it probably was, but, you know. I don't remember his name. I wasn't there long, you know. Nancy went through the list of names, the gardeners, but Mary still insisted she did not remember who had asked her to print the message. Another thing, said Nancy, I phoned this house the other day and was told no, Mary Mason, who had worked at Lilac Inn, was here. Mary Mason blushed. I don't know who answered the phone. Around here, nobody calls me Mary. That's my business name. I'm Dottie May. My full name is Dorothy May. Dorothy Mary. I see, Nancy, said Nancy. Sorry. Mary stood up. Here, hate to rush you, Miss Drew, but I'm expecting company. She accompanied Nancy to the door. The young sleuth said goodbye and went to her car. She started the engine, glancing surreptitiously at the Mason's cottage. Nancy plainly saw the window curtain move as if somebody were standing behind it and watching her. I don't trust this lady at all. Do we trust this lady, chat? My favorite Oompa Loompa. Hi. Welcome. Plus budget. What an old-timey, like, I was gonna say swear. It's not even a swear. Just like a nickname for a not very nice person. My hair is, oof. My aunt's a hairdresser, and she's gonna be here in a couple weeks. I'm just like praying that I can make it long enough so that she can zhuzh the everything. Harry, they have 2 daughters named Sherry and Carrie and 2 sons, Larry and Barry. Mrs. Beakley. Yes, thank you. Mrs. Beakley is wonderful. That's a guy who knows another guy who knows sites you can watch it on. Yeah. Bad News Bears and a Zootopia novel. Ooh, Zootopia novel. Those all sound wonderful. Thank you, Patrick. Patrick has sent me so many wonderful things in the mail. Love Zootopia. Zootopia is really cute. As she drove away, Nancy reviewed the conversation. Mary Mason had seemed quite friendly and sometimes a bit flighty. Nancy reflected that Mary's explanation of the blue pipes note sounded logical, but that the woman's whole story had been overly glib. I don't know what that word means. She had, Nancy felt, not been entirely truthful. Why did she want to tell me who asked her to write the note about the blue pipes? Nancy's hands gripped the wheel. As a startling idea occurred to her, she's shielding someone. Or there was no someone and she just wrote the note and she doesn't want to tell you why. Blue pipes was being used as a signal, perhaps between persons at Lilac Inn and outside accomplice. Were Mary Mason and a gardener two of them? And could Maud possibly be a third member of the group? Were they responsible for the diamond theft? They're all familiar with the place, Nancy reasoned, and might have learned of the secret closet. If this were the case, she speculated the three might have other... Oh my god. Assistants. For instance, Nancy thought, the woman who bumped into me in Benton, whoever put the diamond in my purse, and the person who placed the bomb in our cottage. Nancy felt excitedly that her theory was worth following. She decided to return home and see if her father were there. When Nancy arrived, she was delighted to find Carson Drew at the desk in his study. The lawyer went over the whole case with his daughter, then shook his head in amazement. This is a many-sided case you've tackled, he remarked. I'm inclined to agree that the mystery at Lilac Inn, that's the name of the book, and your impersonator are linked together. That and the blue pipes, that blue pipes is a signal of some kind. Mr. Drew leaned forward in his chair. Of course, he said, Emily should report her entire story to the police. If Maud Potter does hold a threat over Mrs. Willoughby, she'll be dealt with by the law. Frankly, I'm more alarmed about the spear throwing and time bomb than any other angle to this case, Nancy, Mr. Drew said somberly. That is a real quote from a real Nancy Drew book. Hi, Toonimations. Make him a little hush. You do whatever feels right in your creative soul, Toonie. Again, I'm going to read this actual quote from a Nancy Drew book one more time just because it's hilariously ridiculous. Completely unhinged. I'm more alarmed about the spear throwing and time bomb than any other angle to this case, Nancy, Mr. Drew said somberly. You and Helen are in constant danger. Nancy said she realized this. I'll be on my guard every minute, she promised, and keep my eyes and ears open for any more blue pipe messages. The young detective went across the room to hug her father. Dad, it's so helpful to talk everything over with you. Mr. Drew looked at his daughter keenly. There's something else on your mind. Want to tell me? He had observed a troubled expression come over Nancy's pretty features. Now she replied, Yes, Dad. What's your impression of Sergeant John McBride? I think he's a fine, intelligent young man, Mr. Drew said, and seems to be quite taken with you, he teased. Nancy's face remained serious. I like him too, but, well, Helen had a feeling he's at the inn for some other purpose than just helping Em and Dick. Mr. Drew shook his head. Nancy, don't worry. John may have his own reasons for being at Lilac Inn, but I firmly believe he's not mixed up in any jewel theft. Well, I hope you're right, Dad, because if not, that's going to be embarrassing for you, Daddy Drew. He's just so wholesome and trusting for a lawyer. With a smile, Nancy said, You're such a good judge of character. I knew you'd relieve my mind. The lawyer then advised his daughter, despite Emily Willoughby's concern, to phone Chief McGinnis and tell him the whole story. He can use his own judgment on how to proceed. Also, he can dismiss the police guard at our home. Nancy put in the call and gave the chief a detailed report, including the appearance of the stolen red truck in Dockville. I'll notify the authorities there at once, he said. She inquired if there were police records of Dorothy, Mary, Dottie Mae, Mason, Maud Potter, or any of the gardeners at Lilac Inn. I'll check. When the officer returned to the phone, he said, No, Nancy, nothing. She promised to keep in touch and hung up. Then the girl's thoughts spun from subject to subject. Suddenly, a daring plan popped into her head. I'll try it, Nancy decided. Again, she picked up the telephone. This time, she dialed Lilac Inn. Emily answered. I think I'm making progress, Nancy told her friend. I may not see you until tomorrow morning. Will you explain to everyone? Of course, Emily then said happily that Dick had arrived. Her fiance had learned from the explosives expert that the cottage fire definitely had been caused by a time bomb. The police were still working on the case. Nancy's like, yeah, I knew that days ago. Nancy said goodbye and mentally rehearsed her plan. I've had sleuthing adventures before, she thought, but this will be the first time I impersonated a ghost. Dun, dun, dun. What tomfuckery has Nancy gotten herself into this time? Cameron, Nancy has been the attempted victim of a time bomb that blew up her cottage. A rock was thrown at her through her car window. Her best friend was knocked unconscious and left in the middle of a field. Diamonds of her other good friend had been stolen and replaced with fake glass diamonds, and Nancy was almost harpooned to death because somebody literally tried to harpoon her while she was snorkeling. She needs lifelock. Jesus, that's so funny. Spaceballs. I've never seen Spaceballs all the way through. I'm so sorry. Forgive me. All right, chapter 13. Dick has arrived. That got me. I know. I said at the beginning, I'm like, I'm sure the fact the faceless fiance's name is Dick is not going to cause any kind of entertainment in any way for the chat. I'm sure. The guard's mistake. When Nancy confided to her father the idea of impersonating the ghostly woman in the lilac grove, Mr. Drew looked dubious. I think it's risky, Nancy, and also, how do you know any of the gang is going to see you? I don't. I only hope so. But Dad, if I'm convincing enough, someone may call me by her name, and I may learn to whom she was signaling without raising suspicion. It's actually a very good plan. Good for you, Nancy. I mean, I expect nothing less of Nancy, but ooh. Reluctantly, Mr. Drew gave his consent. If anything goes wrong, scream as loudly as you can. I will, but I intend to do a good acting job, Nancy assured her father. Right after supper, she went to the attic and opened a storage trunk. From it, Nancy took out a white evening dress, long-sleeved and flowing. A further search disclosed a black wig she had once used at a costume party. And a transparent white scarf. Just the props I need, Nancy thought. Returning to her room, Nancy tried on the hairpiece. To her satisfaction, it completely hid her own hair. Next, she wired pocket-sized flashlights to the cuff of each sleeve of the gown. These provide a glowing effect, she thought. Nancy packed the wig and dress in her suitcase. Then she went downstairs and kissed her father and Hannah goodbye. I wish you weren't going back to Lilac Inn, Hannah fretted. Now, Hannah, said Mr. Drew, you know Nancy wouldn't give up any mystery until it's solved. He's like, you and I both know we can't talk shit, any kind of sense into her. He then requested his daughter to telephone him the next morning. Nancy, page 109, just for anybody wondering. Nancy promised and left the house. She reached Benton at 8 o'clock. Dusk was closing in, but it had to be considerably darker before Nancy could proceed to Lilac Inn. She took a side road out of town. Doris lives close to the inn, she recalled. I'll drop it in to see her. Presently, she drove into a dirt lane leading to the Drakes. Attractive white farmhouse. The Drake's attractive white farmhouse. She found Doris and her parents playing croquet on the front lawn. What a 1930s thing to do. They greeted her cordially. About time you came to call, Doris scowled teasingly. Nancy, any more news about your double? Well, yes, Nancy smiled. It turned into quite a mystery. I think I know. The package she will be focused on a specific book series, and it's related. movie. Let's see what it is. Oh, Chris, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. Paulo, thank you. Thrower. Okay, sorry, where was I? I was just talking to chat because chat is full of very nice people that I appreciate. Well, yes, Nancy smiled. It's turned into quite a mystery, which I'm trying to solve. I understand detective at work, Doris guessed wisely. Nancy then asked the Drakes if they knew a fisherman in the vicinity who wore his hair in a crew cut. They shook their heads. Does anyone own the dock between yours and the one at Lilac Inn? Nancy questioned. Mr. Drake replied that there was no house on the adjoining property. He understood the dock had been abandoned for years. By the time Nancy took her leave and drew near the inn, it was dark. She decided to park in the apple orchard. As the girl detective got out of her car, she felt raindrops. She took a plastic coat with attached hood from the trunk of her convertible and put it on. Do you mean a raincoat, narrator? Thank you. Then, carrying her suitcase, she dashed toward the inn. When she reached it, Nancy circled the building cautiously, not wishing to be seen by anyone. The old inn was ablaze with lights, and Nancy approached the recreation room as she heard dance music. She crept up to the shrubbery and peered in. Helen and John were dancing, and Emily's partner was a young man of medium build with reddish-brown hair and a rather serious expression. That sounded like Joe Hardy until he said serious expression. Must be Dick, Nancy surmised. She observed that Maud, Mrs. Willoughby, and Mr. Daly were talking in a far corner of the room. I'm glad they're having fun, Nancy thought, continuing around the inn. Pre-TV era was a wild era for America, wasn't it? There was no sign near the building of the guard her father had obtained. No doubt he was down near the river. Nancy walked to the guest cottages, hoping that one might not be locked. Nancy tried the doors and finally came to one that opened. Brr, she shivered, stepping into the chilly, damp room. Nancy's eyes quickly became accustomed to the gloom. The place had no furniture but a chair. I'll have plenty of time to get ready. The ghosts won't be out until the inn is dark. I may as well rest and go over my act, she thought, and sat down on the chair. I only hope my masquerade will bring results. The time crept by slowly, but finally Nancy saw 11:30. She looked out the window. The rain had stopped and a few stars twinkled above. All the lights in the inn were out. She noticed that John's cottage, too, was in darkness. That's funny. He must have come back, but I haven't heard any footsteps since I've been here, Nancy mused. Wonder where he is. She opened her suitcase and lifted out the dress and wig. She put them on and took a small flashlight from her handbag. Cautiously, the masquerader made her way to the lilac grove, taking care not to stumble over roots or twigs. As she drew near it, Nancy thought she heard the distant put-put-put of motorboat. There were only 2 putts. Book predates the commonality of raincoats. It does. That's fair. I'm not being very fair, I guess, to make that assumption. It is easy to forget, though, how... I mean, I've said 1,000 times that this is a book from 1930. It's just so hard to remember sometimes. That's an old fucking book. Oh, do I have a P.O. Box, Bernie? Yes, I do. I will put it in chat. Just let me get to the end of this. No, actually, I can put it in now. That's my address. For anybody who was curious. My public mailing address, not like my house, not like posting my house address online. Taking care not to stumble over roots or twigs. As she drew near it, Nancy thought she heard the distant putt-putt of a motorboat, but the sound soon faded away. An owl hooted nearby. The darkness beneath the overhanging trees seemed forbidding. Suddenly, Nancy felt panicky, but resolutely she put aside her fears. She clicked on the small flashlights attached to her sleeves and walked towards the spot where Helen had been struck. Dramatically, Nancy waved her arms back and forth. I wonder if someone will reply, she thought. At the same moment, she heard a noise in the underbrush. A small animal darted across her path, followed by the crunch of footsteps. Quickly extinguishing her light, Nancy ducked behind a tall lilac. The girl's heart pounded. A figure in glowing white moved slowly towards her hiding place. At this moment, the moon came out from behind a cloud, illuminating the grove. Nancy gasped. The other girl was in a long, trailing gown, but Nancy felt as though she were looking into a mirror. The young woman's face seemed identical to Nancy's, and she wore her tightened blonde hair in exactly the same fashion Nancy usually did. My impersonator, Nancy cried out involuntarily. The strange woman stopped abruptly. She scanned the area with her eyes. Nancy came to here's a picture of Nancy getting ready. The caption at the bottom says, I only hope my masquerade will bring results. I only hope my masquerade will bring results. There you go. Nancy came to a sudden decision. She would meet her twin face to face. Without hesitation, Nancy clicked on her lights and darted from behind the bush. She confronted the other figure in white. The young woman gave her a start of complete surprise upon seeing Nancy. Before either could say a word, heavy footsteps were heard approaching. The strange girl turned and fled. The next instant, Nancy's arm was seized by a man. Let go of me, she cried. The man relaxed his grip, and Nancy whirled around to face him. He was tall, husky, and wore slacks and a sports shirt. Who are you? She asked. I'm a guard, Carl Bard. That rhymes. I'm Carson Drew's daughter, Nancy, she said quickly. We must catch the young woman. She's an imposter, and she broke off. Carl Bard was staring at her in obvious disbelief. I don't see anybody else, only you, miss. But Mr. Drew told me his daughter is blonde. She's redhead, but, blonde, redhead, it changes. It varies from book to book. This is Nancy on the cover pretending to be the ghost impersonator, and this is the ghost impersonator pretending to be Nancy. So I always thought that was a fun, and you see the inn in the background, and no, I guess these are lilacs. I said I wasn't sure if they were before. They are. I don't know why I said that. I always thought this was a pretty good cover. Just it's got a very like spooky time vibe. It's pretty. I like the color scheme. It's very nice. In dismay, Nancy remembered the black wig she was wearing. Oh, this sort of a masquerade, she explained, snatching off the wig and hiding inside her sleeves. I'm visiting at Lilac Inn, and I know that my father suggested you come here. True, but I heard Miss Willoughby say Nancy Drew wouldn't be returning tonight. The guard's tone was still suspicious. Again, he gripped Nancy's arm. You'd better come to the inn with me. We'll find out who you are. Exasperated, Nancy cried out. You must believe me. There was another girl here. She escaped just before you saw me. She's a thief. The guard was adamant, and Nancy had no choice but to accompany him. My disguise certainly boomeranged, Nancy thought in disgust as she snapped off the flashlights in her sleeves. When they reached the inn, the guard rang the bell of the back door, which was closest. In a few minutes, Emily and Maud appeared, both in robes and slippers. Mr. Bard, is something wrong? Emily asked. After flicking on the outside light, I found this young woman, the guard began as he and Nancy stepped inside. Nancy Drew, Emily exclaimed. We didn't expect you until tomorrow. And all dressed up, too. Been to a dance? Maud asked curiously. Nancy noticed that the social director wore full makeup. Had she really been in her room, or could Maud Potter have been the person Nancy's double was to meet in the Grove? If so, Maud might have seen Nancy and returned to the inn before she was discovered. Before she was discovered. There you go. Thank you, Avery. Oh, thank you if you're willing to go to the trouble of sending us stuff that, you know, that's always very, very kind, and that support, especially as a small creator on this platform, does not go unnoticed, so thank you. Okay, we're almost done, guys. Maud might have seen Nancy and returned to the inn before she was discovered. Now Nancy flashed Emily a warning glance and answered, had an interesting date. Emily caught on quickly. She turned to Carl Bard. It's all right. This is Nancy Drew. The guard nodded. I'm convinced, but dude, stop being every cop in every piece of media ever and just being super unhelpful. Convinced, but before he also, I'm just picturing Paul Blart Mall Cop, which is a really funny thing to picture in the middle of this like 1930s scene. Like picture in 1930s Paul Blart. I'm convinced, but before he had a chance to say anything more, Nancy said with emphasis, I'll explain everything later. The man shrugged and said goodnight and left. Did you have a good time this evening, Nancy asked Emily with a twinkle. I always do, Nancy replied airily, for Maud's benefit. Just then a pleasant voice broke in. Somebody arriving at this late hour. Dick Farnham came forward to join them. Emily smilingly introduced her fiance to Nancy. I certainly appreciate all you've done to help us, Dick told Nancy. It's a lucky thing you came to Lilac Inn. Now we'd all better get some rest, Emily said, and everyone agreed. Nancy was first to reach the stairway. As she stepped up, her foot caught in the hem of her gown. She stumbled, and the black wig fell from her sleeve to the floor. Maud glared at it. She said disdainfully. Have you been up to some sleuthing trick? The secret of Nancy having masqueraded on the grounds was likely to be guessed at by this busybody. Oh dear. Oopsie daisy. Do you own a book called Ghost Hunters and the Incredibly Revolting Ghosts? I do not own that book. That sounds like a book that I would own, but that is not I don't own that book. The first Paul Blart is like the third best thing Kevin James ever done. It's true. This is reminding me of this one book I read when I was younger called 1-800-Dial-A-Ghost. Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard of that one either. This book was, I read this so many times as a kid. This was like the first Nancy Drew book I really owned because my grandmother gave it to me when I was like 6. This was the book that got me really invested in Nancy Drew because I'm certainly it was the first one I actually read. And so it's just like, I remember reading it so many times, but it's been so long. It's such a, like, nice, nostalgic experience for me to just reread it with you guys. A Chris Farley replacement. No shade to Kevin James, but I do I do think Chris Farley was just had better bits, but yeah, I know what you mean. Chapter 15, Earthquake Scare. Tired of being a blonde, Nancy? Maud asked sarcastically. Or are you the mysterious ghost of Lilac Inn? Emily, although at first surprised, sensed that Nancy had used the wig for a good reason. With a wink at Dick, she said, "Nonsense. I'll bet Nancy's date took her to a masquerade dance." The young sleuth was grateful for Emily's quick thinking. Nancy waited for another outburst from Maud, but none came. Instead, the unpleasant woman said in a bored tone, "I think masquerades are so childish. Well, I'm going to bed." She said goodnight and went upstairs. Ugh. Maud would, tell me that I swear too much in my videos and then, thumbs down all of my videos and then leave. And be mad that I talk about Bert and Ernie being gay. Anyway, I don't like Maud. Well, I'm going to bed. She said goodnight and went upstairs. Nancy now turned to the engaged couple. "Are you both too tired to stay up a little longer?" Dick grinned. "Not if I'm going to hear why one of Emily's pretty bridesmaids-to-be is masquerading as Cinderella. Tell me, Nancy." What about that with Cinderella, Dick? "The new style to wear flashlights on your dress sleeves?" "What?" Emily cried and examined Nancy's sleeves. "Why, Nancy, what on earth have you been up to?" "Can we talk someplace where we won't be overheard?" Nancy requested. Dick led the way to his office. Once inside, Nancy told of her sleuthing activities and experiences that day and night. "I'm glad you helped me along with that dance story, Emily. Only Dad and the guard and you two know where I've been." Dick spoke up earnestly. "You might be risking your life for us, Nancy. Lilac Inn isn't worth that." Nancy set her jaw. "I must outwit my impersonator before she outwits me. And if I do, I'm positive I'll solve the mystery and the mysteries of this place too." "Hard as hell, Nancy. Good for you." Dick nodded understandingly. He said Emily had told him of all the odd happenings at Lilac Inn. I also explained to Dick about my fear that Maud has some hold over Aunt Hazel, Emily said, adding that she hesitated to ask her aunt outright unless necessary. "Of course," Nancy said, "Mrs. Willoughby is upset as it is." Emily said grimly, "If I find out Maud is threatening my aunt, she'll regret it." The three young people started upstairs at once. Upstairs once more, sorry. On the way, Nancy asked if Mary Mason and the Gardners had brought references when they came to Lilac Inn. "Why, yes," Emily answered, "but at the time, Dick and I were so busy with work here, we didn't check them until later. They seemed all right." The trio said goodnight. Always a good plan. Don't check the references. The trio said goodnight, and Nancy entered her room. Helen was sleeping soundly and did not awaken. It seemed to the young sleuth that her own eyes had just closed when she was awakened by Helen calling her name frantically. "Nancy! Nancy, wake up! There's an earthquake!" "What?" Nancy sat up in bed. As she did, the startled girl noticed that her bed was indeed shaking slightly. "Quick!" Helen urged. "Let's get out of here before the ceilings fall down." As the girls ran to the hall, they met Dick, Emily, Mr. Daly, Mrs. Willoughby, and Maud. All cried out that they too had felt vibrations, which now had ceased. "This is very strange," Dick said. "This isn't earthquake territory." "Yeah, by my headcanon, there is somewhere near Vermont, so definitely not earthquake territory." On a hunch, Nancy suggested that they telephone the Benton State Police to find out if the tremors were widespread. Dick made the call and with the puzzled expression reported that apparently the disturbance was confined to Lilac Inn. Books I don't read anymore. Listen to this one. Oh no, that's okay. Honestly, I really do enjoy getting secondhand books. I really find it fun. I always say we adopt books into the home for misfit Avery's home for misfit books, especially if it's something you think I could cover on the channel. Not at all offended by getting used books. That's totally fine. Quoting directly from Wikipedia, Dial a Ghost is a 1996 children's novel written by Eva Ibbotson and illustrated by Kevin Hawkes. Nice. So yeah, never met a book I didn't like. You're willing to send it. I am willing to give it a home here. Where was I? I lost my place. Maud shrieks. The building's falling apart. We'd better get out of here. Go if you want to, Emily said sharply, but the shaking has stopped and the building is still intact. I'll make an investigation, Dick offered. There may be something wrong with the foundation. He suggested that Nancy and Mr. Daly accompany him to the cellar. The rest of you wait here. None of the three discovered anything out of the ordinary in the basement. Nancy smiled in relief. Instead of falling down, this building seems to be unusually sturdy. Mr. Daly, however, was extremely nervous. This has never happened before, he said. Dick, I strongly advise you to give up the inn. It's just not safe here anymore. Emily's fiance shook his head, saying he, like Nancy, was more determined than ever to solve the mystery at Lilac Inn. Okay, Dick's alright. He's pretty cool. The trio went back to the second floor and reassured the others. Are you all sure that you never felt a similar vibration before? Dick asked. Shaking like that used to happen to our house when a very heavy truck went by. Maybe that's what happened this time, Helen said philosophically. Let's go back to bed. Nancy was not convinced by this explanation. Remembering the explosion and fire caused by the time bomb, she wondered if someone had planted an explosive underground to try to destroy or at least weaken Lilac Inn. Nancy, said Helen when the girls were once more in bed, why did you change your mind and come back to the inn tonight? While she heard about Nancy's masquerade in the Lilac Grove and its results, she praised her friends. Next time, though, don't try such a risky thing alone, Helen scolded. Nancy was almost asleep when a sudden thought struck her. Why had the ghost been Titan-haired this time instead of brunette? When the girls went into the dining room the next morning, the other young people, Maud and Mrs. Willoughby, were already eating. Welcome back, Nancy, said John, grinning. How's my beautiful sleuthing skin diver? Ready to flip, jibed. I think I read that as gibbed earlier in the book. It's jibed, like a jibe. Okay. Jibed Nancy. I don't like John. I don't know why exactly, but I don't like him. Maud looked up from her grapefruit. Will you go skin diving with a wig on? She asked with an attempt to be facetious. Nancy was slightly annoyed, but gave no sign of this. She hoped Maud had not spread word around the inn of the wig episode. Breakfast over, Nancy returned to her car in the parking lot and then sought out Emily privately. She asked whether Maud had been gossiping about events of the previous evening. Emily said she was sure that this was the case. What do you do if you get a multiple donate? Donate it, give it to someone who I think might enjoy it, spread the love. But honestly, thanks to the Goodreads that I have set up, we don't get too many duplicates because people can just kind of go on and see before they go to the trouble of sending things. So hopefully that's helpful to people. But yeah, if I ever get something that's a duplicate, it's only happened once or twice, I either give it away to somebody who I know would really like it. Occasionally I replace my old copy with it if I have like a copy that if like it's a thing that I've owned for years and years and mine's kind of falling apart, or I just give it to charity, you know. Every time I say Dick, I picture Dick Grayson from Batman, and Hollow says it's Nancy Drew in the 30s, so I think Dick Tracy. Ellery. Nightwing is a great character. Yeah, I'm now picturing a combination of those two characters, so that's lovely. Okay, hang on. Apparently this was the case. Okay. Tell me more, Emily, Nancy said. How much do you know of Maud's background? Very little, only that Aunt Hazel met her about a year ago at a social gathering in River Heights. They became friendly. The next thing I heard was that Maud was going out west. Then about a month ago, she showed up here, and Hazel thought she would make a good social director, and Dick and I engaged her. Maud can be pleasant, Nancy commented, and she does have musical talent. I really can't figure her out. To herself, Nancy conjectured on the possibility of Maud using her position as a cover-up. Then the young detective left the inn presently to do some sleuthing in the Lilac Grove. She met John partway there. I didn't want to mention it at breakfast, Nancy had said, but I'd like to see the exact site of your masquerade. Emily and Dick told me a little about it. Oh God, of course John wants to know. I'll be glad to show you, Nancy led him to the Lilac Grove. She described vividly her encounter with her double. John listened intently. Nancy, you were in a dangerous spot. Maybe it's a lucky thing Carl Bard scared your impersonator away. Shut up, John. She could handle herself. Nancy did not agree. Yeah. The sooner she is caught, the better. I must say, she does look much like me. I don't wonder you were fooled. John laughed. I think I would make the same mistake again. I think I wouldn't make the same mistake again. I much prefer the real Nancy. Nancy blushed at his compliment. As the two looked about the Lilac Grove, Nancy saw a tiny object glinting in the sun. She picked it up. The object was of steel and shaped something like a can opener, except that there was a tiny wheel at the end. What's this? Asked John. He took the little device and stared at it. I know where it belongs, he said. I'll return it. John put the object in his pocket, and Nancy had the feeling he had deliberately evaded her question. I wonder if there's any distinguishing footprints, he said, changing the subject. Nancy frowned as she looked at the soft earth. There was a print, a peculiar one, which she recognized, clearly outlined. It had been made by a skin diver's flipper. Nancy's mind flashed back to the night before when she had left for the Lilac Grove. John's cottage had been dark. Maybe he had been sleeping. If not, where had he been? John, she said, looking the young man squarely in the eye, were you skin diving last night? Is John guilty of something? BRB. Okay. I have the feed up just because we've been having because there's been some minor problems. I just have the feed up over here so I can know if something freezes on the second monitor, since this is not like we don't need like kittens or anything tonight. So if you see me looking over there, not that I don't know that it would upset anybody or confuse anybody in particular, but that's what I'm looking at. I'm just making sure that the stream looks all right. All right, you see how close we are to the end of this book, guys? I'll be able to get to bed on time, I think. Famous last words. Now, if I'm gonna stay up late doing anything, I love staying up late covering books on stream, so thank you guys for being here. I think I'm supposed to give you the reminder that I'm always bad at, the YouTube-y, do the likey, subscribe-y, all those things. I'm never good at reminding people to do that. Chapter 15, The Underwater Rescue. I'm just picturing that one scene from The Goblet of Fire. The Underwater Rescue. John McBride looked startled at Nancy's sudden query. No, I wasn't skin diving, he said, returning the girl's direct look. Why? Nancy pointed to the marks on the ground. They're flipper prints, she said. There must be more. The Jeep tread and these prints have to start and end someplace. John knelt down and studied the prints. From the size, I judge these were made by a man. Nancy suddenly recalled the similar prints she had seen at the distant sound of a motorboat she heard as she approached the grove the previous night. She told John of this. Perhaps, she said, whoever wore the flippers to the was to meet my impersonator and leave by boat. Or perhaps the diver was aboard but got out of the boat away from the shore and swam underwater to avoid being detected, John guessed. Nancy nodded and thought, if this is the case, it eliminates Maud Potter as a participant in the rendezvous. Nancy's mind flitted over possible suspects. One of the gardeners, different word. How could he could easily have skin diving equipment without anyone knowing it, as Nancy and John walked towards the river, following the flipper treads. She asked, John, do you know what blue pipes are? Sure, lilacs, he said matter-of-factly. Nancy hesitated, then revealed her theory about the term being a code or signal. It could even mean Lilac Inn. He raised his eyebrows in amazement. Wow, some shrewd deducing, he exclaimed. John stopped suddenly and grasped Nancy's arm. As the girl stared at him in surprise, he said excitedly, Nancy, you've given me a terrific idea. I can't explain until, well, someday you'll understand. Nancy's curiosity was piqued. She naturally did not ask John what he meant, but she was certain that he was tackling some secret plot problem. What was it? I almost instinctively read she was sure she didn't like John, and I think that was just a Freudian slip on my part. Anyway. By now the couple had reached the river. John pointed out 3 flipper prints in soft dirt patches along the bank. Nancy scanned the area. I'd like to have a look underwater here, she said. John, would you like to make a skin diving date? John grinned. You couldn't keep me ashore. The two returned to the inn. Nancy went first to the phone and called her father. Since she did not want to mention specific details in case someone was eavesdropping, she merely told him that last night's meeting was most interesting. I understand, Mr. Drew said. Also, Dad, is it all right if I go skin diving? John will accompany me. That's the thing she feels that she needs permission for, not the other things, just that thing. Mr. Drew gave his permission. Perhaps you'll see some unusual fish, he added meaningfully. Could be, Dad. I'll let you know. I'll have to, look back, but I'm pretty sure in the original 30s version, she didn't ask him for permission, and it was part of the we need to make sure that we don't empower women too much move of the 60s-ness of it all. Hays Code style update that they have her ask. But Carson Drew is a total feminist, so he's like, yeah, I trust you, Nancy. You go ahead and do it. I have returned. Welcome back. We are glad to see you again. Nancy is going skin diving with John. Could be, Dad. I'll let you know. After Nancy had said goodbye, she and John confided their plan and the reason for it to Helen, Emily, and Dick. All right, said Emily worriedly, but watch out for spear throwers. Soon, Nancy and John, ready for skin diving, were back at the riverbank. They had decided to search underwater from the area of the flipper prints to the place Nancy had spotted the shark-like object. They adjusted their face plates and tanks, and then they descended down. Down they went, finally reaching the muddy bottom. Their eyes darted here and there, observing schools of little fish, but nothing out of the ordinary came to sight. Nancy and John continued on until they reached the place where Nancy had been before. They linked hands and walked cautiously along the river bottom. Nancy pointed out the rocky overhang from which she had seen the shark-shaped projecting. John nodded. To Nancy's disappointment, there was no sign of anything resembling the mysterious object. What had it been? She puzzled. A sunken boat that might have since drifted away? Suddenly, John stumbled and dropped Nancy's hand. Startled, she saw that his foot was wedged between two rocks, obscured by weeds. He bent down and tugged, but to no avail. At once, Nancy went to his assistance. First, she pulled away the plant life surrounding the rocks. Then, gently, she tried to ease John's foot loose. It would not budge. Nancy worked desperately to dislodge one of the rocks. Finally, with John's help, she succeeded in moving one of the stones. John's foot was free. Exhausted, the couple rose to the surface and swam toward the shore, gulping in fresh air. As soon as they sat down on the bank, John thanked Nancy for coming to his rescue. "You're a wonderful partner to have around, Nancy. Sleuthing or skin diving," he said. Nancy smiled. She's like, "Stop over-explaining things to me then." Nancy smiled. "Thanks, John. Let's have a look at your foot and see if it's injured." John sighed. "Yes, nurse." They found that his foot was merely scraped. "Well, you could be a dumbass and not check for infection, but don't, John." Sorry, I'm probably being too hard on John, but I'm in a snarky mood right now. He's over-explained a lot to us. They found that his foot was merely scraped. He and Nancy went underwater again to do some more sleuthing, but they uncovered nothing suspicious. Baffled, they swam back to their starting point and walked towards the inn. On the way, Nancy saw Gil Gary trimming a hedge nearby. She and John went over to him. "Do you happen to know anyone else around here who skin dives, Gil?" Nancy asked. The gardener did not look up and continued his trimming. "Nah," he muttered. "River bottom's too muddy." He broke off. Nancy felt a surge of excitement. Why did Gil assume she was referring to the river? And did he know of its muddy condition from personal experience? Why had he not finished his answer? I guess he could have just been assuming because they are on the river, but I don't know. It is an interesting point. "I suppose," she said, "some people prefer to travel by canoe." Nancy looked directly at the dock where one of the inn's canoes was tied up. "S'pose so," Gil replied shortly. John now stepped forward. "By the way, Gil, have you or Hank noticed any more tools missing lately?" "Nah," the gardener shook his head. John shrugged casually. "Just wondering because Miss Drew and I came across a funny gadget this morning, sort of like a can opener. Sound familiar?" "No," the gardener snapped. He flung his shears to the ground. "I'm going for lunch," he said, and retreated hastily. Nancy and John exchanged triumphant glances. "He's nervous about something, all right," John said. "He certainly doesn't act like an innocent person," Nancy reasoned. There was just time before luncheon for Nancy and John to report in private to their 3 young friends. Luncheon is such an old-timey word. Every time I read it, I hear it said in the voice of the mom from Downton Abbey. When Dick heard of the gardener's reaction to Nancy's queries, he frowned. "Maybe I should have a talk with him myself," he said. Nancy advised against this action for the present. "If Gil is connected with the diamond theft, we may learn through him who else is involved," she pointed out, "and perhaps the identity of my double." "You mean all the culprits might be trapped at once?" Helen asked, and Nancy nodded. As Nancy sat down at the table with the others, Jean came over. "Thanks again for the ride, Miss Drew," she said in her shy way. "It was real helpful." At this moment, Maud Potter entered the room. Jean quickly bent over and whispered to Nancy, "Don't forget, watch out for that troublemaker." Nancy did not know what to think. She disliked Maud, but felt it was unfair to accept Jean's claim without proof. "Don't trust any informer too far," her father had once said. The social director took her place. Good point, Mr. Drew. The social director took her place, looking at Emily. She announced, "Your aunt has a splitting..." Hey, Toonimations. Human Sherlock Hound has been put in chat. Ooh, I'll check that out. Thank you. I will check that out once I get off stream. Where was I? Took her place. Looking at Emily, she announced, "Your aunt has a splitting headache and won't be down." "Oh, poor dear." Emily jumped up. "I'll go see." "I wouldn't disturb her," Maud interrupted officiously. "She'll feel better after some rest." Emily's eyes blazed. "If I want to see my aunt, Maud, I shall. I'm sick and tired of your meddling. Dick and I are paying you to be a social director and nothing else." There was dead silence at the girl's outburst. Then Maud gasped. "Well, that's all the thanks I get." "Thanks for what?" Emily stormed. "Keeping Aunt Hazel under your thumb and being unpleasant to my guests?" By now, everyone in the dining room, waitresses and patrons, were staring in Emily's direction. They're like, "Ooh, this is the tea." Dick tried to intervene. Calm down," he begged. "We'll discuss it later." But Emily, overwrought, paid no attention. "I don't care. I'll give up Lilac Inn rather than see Aunt Hazel unhappy. I wouldn't be surprised, Maud Potter, if you're responsible for the awful things that have been happening here." An almost bewildered look came over Maud's flushed face. She started to protest. "I most certainly did not." Emily did not allow her to finish. "Furthermore," the girl went on, "I'm going to notify the police about all my suspicions regarding the diamonds immediately." At this point, Nancy happened to notice that Jean Holmes was taking in the scene with avid interest. For a fleeting moment, the sleuth detected a hard, calculating look, replacing Jean's usual shy expression. But the next moment, the waitress picked up a tray and went on towards the kitchen. In the meantime, Maud had also risen. "By all means, call the police. It's about time they learn the truth," she said with a scornful glance at Nancy. Declaring she had lost her appetite, the woman left the room. Pale and trembling, Emily sat down. "I'm sorry," she said weakly. "I just couldn't take Maud's arrogance another minute." "I don't blame you," Helen spoke up sympathetically, then whispered, "At least Maud didn't act as if she were mixed up with the theft of the diamonds." "That's right," Dick conceded. "But where do we go from here? Unless the mystery's cleared up, we may not be able to open the inn in July. Also," he added glumly, "Emily and I might have to postpone our wedding." "Oh, no," Emily wailed. Dick said he could foresee no other course of action. His funds were low, and if he and Emily were to make a success of the resort, that necessary outdoor work must be completed. A pool and a tennis courts, yet to be built, had been especially featured in the publicity campaign. "I've already mailed out thousands of brochures," he said. "Yes, and we're booked almost solid for summer reservations," Emily said unhappily. "Oh, Nancy, what shall we do? I hate to give up hope of getting my diamonds back." Nancy replied firmly, "I'm not giving up. If you agree, Emily and Dick, there are a few more angles of this case I want to investigate. And if you don't mind, I'd like to tell Lieutenant Bryce the whole story." The engaged couple readily consented. "Nothing matters now except finding out the truth," Emily said. After lunch, Nancy drove to Benton for privacy. She telephoned the state police officer from a booth in the drugstore there. When Nancy had finished her account, he assured her he would do all he could to turn up possible new leads. To Nancy's impersonator, Nancy called Chief McGinnis. The typed envelope, he said, had brought no results. "I'll confer with Lieutenant Bryce about happenings at Lilac Inn. By the way, no luck yet in finding the stolen truck?" Of course not. What's happening? Did somebody get... I don't know. I looked up and I was like, wait, did somebody get... Oh, thank you, Paulo. Thank you. I was trying to make sense of what was happening in chat. Thank you. Thank you for being the mod. Thank you for your night of the bot table service. Where was I? I was reading. What was I reading? No luck yet in finding the stolen truck. Nancy's next call was to her father. Mr. Drew confessed alarm upon hearing the details of his daughter's meeting with her double. No telling what she and her accomplices may be up to, he warned. But whatever you do, Nancy, don't overstep anyone's legal rights. I'll remember. Hell yeah. Yes, thank you, Paulo. Our bots are great. Our bots are great. Our Knights of Bot Table, aka our mods, are great. Everybody, I see an uptick of people coming in. We've been reading Nancy Drew, The Mystery at Lilac Inn tonight. And obviously the VOD will be up, so feel free to go back and watch the entire story, but we are on the last, I don't know, few chapters right now. It has been a wild book. I started to fall asleep and didn't catch that in time. I was just like, I was reading, I was so like deep in reading, I was like trying to like pull my brain out of reading mode and look at chat, and I was just like reading very slowly, and then it was taken care of. So thank you, Paolo. Appreciate that. I was slow on reflexes that time. Let's see. I'll remember. Yes, Carson Drew was being a legally moral king. Don't overstep anyone's legal rights. Yay! I'll remember. By the time Nancy returned to the inn, it was late afternoon. The sky had filled with black clouds, and the air was close and oppressive. There's going to be a thunderstorm, Nancy thought as she entered the lobby. No one was in sight, but just then Mr. Daly came from his office. He said that nothing had been found to account for the quake-like vibrations. I'm afraid, Mr. Daly, Nancy said, that the cause is man-made. However, I don't know yet. The former owner of the inn was shocked. To think this fine building must endure such treatment. He told Nancy that the inn had been built in 1760 by an English family and had catered to both stagecoach and river travelers. The inn had passed from one generation of the original family to the next. Some people said that Lilac Inn was a refuge for slaves who had escaped from the South. Well, that's good. Maybe that's why the secret room was built, Nancy remarked. Who owned the inn previous to you, she asked. Who owned the inn previous to you, she asked. Hang on, I gotta get a sip of my drink. A Spaniard named Ron Carioca, who lived in the West Indies. It was he who planted the beautiful lilac tree for good luck outside the front entrance. Just then, Mr. Daly's phone rang, and he excused himself to answer it. Nancy walked on into the dining room and looked out the bay window. The sky was getting darker each minute. Oh, hello, Miss Drew. The voice was Jean Holmes. She carried a large vase filled with yellow iris and reddish-purple lilacs, which she set on the windowsill. You seem to like flowers, Jean, Nancy observed. That's a pretty combination, iris and blue pipes. Blue pipes, Jean echoed. What made you use that expression? It's different, Nancy said nonchalantly. Did the waitress seem suddenly ill at ease, or was it Nancy's imagination? Before the young sleuth could decide, there was a loud clap of thunder, followed by the banging of several shutters. As Jean and Mr. Daly hurried to shut the dining room windows, Nancy saw John and Dick dash across the side lawn toward the inn. Rain came pouring down in silvery sheets. There was another resounding thunderclap, then a vivid flash of lightning. A splintering, crashing sound followed. Oh, Jean shrieked. The inn's been struck! Oh, gosh. That's not good. That's very not good. All right, chapter 16. I prefer the buildings I'm in to not get struck by lightning. Chapter 16, A Letter. The crash had come from the front of the inn. Everyone raced through the lobby to peer inside. "Oh," Nancy cried, "the historic lilac tree is down." The lovely tree of good fortune had fallen onto the lawn, splintered and charred. "More bad luck," Emily said mournfully. Suddenly Maud burst out, "This is the last straw. I'm fed up with a place full of thieves. Weird noises, bombs, a trembling building. I quit." She turned a scathing look on Mrs. Willoughby. "You got me into this. Thanks for nothing. I found a better job on my own." Emily's face was oh, that's why she was at the employment office. The employment agency. Emily's face was expressionless as Maud snapped open her purse and fumbled through its contents. She drew out a letter and flourished it. "This is an offer of a position I received today. From the Hotel Claymore in River Heights. I've already accepted it," Maud stated. "Emily, I didn't go to the employment agency just to find you a waitress, but to find a decent job for myself. But I asked the manager not to say I had been there." "With dignity," Emily said. "Maud, Dick will write a check for whatever salary we owe you." With a triumphant air, Maud marched upstairs. Emily looked around anxiously. The waitress and cooks had gathered in the corner of the hall. Obviously, they had not missed a word of what had been said. Nancy sensed what her friend was thinking was that the employees were probably suspicious that about the fire. Now that Maud had mentioned the bomb, all of them might become alarmed enough to give notice. Prospects for Lilac Inn's success would indeed be dim. "I must help Em and Dick before it's too late," Nancy told herself determinedly. As the rain abated and the sky began to brighten, the men went outside to examine the fallen lilac. Nancy now turned to Mrs. Willoughby, who seemed almost in a daze. "Perhaps you'd better sit down and rest," she said kindly. Emily's aunt gave a great sigh. "I will. Please come with me to Emily's office," she asked the three girls. When they were seated, Emily said, "Aunt Hazel, was Maud Potter threatening you in some way?" "I'm afraid so," Mrs. Willoughby replied wearily. "Actually, I believe she wouldn't have carried it out, but I couldn't be sure." To the girls' dismay, the woman broke down and sobbed. Nancy patted her shoulder. "Won't you tell us about it?" Regaining composure, Mrs. Willoughby nodded. "I feel terrible. When I brought Maud here, I thought I was helping Emily and Dick, but it's turned out just the opposite. Anyhow," she went on, "I met Maud a year ago, here's the tea, at a party in River Heights. We became friendly, attended the theater, and so forth. Maud seemed very pleasant and good company at the time, and also I felt sorry for her." "Sorry?" Helen echoed. Mrs. Willoughby explained that Maud's husband had died several years before, leaving her penniless. Since then, she had worked at various resorts, but not very long at any one. "When Maud heard about Lilac Inn, she persuaded me that with her experience, she'd be ideal as a social director, but soon after her arrival here, she asked me to lend her a large sum of money, claimed to have a lot of unpaid bills, which her salary wouldn't cover. Maud became angry when I refused, but she continued her demand for money." Emily interrupted. "Aunt Hazel, why didn't you tell us she was bothering you? Dick would have asked her to leave." Maud insinuated that if I tried to force her to leave, she would say that I had stolen your diamonds, Emily, by getting them from the bank weeks ago and substituting the fake stones. "How dreadful!" Nancy cried out, and Emily added fiercely, "That awful woman, but Aunt Hazel, we would never have believed her." "I know," Mrs. Willoughby said ruefully, "but with so many strange things happening, I guess I wasn't thinking logically." Nancy had one more question to clear up regarding Maud Potter. She decided to mention Jean Holmes' warning about the woman. "Did any of you notice Maud going into our cottage the day of the fire?" Nancy asked. "To our room here." No one had. Furthermore, Mrs. Willoughby added, "I believe Jean must have been mistaken. When Maud wasn't with us, she stayed in her room typing. She probably was writing letters of application. Presently, Nancy excused herself, saying she wanted to take a walk and do some thinking. Once outside, she took a trail toward the river. Drops of rain still sparkled on the foliage. Nancy's thought reverted to Jean's story about Maud. It sounds as though the waitress might not have been telling the truth, but why would she want to incriminate Maud? And why did Jean appear so uneasy when I mentioned blue pipes? The young sleuth suddenly roused from her concentration on the puzzle and became aware of an interesting, gnarled-up apple tree along the riverbank. Just then, she noticed the envelope that stuck in a crotch of the tree. What? Such an interesting way to put that. Thunder is not fun? Yep. Thunder is not fun. That is correct. Oh, thank you guys for being here with me when it is, I don't know what time zone you are in, but it is about to be midnight here in my time zone. So thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. We are almost done, I promise. Just wanted to remind you that I appreciate you. Let's see. Waitress. Nancy's thought, drops of rain still sparkle. Nancy's thoughts reverted to Jean's story about Maud. It sounds as though the waitress might not have been telling the truth, but why would she want to incriminate Maud, and why did Jean appear so uneasy when I mentioned blue pipes? The young sleuth suddenly roused. Okay, so there's an envelope in the crotch of a tree. Their words, not mine. Nancy picked up the damp envelope, wondering if it had blown there during the storm or been placed in the crotch, perhaps for someone to find. Moving on. There was no stamp or address on the envelope, only a name, Miss Lily Merriweather. Suddenly, Nancy's eye was caught by the fact that in the typed name, the letter A was very faint. This, as well as the rest of the typing, reminded Nancy suddenly of the envelope found with her charge plate. I wonder if they were done on the same machine, she thought excitedly. The flap of the envelope had become unsealed from dampness, and the girl slid the letter out easily. A pink lilac spray adorned the top left corner of the stationery. A message below it, all typed, read, "Dear Lily, I hope we can get together soon. I've been busy lining up an important job. Give my best to your dad. Tell him I have a beautiful blue pipe for him. Hope to see you soon. Hastily, but with love, Gay." Nancy's heart was thumping with excitement. Lilacs, blue pipes, 2 envelopes bearing the same type. Was someone named Gay her impersonator? The name Lily Merriweather sounds vaguely familiar, the girl detective thought. Hastily, she slid the letter back into the envelope and put it in the tree. She would alert the police to watch for anyone returning to look for the letter. As Nancy hurried back to the inn, she recalled Mrs. Willoughby saying that Maud Potter had been typing. By some chance, was the director still a possible suspect in the mystery? Was she the person who had typed the envelope containing Nancy's charge plate? I'll check, Nancy determined. She went upstairs and knocked on Maud's bedroom door. It was flung open by the director. "Yes," she snapped. "May I come in?" Nancy asked. Grudgingly, Maud allowed Nancy to enter. The detective saw that the suitcase was nearly packed. On the desk stood Maud's typewriter with a blank piece of paper in the roller. "Well, Nancy, what do you want?" Maud asked. Watching the woman closely, Nancy queried, "Have you heard from Gay or Lily lately?" "What?" Maud appeared flabbergasted. "I don't know any Gay or Lily. Now stop quizzing me as if I had done something criminal." "I suppose," Nancy said icily, that practically blackmailing Mrs. Willoughby isn't?" To her surprise, Maud burst into tears. Between sobs, she told Nancy that she had never intended to carry out her threat. "I don't know why I did it. Hazel has been very good to me. I guess I've just been upset and worried about money ever since my husband's death." Nancy could not help feeling a little sorry for the woman. Nevertheless, she asked, "Do you know anything about the time bomb that was set off in my cottage?" That's a thing, right? Hey, Kellen. How's the book so far? Off the unhinged, as Nancy Drew books often are. But this one, ooh, I remember why I loved this one. Was always one of my favorites. This one was quite a lot. On this note, it is so true that, and not an excuse, but when people are really bitchy to you, they're usually just going through a lot of shit. I once had a wardrobe lady who was so mean to me. She was mean to everybody, but she was not nice to me. Every day on this one set, she was just super not nice. And then one day, I went into the girls' bathroom and she was just sobbing, and I was like, "Are you okay?" And then I felt bad. Doesn't excuse her being super awful to me, but it put into perspective for me her as a person, and we had kind of an understanding after that. Me and chat too much. Going to fall asleep for the stream. That's cool. We only have about 25 math 40 pages left, which will go by very fast in this book. So we're right at the end. We've only got like 3, maybe 4 chapters left. Back book's been good. 1201 where I'm at. The time zone is hour 48 minimal sleep. Oh, I'm sorry. Again, thank you all for being here. It means a lot to me. Reading on getting to cover, I love everything that we cover on this channel, but getting to cover books this past year has been just a whole new level of I love my job for me personally. So thank you guys for supporting everything I do, but especially when I do the read streams. There's a reason I do them so often. I just genuinely love doing them. No, Maud looked shocked. Nancy was sure she was telling the truth. I've been jealous of you, Nancy, she admitted, but I'd never do anyone physical harm. As Maud dried her eyes, Nancy walked towards the desk. Nonchalantly, she typed out her name on the typewriter. Nancy. Nancy. All the letters were clearly defined. The suspicious envelope had definitely not been typed on this machine. She turned to Maud, wished her good luck in her new position, and left. Then Nancy went downstairs and told Helen, Dick, and the Willoughbys about the letter and her interview with Maud. I'm convinced that Maud won't cause any more trouble, she stated, and now if you'll keep everyone out of earshot of the phone, I'll call the state police and suggest that they watch for Gay. Nancy had just finished her conversation when Maud Potter came downstairs. She looked ashamed and said she would not accept the check Dick offered her. She asked him to use the money for work on the resort. A few minutes later, the ex-director left in a taxi. Suddenly, everyone was startled by Mr. Daly rushing frantically from his office. Gracious, what is the matter? Mrs. Willoughby asked him. My blue pipe's missing. Has anyone seen it? Do you mean the one you were carving from lilac wood? Nancy asked. Mr. Daly nodded, saying he had just completed work on the pipe a few hours ago. He had searched everywhere for it, although the pipe was of no great value. He had promised it to a friend. No one present had seen the hand-carved piece. Why would anyone take it? Helen puzzled. At that moment, Nancy recalled the wording of Gay's letter. Tell him I have a beautiful blue pipe for him. Could Gay possibly have referred to Mr. Daly's pipe, and she or some accomplice, or some accomplice have stolen it for Lily's dad? If so, Gay was certainly familiar with Lilac Inn and its occupants. And that moment, Nancy glanced into the dining room. Jean Holmes was setting tables for supper. Suddenly, Nancy had a vivid recollection of a shy waitress staring at Mr. Daly's pipe while he had been showing it to Nancy. Could Jean have stolen it for Gay, but for what reason? Saying nothing of her speculations, Nancy asked her friends if the name Lily Merriweather meant anything to them. There's an actress named Lily Merriweather, Helen spoke. She plays big roles on Broadway. I think now she has parts mostly in stock theaters throughout the country. This was pre-TV era. That's a wild thing to think about. Like, I just realized there was no such thing as a TV actor really at this time. BRB, okay. Book reading is so relaxing, and this is such a chill stream. I love these streams. I love our community. We have such a nice community of people here. It's just really nice. It's a really nice thing, and like obviously I love covering games when we do like the Kingdom Hearts streams, and I love doing the videos that I do. But like lately you might notice I've gone to the past few months, it's been a 1 video a week kind of thing with more time put into streaming, and hopefully I can get that back up to like at least 2 videos a week. But for right now, 1 video a week plus all of these VODs covering these books is been really nice, a nice thing. So plus streaming is just easy instead of having to be like, okay, I'm gonna sit here and film, and then I'm going to edit for the next 2 to 3 days to get it all ready. I can just literally sit down, do the thing, and then let the thing exist on the internet. And then that's just part of the library for you guys to watch. I love the read streams. They're so versatile. I can't actually pay attention to the book. I can actually pay attention to the book. I can talk to chat or just put on the background while I do work. Yeah, that's the other thing too. I absolutely love, I'm somebody who uses stream VODs of various kinds to have on as background like while I'm working. So that's always, I specifically started read streams with that in mind, not realizing how much people would actually enjoy me covering books, which I should have seen coming, I guess, but I do love books and I love covering old things. It just has really calming vibes. Well, thank you, Kellen. That's what I'm always going for. I would have offered a tissue way before she could grab it. Oh, but I just ignored her. No, I felt bad. It's one of those things where, like, even if somebody's really horrible to you, I can't help but feel sad when somebody else is crying. Like, it doesn't excuse what she did, but it made me appreciate that it was not me. She was gonna take out whatever she was going through, which who knows what she was going through on whoever was around. Plus, I find that if somebody's really bitchy to you and you are overly nice to them, it throws them off in a way that instead of like validating them feeling like they get to be bitchy to you, if that makes any sense. Anyway, where was I? Right, said Mr. Daly. In fact, I read that she's with a stock company in Bridgeton. I read that as Bridgerton, and then I was like, Bridgerton? About 75 miles from here. Helen, let's drive to Bridgeton tomorrow, Nancy proposed excitedly. I have a hunch Lily Merriweather can tell us something about the mystery at Lilac Inn. Ooh. The Net Titans, Chapter 17. Tend to carry the worries of others. Same. Hello, I'm back. Welcome back. Congratulations. Thanks for volunteering. We appreciate you. Welcome back to stream. We are wrapping up our book for the night. We've got a little bit left. It's been a pretty fun one tonight. It's just been a chill night to read and stuff, so. Helen eagerly agreed to go with Nancy to call on Lily Merriweather, the actress. Hang on one. The next book, not that we have to be reading these in order, we just have been, because, you know, I have them here, so I've been reading them. The next one is The Secret of Shadow Ranch, which I haven't read the book version of that in ages, but if you were here for when I did the Nancy Drew playthroughs, which I'm thinking about potentially doing another playthrough cycle of all those games again this summer, Secret of Shadow Ranch is a really, I really enjoy that game. It would be fun even if there weren't a mystery, she said. A little later, Lieutenant Bryce arrived at the inn with another trooper. In Dick's office, Nancy told him about Gay's letter and the spot near which she found it. We'll keep watch, the officer promised. He took the other trooper aside and whispered instructions. The man nodded and left. Lieutenant Bryce then told Nancy and her friends that no clues had been discovered to the person who had placed the time bomb. There was an unusual silencer on it, however. He said, "That's why you didn't hear the ticking, Nancy, until a short time before the bomb was due to explode." The officer also said that besides the red panel truck, several other cars in the area had been stolen. Some of the vehicles have been recovered, but there's still no sign of the red truck. We'll keep looking, the lieutenant promised as he left. Sunday morning, Nancy and Helen were up early for church and their trip to Bridgeton. After breakfast, the girls went to the parking lot. To their astonishment, Nancy's convertible was not there. Good night, Nancy exclaimed. Rapidly, she searched her handbag for the key. It was not there. I must have left the key in the ignition, she chided herself. That just reminded me of when she said good night. It just reminded me of my dad loves to quote Billy Ray Cyrus from that episode of Hannah Montana where she comes home wearing the goose thing and he's like, good night, Nurse Nickel, what are you wearing? Helen groaned. Your car probably was stolen by one of those thieves. Just then, John McBride drove into the lot in his Jeep. Hi, he greeted the girls. Why so glum? When Nancy told about her missing car, John suggested that he and the girls go off in his Jeep and search the grounds before reporting the loss. Your car may only have been hidden by a prankster, he suggested. This is the day for car trouble, he added. I just fixed a flat tire. Stop explaining car theft to me, sir. 20 minutes later, the group spotted Nancy's convertible near a cornfield across the lane from the orchard. Damn it, I hate that John's right. They examined the vehicle and found it intact. The key was in the lock. Whoever took it had a short trip, John commented. Nancy wondered whether the unknown driver had only played a prank. If so, why? To discourage her from going to Bridgeton? Or had the person planned to steal the car but been scared off? The girls stepped into the convertible and told John their destination. Lots of luck, he said. The driver to Bridgeton took about an hour and a half. Nancy and Helen arrived in time to attend services in the quaint white 18th century church. Then they had lunch at a tea room. Where do we look for Miss Merriweather? Asked Helen as they paid their check. The theater's closed today. Theaters closed on Sunday. That's not a thing anymore. I believe people usually, at least on Broadway, do 2 shows on Sundays. But maybe local theater's different. Not an expert. Let's see. Nancy asked the tea room manager where the summer stock people were living. At the Montrose Hotel, 2 blocks down. Montrose Hotel. That's interesting. We've heard about that hotel before already in this story. I think. 10 minutes later, the girls walked into a small hotel. They learned from the desk clerk that the actress and her father had suite 303. Nancy and Helen, they just gave away that information. The 30s were wild. Nancy and Helen rode up in the elevator. They reviewed the plan they had worked out earlier. To avoid rousing suspicion, Nancy would pretend to be an actress named Drew Gruen. Drew Gruen. I love that. Like Hannah Gruen and her name Drew. Okay. She would further pretend that she knew Gay but had lost contact. Helen would pose as a dancer. As the young sleuth knocked on the door of the suite 303, she was filled with anticipation. Didn't even have leftover chocolate in that one. I love this mug so much. I use it daily. Patient. Would the visit yield an answer to the mystery, or would it prove to be only a false lead? The door was opened by a tall, slim young woman with silver blonde hair. She wore a becoming dress of jade green silk. Yes, she asked in a throaty voice. Nancy smiled. Miss Merriweather, I'm Drew Gruen, an actress, and this is my friend Helga Marsh, a dancer. I understand you know Gay. We're trying to locate her. The actress looked startled. Gay Moreau? Yes, Nancy replied without hesitation. Miss Merriweather invited her callers into an attractive living room. A fine-looking elderly man arose from a chair as they entered. Papa, said the actress, these young ladies are theater people, Miss Gruen and Miss Marsh. They are looking for Gay. Mr. Merriweather, too, appeared startled. We haven't seen Gay in quite some time, he said. May I ask why you're trying to find her? We thought we'd like to have a little reunion, Nancy explained. We haven't seen Gay recently and don't know her present address. We don't know where she's living either, Lily put in. I haven't heard from Gay since the last time I saw her. When was that, Nancy asked. Shortly after she was released from prison. Another great stream every good night. Good night, Ellery. Emily doze off. It's okay. You don't have to apologize for sleeping. Sleep is a good thing. This stream helped you sleep good. Nancy and Helen were amazed to hear this, but they managed to conceal it. I imagine, Nancy said carefully, that Gay's been having a hard time. Lily and her father agreed. Very sad, Mr. Merriweather sighed. Gay had talent, but a 5-year sentence for check forgery doesn't help one's career. I can't understand why she did it, Nancy said. Probably because Gay was poor most of her life, Lily reminisced. Once success came her way, she spent all her earnings on luxuries, but Gay couldn't stop buying expensive things. I guess she figured forgery was the easiest way to get more money. Mr. Merriweather frowned. What bothered me was that Gay swore revenge on the person who is instrumental in having her sent to prison. The one whose signature she forged? Helen asked. She didn't mention the name, replied Lily's father. How old is Gay now? Nancy inquired. Oh, is Nancy the one? Did Nancy somehow help put her in prison? Interesting. I was probably going to fall asleep stream. My phone is getting low. I think I'm going to turn off. Head off for the night. Bye, Kellen. Thanks for hanging out. See you next time. I'm tired myself. Have a good night, everyone. Love and hugs, Avery. Stay safe. Stay safe, Chris. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'm about to get off, too. I just have a little bit of this book left. And then I'll get off. But, yes. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. See you next time. Good night to you all. Just like last week, I was like, well, I could split this up into 2 streams because it's enough book for it. But also, if I cram it into 1 stream tomorrow night, Wednesday night stream can be dedicated to Volume 2 of Sailor Moon, and that sounds fun. Well, that sounds like great, Laser. That sounds like you're doing really important stuff. Good for you. How old is Gay now? Nancy inquired. About 27, Lily answered. I wonder, Nancy pursued, if she still likes blue pipes. Oh, Gay must have told you that means lilacs, Lily exclaimed. She certainly was crazy about them, even wore lilac colors. Say, Merriweather exclaimed. Mr. Merriweather exclaimed. I wonder if Gay sent me the pipe made of lilac wood I received yesterday. There was no return address on the package, and the postmark was blurred. Must have gotten wet. When he showed the pipe to Nancy, she could scarcely hide her excitement. The pipe looked exactly like Mr. Daly's, but she asked Lily in an offhand way if Gay had ever spoken of Lilac Inn. Why, yes, the actress replied, if you mean the old place in Benton that Gay says she visited as a child when the inn was owned by a relative of hers, someone who lived in the West Indies. He was a Spaniard, I believe, Nancy put in, named Ron Carioca. Nancy just learned this, like, literally this morning. I just find it funny that Nancy's like, ah, yes, I know the thing. I'm Nancy Drew. I'm a great liar. Didn't be in the stream for very long. That's okay. If you feel like going back and seeing the story, the VODs are always there. If you don't, you know, there will be another stream tomorrow night. We'll do Sailor Moon. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Question. Would you guys be interested in doing, like, streams? I've thought about this for a while. Because I do another piece of content that I love that never gets talked about enough because it's just not a very conventionally easy piece of content to cover on the internet is, I'm blanking. Radio dramas. There you go. I love old-time radio shows of all different varieties. And I was like, it'd be kind of fun to, because there's no visual to pair with it, but if we did kind of like a stream where I did some crocheting or crafting or drawing or something like that while we just cover some radio shows. That might be fun. So, just something to think about. Nancy Drew info dumping out of nowhere. No. This is not Nancy info dumping. She's getting information from a person, and Nancy's just kind of like using the information that she does know to kind of egg her on to give her the rest of the information she needs. My leg. Oh, I'm sorry. I hate that. I hit my leg on the corner of my bed the other night, and it was so stupidly painful. Digimon. Each of the series, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, I hear that Digimon is a little bit more serious than Pokemon, which is why the Digimon fans prefer it. No hate to Pokemon fans. I do love me a good Pokemon. But thank you guys for everybody who's already seen the newest video that I put out last night with Gabe about the first pilot episode, first airing of Digimon. That was really, there's a Batman radio show that's brand new, but it sounds like one from the 20s. That is interesting. What is it called? Because I want to see it. If you've ever listened to the old school Superman radio shows, very nostalgic, very cozy. But yes, thank you guys for everybody who's watched that. If you haven't seen it and you would like to, it is on the channel live now. Gabe really loves Digimon. I worked really hard on that video. And, you know, especially since Gabe is great and we love having Gabe around. I love when videos that Gabe helped me work on do well. So radio shows be dope. Sure, but I guess radio plays are like books, somewhat easy to cover on YouTube. I haven't seen that many people. I know a lot of people post them, like friend of the channel, Late Horror Show. Love that channel. He has a great channel. I love listening to the all-night radio show streams. I just love listening to a good radio drama. They're so cozy, and come in every genre. I haven't seen that many people like covering it in the way that I cover stuff with commentary, but it feels like it would be nice to kind of pair it with like a little like a craft so that there's something visual to look at while we're listening. I think that'd be fun. And yeah. So yeah, that's something I've been thinking about a while. So if you guys are interested in that as a community, I think I'll bump up priority of doing those streams soon. I also just want to do a stream where I pick like a Saturday or Sunday, or I guess a Sunday, because usually we have Gabe, but just where we, on Saturdays, where we just like, all right, here's a bunch of shorter books that I really want to move from my want to read shelf on Goodreads to my read shelf. So we're just gonna let the chat vote for which one comes next, and we're just gonna spend a day reading through all these short little books. That'll be fun. Anyway, let me finish up this stream before I start planning other streams anymore. Where was I? Sounds right, Lily said. Mr. Merriweather spoke up. You might find Gay in Benton. Maybe she went back for old time's sake. A good idea. We'll look there, Helen said. Nancy sighed. I suppose she's changed quite a bit since her imprisonment. Lily shook her head. Surprisingly, no. I'll show you. The actress went to a table and picked up a scrapbook of clippings. She thumbed through the pages and pointed out a recent magazine picture of an attractive model with golden hair. This is Gay. Looks just like her. Because it is her. I know what she means, but it's like, look, this is a picture of her. She looks just like herself. The young sleuth studied the picture. It struck her that there was something familiar about Gay's eyes. The two girls thanked the Merriweathers and left. They got into the car and headed for Benton. Elatedly, Nancy and Helen discussed everything they had learned. Gay's last name, the fact that she had been in prison, and her childhood association with Lilac Inn. Do you think she is your double? Nancy asked Helen. There's a resemblance. Besides being an actress, Gay knows how to use makeup skillfully. Also, yes, that also came into play in the last book. I think we're giving actors a little too much credit on how much they instinctively know how to do makeup. I know in the days of like stage acting, people were probably better, but The Audio Adventure is the new radio show that came out in 2021. It's an HBO Max original. Interesting. I need to put that on my list. There's also the Doctor Who with Christopher Eccleston radio drama that I want to watch from BBC. Actors get too much credit? Not necessarily. Just in this one specific case, they're just like, they could make themselves look like anybody with makeup. And it's like, I think we have a very 1930s understanding of how makeup works in this book. But, you know, I'm sure there are some actors, just like people in every profession, that get too much credit for what they do. And there's some that don't get enough credit. And honestly, actors go through a lot of stuff that I think none of us will even fully comprehend. So, you know. I could never do it. Where was I? Yes, also the color of her hair is similar to mine, Nancy added, said Helen, I can't understand why Gay decided to impersonate you in the first place. I'm inclined to think it had nothing to do with the mystery of Lilac Inn in the beginning. Nancy replied, she wanted clothes and jewelry. She took my charge plate, but later she decided to use the disguise to keep John and me from our skin diving trip. You mean Gay was at the inn? Yes, under an assumed name, of course. Helen grinned at the young sleuth. And next you're going to tell me who she was. Well, one person she couldn't have been was Mary Mason. You saw her in Dockville and said she's heavier and older than you. Nancy pursed her lips. I never checked the description of that Mary Mason with Emily. She may not have been the Mary Mason who worked at the inn, but was in league with her, and was asked to pose as Mary Mason, waitress. Helen was amazed. Nancy, you're a whiz. Gay and Mary probably are the same person. That's what I suspect, Helen. First, we'll check with Emily. When the girls reached the inn, they questioned Emily. Now that I think of it, Nancy, Emily said, Mary Mason was about your height and weight, and her coloring is like yours. That settles it, said the young sleuth. I'm going to talk to Chief McGinnis immediately. With her friends covering the extension phones, Nancy told him of her suspicions. You've certainly made great progress, Nancy, he praised. I'll ask the Dockville police to get a line on the Mary Mason you talked to there. Thank you, said Nancy. Then she called her father, Hannah. Hannah said that Mr. Drew had gone out to dinner with a client, so Nancy asked the housekeeper to give him a message. Of course. Have you solved the mystery? Hannah inquired hopefully. Nancy said not yet, but to tell her father that she had an important clue to her impersonator. Ask him to call me at the inn, please. Hannah promised to do so and said that she hoped to hear the whole story soon. At supper time, John was not present at the table. Helen asked nonchalantly where he was. John said he had an errand to do, Dick replied. When the meal was over, Nancy encountered Jean Holmes in the center hall. If anyone should phone me, will you please call me, she requested. I'm going outside for a walk. I'll be glad to, Miss Drew, said the waitress. Actually, Nancy wanted to find Carl Bard and ask the guard if he had seen anything suspicious or obtained any clue to her double. She met him coming toward the inn to supper. No, I haven't, he replied to her question. It's been very quiet here. Nancy thanked him and walked off. She strolled through the grounds, thinking over the day's events. Who had used her car? Had John any idea as to the driver's identity? Was it the person responsible for the flipper tracks John had examined several days ago in the orchard? Nancy continued toward the water reflectively, but did not look back, wondering if by chance anyone might be following her. Suddenly, she saw Jean Holmes emerge from the kitchen door of the inn, no one else in sight. She's probably looking for me, Nancy thought. Chief McGinnis or Dad must have phoned. Nancy expected Jean to call out her name, but she did not do so. The young sleuth was about to hail the girl when she noticed that Jean was carrying a small suitcase. She glanced furtively from left to right, then headed for the river. Some instinct caused Nancy to duck behind a large oak. Jean reached the water and turned right. Nancy stealthily followed the waitress. We're in a chase scene! The other girl walked out quickly until she reached the lilac grove. Then she slipped through an opening in the bushes. Curious, Nancy decided to keep shadowing the waitress. The trail led Nancy upstream along the river for about half a mile. Presently, Jean approached a dilapidated building. She entered the partially open, sagging front door. As Nancy crept forward, she looked about her constantly. Suddenly, she stifled a scream. A grotesque shape was emerging from the river. The apparition had stubby back fins and a bulging glass in prow. It was about 15 feet long and painted a somber blue. Then recognition struck Nancy full force. That's the shark I saw underwater. A miniature submarine. Fascinated, she watched the craft glide into a cove adjacent to the shed. A moment later, a man's hand lifted back the glass in section, and a figure in skin diving gear stepped to the ground. Before Nancy could decide what to do, she was grabbed from behind, and a rough hand was clapped over her mouth. Uh-oh. Good point. The Paul brothers get too much credit. Yes, the Paul brothers, the ones that are actors. Yes, they those are actors that do get too much credit. Tara Strong is the queen, Western voice acting, and I met her at a con in 2019 and still unknown by so many people. That's great. I also met her at a con in 2018. Me and two of my friends were cosplaying as the Powerpuff Girls, and my friend was Bubbles, and it was my friend's idea. He was like, because he's a very like masculine presenting dude, and he was like, I think it would be a really good group idea if we had you and Natasha be like two. So I was Buttercup, or I'm sorry, I was Buttercup. She was Natasha was Blossom, and then our friend, who was a dude, was Bubbles, and so it was just like the two very feminine, girly girls as Buttercup and Blossom, and then Bubbles. He chose to also wear the dress and the wig, but be like a very like masculine dude dressing as Bubble. It was great. But we went and saw her, and she was beside herself happy. She saw him and was like, Bubbles, and did like the Bubbles voice, and we were just like, this is wonderful. And then she asked us if we had registered to vote, and we were like, yes, we have. And then she signed a sticker, and it said vote, and gave it to me, and I still have the sticker. Bubbles is hardcore. Yes, it was his idea. He was like, look, I think this would be a great like costume, like cosplay for our group, and it was. He was right. It was very, very fun. All right. Chapter 18, A Submarine Prisoner, because of course we are literally on a submarine. Love to find a Wally costume because I have his voice down. Aw. Hardcore Bubbles. Oh, we've got a very frightening image. This is Nancy being taken literally hostage because these books are unhinged. Nancy struggled but could not free herself or see her captor as she was pushed toward the shack. A cloth had been tied over her mouth. Once inside the dilapidated building, she blinked in astonished disbelief. Jean Holmes stood peering into what looked like a cellar. Gil Gary, the gardener, was holding open a trapdoor to the opening. Jean and Gil stared at Nancy and her captor. Well, Nancy Drew, the detective, Jean's voice was no longer shy, but strident. Where did you find her, Frank? Spying, was she? Gil added. She sure was, said the man called Frank. The young detective observed that he was about 50 years old and a medium build. His hair was cropped close. Suddenly, Nancy realized that he must be the boatman with a crew cut whom Helen had seen, and also the fisherman on the Nancy Drew won't get a chance to reveal our secret, the bottom of this says. Sorry, my voice is starting to go. I guess it's really time to finish up and call it a night. She herself had questioned. She recognized his nasal voice. Jean! Nancy was astounded. What was this trio up to? Obviously something underhanded. Well, Jean is definitely gay. Was gay, alias Mary Mason, in league with them. And how... I just heard Perry come in through her cat door. And how did the miniature submarine fit into their scheme? Frank maintained a tight grip on Nancy's arm. Guess you won't be going skin diving for a while, he gave a harsh laugh. You bet, Jean spoke up. Her eyes gleamed coldly. Nancy noticed the girl no longer wore glasses. We'll see that Nancy Drew won't ever get a chance to reveal our scheme. That's what the picture said. Gil nodded. We've got to clear out pronto and take her with us. The shipment's aboard the boat. Everything's cleared out of here. The three accomplices had a whispered consultation before Nancy had time for further analysis. Gil looked at his watch. We've got to step on it, Simon. We'll be worried. See you there, Jean said to Nancy slyly. Try to figure this one out, Miss Private Eye. Harry, please stop putting your claws in the things. At these words, Frank gave Nancy a shove and dragged her to the river. The man in skin diving gear was waiting. Nancy struggled to get away, but to no avail. To her horror, the skin diver forced her into the back seat of the miniature submarine and tied her securely. She had a glimpse of Frank, Gil, and Jean boarding the motorboat, hidden in a nearby cove. The skin diver shut the transparent hatch, and the sub began to descend. How am I ever going to escape? A wave of terror swept over the young sleuth as the submarine plunged downward. Nancy told herself sternly, I must keep cool. She noticed that the skin diver remained in front with another man who was piloting the craft. They're two more members of the gang, Nancy thought. I wonder who Simon is and what kind of shipment is on the boat. Gil mentioned, are we heading out there now? The navigator was steering forward using a simple control stick and automatic pedals. He and the frogman kept their backs turned to Nancy. Were these men enemy agents or smugglers? Perhaps Emily's diamonds were part of the mysterious shipment. Nancy thought about the rock overhang under which the shark-nosed sub had been hidden. I suppose Frank was a lookout, she conjectured, and Gil probably went to meet him in the canoe from the inn. She concluded that the skin diver had probably thrown the spear at her, either to get rid of me for good or to scare me away, and it was probably this sub that caused Helen and me to capsize in the canoe. It occurred to Nancy that even if she learned the answers to all her questions, it might do her no good. Escape seemed impossible. She realized that none of her friends, her father, or the police would have the slightest idea where she was. Then a faint hope came to her. Carl Bard had seen her leave the inn. If only they think to search the river, Nancy thought worriedly. Trying to forget her fears, the young sleuth concentrated on the two scheming waitresses. Mary, doubtless a disguise for Gay Moreau, and Jean Holmes, who, it's fantastic, but if Gay can impersonate me and pose as Mary, why couldn't she be Jean Holmes? Nancy was sure the actress could easily play any role, plus being Gay herself, Gay, beautiful, but avaricious. Avaricious, easygoing, flighty, Mary, and shy, plain Jane. Gay, familiar with the inn, had disguised herself as Mary. She could have been the ghost sometimes, as a Titan blonde, at others wearing the dark wig. As part of the scare operation, she had left, using the excuse of the place being haunted. Then she had come back in another disguise as Jean Holmes. Wow, she really was talented. It's a shame that she was a criminal instead, because damn, that's some Meryl Streep level acting. Gay, as Mary, could easily have overheard Mrs. Willoughby describing Emily's 20 diamonds, and also telling Maud the planned date to presentation. Date of presentation. Then Mary bought the substitutes. She had slipped into the hidden closet without being seen and committed the theft. The speculation brought Nancy back to the present. Had Frank and the men on the sub helped with the diamond robbery? Was the cellar in the river shack being used to hide stolen goods to be taken away later in the sub? By the way, Frank, obviously not Frank Hardy. Hashtag not my Frank. Not Nancy's Frank either. Would the answer to these questions explain the other mysterious events, including the time bomb and the vibrations at the inn, all done to scare people away from the place? It seemed to the young sleuth that ages had gone by since her capture, but now the sub slowly ascended to the surface. Nancy heard the navigator say that something was wrong with the mechanism. As he steered towards a small cabin cruiser a few hundred feet away, Nancy saw that they were on an isolated section of the Muskoka River. The sub stopped alongside the cruiser, and the pilot opened the hatch. He untied Nancy from the seat and helped her mount a small ladder to the deck of a cruiser. Awaiting them were Jean Holmes, Gil, Gary, and Frank. Jean laughed triumphantly. Well, well, have a nice trip, she taunted Nancy. Unable to speak and guarded closely by Gil and Frank holding flashlights, Nancy gave her a disgusted look. She scanned the river for other nearby crafts. There were none. If only a river police patrol boat would come by, but none did. He's like, I'm always doing everything by myself. Resident Haunted Mansion, that's a good game, right? Oh yeah, that's a fun game. I'll have to do, I know we've already covered them, but since it's on a live stream and the community has grown, maybe like every year, or maybe like next summer, like we'll do at least another playthrough of the games. That'd be fun. Or at least maybe just like the greatest hits. We don't have to necessarily play all of them again. We all live in a yellow submarine. Wait, I'm seeing something. Coco and the Fruit Seller Nancy. Yes, that game is very fun. That game was the first Nancy Drew game I ever played. It's got a very special place in my brain. It's one of the OG late 90s, very early 2000s type games. I think it came out in 2000. It's just a very fun game. The atmosphere is great. It's very like spooky haunted mansion vibes. Meanwhile, the skin diver and pilot had hitched some... I still don't trust that skin diver to not be John. I swear. The pilot had hitched the miniature submarine to the stern of the cruiser. As the diver took off his face mask, Nancy saw that he was dark, wiry, and had an impassive expression. Jean gestured toward the pilot, a stocky man of about 30. "This is my brother-in-law, Bud," she smirked as Gil tied Nancy's arms behind her back, then bound her legs together with a stout rope. "I couldn't introduce you when you visited my sister in Dockville. She did a good job of being Mary Mason, eh, Nancy?" Nancy's theory about two Mary Masons was correct. Also, it was now apparent that Gay Moreau had assumed her brother-in-law's last name for her first Lilac Inn disguise. The next moment, Nancy was thrust violently forward through the door of a small cabin. She fell forward. She fell to the floor, and the door was slammed behind her. Simultaneously, the cruiser's engine churned, and the boat began moving. Despair engulfed Nancy. Meanwhile, back in River Heights, little like Batmobile sign goes by. Skip some of them, you know which. LOL. Everybody's like, do not play Ransom of the Seven Ships ever again. I never, ever want to do that. We still have to play the DS games. I need to get my DS emulator working so that I can start covering some old DS games. Meanwhile, back in River Heights, Chief McGinnis had just received a phone call from the Dockville chief. He reported that the house Nancy had visited was empty. Neighbors had said that the three occupants, a husband and wife, and a woman relative, had rented the house. They had been quiet and kept to themselves. One woman neighbor had mentioned, however, that occasionally she heard hammering and drilling noises coming from the basement of the house. The police sergeant had checked and discovered some electronic equipment in the cellar, along with several books on navigation and skin diving. "But we found a real prize in the garage," the sergeant added, "the stolen truck that almost ran into Miss Drew. We're keeping a stakeout on the house." Chief McGinnis had just hung up when a call came in from Carson Drew. "Chief," the lawyer said tersely, "have you heard from Nancy?" "Not since this afternoon. Why?" The lawyer explained that he had just returned home and telephoned the inn. He had learned from Miss Willoughby that Nancy had been missing for several hours. "Everyone, including the state police, are out looking for her, Nancy. Nancy's convertible is still in the parking lot. Her canoe and diving equipment are still there." "I don't like this at all," Carson Drew went on gravely. "I understand that my daughter called you after talking with some actress who gave her a clue after the person who's been posing as Nancy." Poor Carson Drew. Long-suffering father to Nancy Drew herself. "Yes, Nancy thinks her impersonator is an actress with a prison record. Her name is Gay Moreau." "Gay Moreau!" Carson Drew exclaimed. "Chief, if that girl's responsible for Nancy's disappearance, my daughter is in great danger." "Oh, I bet you anything he's the one that put her in jail, right? He was the prosecutor?" More sewers. Stocky. Is that the 30s way of calling someone fat? I don't know. I think it's like, I think I always think about stocky as like short and muscular. You know? Like shorter and muscular. Stocky. These books are from books in 1930 will just call people fat or worse. Let's be real. They had no chill back in 1930. All right. Very, very, very close to the end. We're right there, guys. Thank you for hanging with me. It is almost 1 in the morning. Oh my god. But yeah, it could just be me misinterpreting, but I don't necessarily think about stocky as meaning overweight, just meaning kind of like shorter and muscular, like kind of like a compact build. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. Even as Carson Drew made the pronouncement that Nancy's life was in danger, his daughter was thinking the same thing. She was lying on the cabin floor where she had been thrown and was trying to loosen the ropes which bound her. Nancy glanced around the tiny cabin. It had 2 bunks, a table, and a chair. "Even if I could work myself free, there's no escape route," she thought. The imprisoned girl looked toward the one tiny porthole. At this moment, the cruiser began to roll heavily. The river must be getting rough. Just then, the cabin door was opened and Nancy felt a strong gust of wind. Jean Holmes entered the room and slammed the door shut. Bam! She gave Nancy a gloating look. Comfortable? Oh, I forgot. Our clever sleuth can't talk. The ex-waitress walked over and tore the cloth from Nancy's mouth. The girl's lips felt parched and dry. Jean laughed mockingly. I suppose you want a drink of... I don't know. I was trying to go for like a old-timey meh, you see, accent, and it wasn't working. I suppose you'd like a drink of water. Well, Carson Drew's daughter can stay thirsty, thanks to him, she said bitterly. I gave up most of the luxuries of life for quite a while. Dad, Nancy cried out. What did he have to do with... She broke off, suddenly recalling the waitress's startled reaction when Nancy's father had peered into the inn dining room. Oh, I get it. She wasn't just scared. She was scared because it was the person that put her in prison. Okay. Nancy also remembered the Merriweather's story. I think I understand, Nancy said. It was my father who proved you were guilty of check forgery, Gay Moreau. The other girls... Yep, so it's confirmed. He's a district attorney. Nice. The other girl seemed thunderstruck, but she quickly recovered her poise. So you found out who I am. Well, it won't do you any good. Gay's tone was sinister. I like that it's been a while since I've seen a character have so many aliases that their name changes from... The narration changes their name halfway through a page. Outwardly calm, at least she could stall for time. You're the girl who impersonated me in Burke's department store, the young detective accused. Also, you played the parts of Jean Holmes and Mary Mason at Lilac Inn. You can call me Gay now, the girl sneered. I had you fooled, though, didn't I? But then, I was a good actress before I went to jail. Your father represented one of the persons whose checks I forged. I told him the day I was convicted, I'd get revenge. Memories. Oh, it was a different world. You start covering old stuff, you just realize you're like, oh, they will say anything in some of these. 3 or 4 playing the Drew games. Oh, we're talking about the Nancy Drew games. Oh yeah, that was an era. People have expressed interest in me covering them again, you know, because live stream covering, like, you know, people might want to see them played more than just the one time. So I'm open to that if you guys are. Okay, and Nancy nodded. And you got your chance to do it by posing as Carson Drew's daughter, she said. First you broke into our home and stole my charge plate, and then the silver frame picture to copy my appearance. You took a flowered dress of mine, too. That's right, Gay tossed her head defiantly. The mink stole, evening gowns, and watch will fit into my new social life. And I suppose Emily's diamonds will, too, Nancy prodded. Gay smiled triumphantly. Yes, I have the real jewels, and Emily Willoughby has the fake ones. A tidy haul. They're here in this cabin. We'll sell them for a fancy price when we've disposed of a few other things. Gay began boasting of how the jewel theft had been accomplished. She said that after leaving jail, she had not been able to find theatrical parts. Finally, she had forged references and worked as Mary Mason for Mrs. Stonewell. After that, Gay went on, my brother-in-law, Bud, Gil, Gary, Frank, and their pals came up with a sharp idea of buying the sub to use on the Angus River so no one could spot the place we were using as a hideout. And that was why Gil and I went to work at the Lilac Inn. Never mind that part now. Anyhow, while I was there, I overheard Mrs. Willoughby tell that woman Maud when she was going to present the diamonds. I decided to steal them at the party. Gil turned off the lights at the right moment. When Gil had phoned her that Nancy was at Lilac Inn, Gay said she had schemed her next move. To throw people off the track, I disguised myself as Jean Holmes and went to the Empire Employment Agency to ask for waitress work at Lilac Inn. What a break when I met Maud Potter there and got the job without registering at the agency. Oh, so Maud was telling the truth. That's kind of funny. So that's why you came to the inn earlier for an interview, Nancy interjected. Later, I sneaked back and hid in the secret closet. Yes, what made you guess I was the thief? Nancy explained about the lilac petals and other clues, including the note that had found which led her to Lily Merriweather. Lily, Gay said scornfully. Did she tell you that she was one of the people whose checks I forged? No, Nancy replied in amazement. Nancy's just like gossiping with this criminal over their own crimes. Hello, people. I see that people keep coming in even though it is quite late. We're finishing up Nancy Drew Mystery at Lilac Inn. Will obviously be available if you want to watch the whole story, but coming in towards the end, this book has been kind of wild all the way through, but the ending of this one, I'm remembering how absolutely wild it was. Yeah. They're on a submarine. For those just coming in, they're literally on a 1930s style submarine. Where was I? Gay sneered. Lily changed her mind and didn't prosecute. Always felt sorry for me, and her dad did too. I liked him. In fact, I stole Mr. Daly's blue pipe and mailed it to Mr. Merriweather, but Lily's had all the stage breaks. I hated her, but never let on. Nancy stared at Gay unbelievingly. The former actress certainly had a twisted outlook on life. Now, Gay said she had put the note to Lily in an old apple tree for Frank to pick up and deliver, but he didn't come. That John McBride was always snooping around. Oh, John is innocent. He even found our shack, but not what was in it. I finally managed to sneak the note away when the policeman turned his back. You decided, said Nancy, to throw suspicion away from yourself by implicating Maud Potter. Sure, Gay admitted. Maud Potter was a natural for your suspicion, so I figured you might believe she was the one who put the diamonds in your purse. I did that and got a friend of mine to bump into you at a good moment. So this is a multi-person operation. Also, I was the mysterious girl Helen saw in the grove. Gil was the one who knocked Miss Corning out. He got panicky when he saw her and thought she might not be fooled by the haunt idea. And, of course, Nancy said dryly, you and I met face to face in the grove. You were the ghost figure who jumped out at me? Gay said, surprised. Then she laughed. Pretty good impersonator yourself. She explained that on the night Nancy had encountered her, she had been in a hurry and forgotten to wear the dark wig. Nancy's bonds were biting into her skin painfully, but she gave no sign of this as she asked Gay, did you print out a paper a message about pruning blue pipes? Yes, Bud told me to put them there for Gil. If you meant this, it meant the sub would arrive that night. Gay said that blue pipes had been used as a signal in other ways. The flowers she, as Jean, had placed in the dining room window meant watch out for sleuths. Oh, smart. That's smart. That's good for them for at least being somewhat smart criminals. I mean, don't be criminals, but you know. Snooping as usual, I see. Dr. Robotnik, yes. Poor John. Bitch. What a roller coaster this story is. Oh, I always say this. Covering Nancy Drew content is great because as a longtime lover of Nancy Drew, people think Nancy Drew is like this tame, boring, like way too old-fashioned thing, and it's not. It's hectic and chaotic, and I love every minute of it. Oh yeah, Maud is awful. Nancy Drew versus Dr. Robotnik. Gay admitted also that the gang had tapped the inn's telephone wires after Mary Mason had left. At that moment, the cabin door opened. A man Nancy had not yet seen stood there. He was tall and dark with thin features. Gay introduced him as Simon, her fiance. You talk too much, Gay, he growled. I mean, she does. She loves monologuing, which is always a bad thing for the villain. You're always going to get taken down by the monologue. That's what I learned from Incredibles. Ignoring Nancy, he added, it's very foggy and the water's getting rougher. Frank and Gil are watching for patrol boats. Bud's steering. Simon left. Gay then opened a large makeup kit. She took out 2 wigs. Watch this, she told Nancy proudly. The actress pulled off the brown wig she was wearing and put on a reddish blonde hairpiece. She applied long eyelashes, heavy rouge, and lipstick. Meet Mary, she said. Nancy did not comment. Instead, she asked, did one of your pals throw a rock at my car? Yes, as a warning. But you ignored it, Gay replied. I knew, though, through Gil, you were suspicious. We were ready in case you hit Dockville. Gay removed her Mary Mason makeup. And now, meet your double, Nancy Drew, she said dramatically. The captive sleuth watched as Gay deftly arranged her hair like Nancy's, then with eyebrow pencil and other cosmetics transformed her face. Nancy had to admit the resemblance was striking. Incidentally, said Gay, thanks for the loan of your pink dress. I wish I could have kept the date with that handsome John McBride. Tell me, who was responsible for the message phone to Anna? Nancy asked. Bud. He's a good mimic, Gay bragged. And our skin diver threw the spear at you when Frank signaled. Whose idea was it to place the time bomb? Mine, Gay replied. But Gil put it in the cottage. Gay now admitted that Bud's... Don't say that word anymore. I know it's just talking about a submarine, but still, I don't like this word. It makes me uncomfortable. The one that we don't use for little people anymore. Submarine was the object which had capsized the girls' canoe. He and Simon had been in the craft and were practicing a partial ascent as the girls passed over it. That was really just an accident, Gay added. Nancy's mind dwelt... This was used in the first book, too. Where they used that word and they were like, for the smaller badminton things. And they're like, it's just a type of badminton. I'm like, I know, but it still makes me uncomfortable. Even if you're not using it for a person. Why not call it a mini sub like a normal person? Probably because this was 1930. Just bought lots of stuff. Yay, buying stuff. During your new video for the new Pixar movie, Elemental. It looks interesting. Ooh, interesting. I'm behind on my Pixar movies. He and Simon had been in the craft and were practicing a partial ascent as the girls passed over it. That was really just an accident, Gay added. Nancy's mind dwelled on the submarine. Was it also part of Bud's sharp idea? She could get no answer from Gay about this. The actress did admit that the gang was responsible for breaking in and turning on the phonograph record, stealing the lilac tree, and digging the hole into which Hank had fallen. They had also caused the inn to quake by using a strong vibrating machine against the cellar wall, then running off before being detected. All these things had been done, Gay said, to make Emily and Dick close the inn and keep Nancy and the others from detecting the gang's project until they were finished in this locale and could make a getaway to another spot. We knew you were finding out too much, Gay told Nancy, so we had to act fast. The trouble was, nothing made you get out. On a sudden hunch, Nancy queried, Does this other project of yours have to do with the missing tools? Gay hesitated. That's something you'll have to figure out. Just then the boat dipped sharply. Gay clutched her stomach. Oh, I feel terrible, she cried. The missing tools. Feel terrible, she cried, her face a grayish green. I think I'm seasick. The impersonator slumped into a bunk. Nancy's eyes darted around the cabin, trying to guess where the diamonds might be. Certainly not in any of the obvious places. Her glance lingered on a wall barometer. This would be an ideal spot if its back were hollow. Then the cabin door opened and Gil entered. What's the matter with you, Gay? He answered roughly. Come on, we're heading for shore until this blows over and the fog lifts. Oh, leave me alone, Gay said irritably. I'm ill. She's seasick. She's under the seasick. Why not call it a mini-sub? Right? You could have called it anything else. They did the same thing with badminton. Like badminton balls or nets. Rackets, that's what it's called. And I was like, well, that's an uncomfortable thing to call it. And chat was like, yeah, but it's just a racket. So like, it's whatever. I'm like, I know, but still, why can't we call it something else, book? Cornholes. Wait, is that an offensive term? I did not know that. I did not know. Please enlighten me. The next moment, there was a crash and the sound of splintering wood. Nancy was hurriedly headlong across the cabin, and Gil and Gay were flung to the floor. But the name of the game is so like, okay, thank God. I was like, I've been calling it cornhole. Does that mean something I think it doesn't mean? Damn it. Yay. Yay for buying subscriptions to things. The next moment, there was a crash and the sound of splintering wood. Nancy was hurled headlong across the cabin. Gil and Gay were flung to the floor. They heard cries from above and someone shouting, "About, Bud, about!" Gil was the first to recover from the crash. He dashed out of the cabin. In a minute, he was back with Simon. "We struck a log," Simon gasped. "We're sinking, and there's a fire in the engine. Besides, some boats approaching," Gil added. "Might be a patrol. Frank and the others have jumped over. We're screaming too. We're scramming too. In the sub. Get up, Gay," Simon ordered, but the former actress Chalk White seemed unable to move. Simon rushed over and yanked the actress to her feet. "The diamonds," Gay screeched. "We can't forget them. We can't be caught with loot," Simon argued. "We'll skin dive for the diamonds later." He glanced toward Nancy. "I'd better cut her loose." The man groped in his pocket for a knife, but Gay stopped him. "Don't be a fool," she hissed. "If she drowns, we can't be blamed. Goodbye," Nancy drew. The trio raced from the cabin. Well, you can because you tied her up, but anyway. Nancy, bound and helpless, was left alone in the sinking ship. Oh, dear. All right, last chapter. Who's ready for the very last chapter and then bed? Hello, people. I can't believe we still have 8 people watching at 1:13 in the morning, my time. I know it's not that time for everybody, but still. Isn't bleeding, so I guess it's okay. Let's do it. Yeah, not bleeding is probably a good thing. You can probably, if you still have like the cotton wrap thing on it, you can take it off. Okay, Chapter 20, Nancy's Citation. 10 pages. Until now, Nancy had not fully believed that her captors would let her perish, but she was left bound hand and foot aboard a sinking vessel. Ah, yes, 1930. Where children's books, we cannot use the word die, but we can use what's basically a slur to talk about a submarine. She was left bound hand and foot aboard a sinking vessel. Suddenly, Nancy sniffed the acrid smell of smoke. The fire was spreading. She screamed for help until her throat was hoarse. Then, about to faint, Nancy heard an answering shout, a sound of a boat pulling up outside the porthole. Oh, thank goodness! She breathed fervently. Shortly, 2 men in river police patrol uniforms hurried to the cabin. They quickly untied Nancy and carried her on deck. She saw that the fog had thinned and that the cruiser's stern was aflame. Desperately, she tried to tell the men of the escaped gang and what had happened. No time to talk now, one of them urged. The patrol boat stood near the bow of the cruiser, which was almost submerged. Nancy and the men quickly transferred the other boat. She's like, all right, but I know, but like, you gotta listen to me. They're escaping right now. Blood work as a kid. Oh, I'm sorry, that sucks. Blood work is terrible. 11:13 over here. Ah, nice. No, I don't think Rex is in the hospital. Rex just had to have blood work, I think. Just like routine blood work, I assume. Friendly reminder, don't let anybody goad you into oversharing your personal information. If you're a minor, please don't share your personal information, period, because as we like to say here, at least it's us adults get to make bad choices because we know that they're bad choices. I don't mind blood work. I'll stick the needle in my arm. Ooh, I can't watch. I'm fine if I don't watch. And preferably if somebody can distract me. I can talk my way through it. That seems to be a good strategy. Let's go full screen again. Craft pulled away. Giant searchlights played over the surrounding waters. Captain Morgan held the patrol, came up beside Nancy in time to see the burning cruiser go under. Emily Willoughby's precious diamonds would soon be on the river bottom. Nancy identified herself and quickly explained about being taken prisoner and left in the sinking ship to drown. You must capture the 5 men and Gay Moreau. Some of them are probably swimming to shore. The others went into the sub. To her astonishment, the captain asked Nancy to look through the nearby porthole into a cabin where 3 men sat. Recognize them? He asked. Yes, Nancy gaped. Bud Mason, Frank, and the skin diver. Captain Morgan nodded. We fished them out of the water just before rescuing you. They said they had jumped overboard after colliding with a fallen log, but nothing about any prisoner on the cruiser. Naturally, said Nancy. Hurry, you might still spot the sub if it hasn't submerged. Captain Morgan looked dubious. Nevertheless, he barked an order. A high-beam searchlight was played over the water. A moment later, Nancy cried out, Look! A sharp-shaped object could be seen floating above the water in the distance. Captain Morgan picked up binoculars. You're right, Miss Drew. It's a small sub, he exclaimed. Full speed ahead. They have another sub? Where do these people get all their subs? Nancy waited. Ooh, now I want a sub sandwich. Anyway, Nancy waited tensely as the patrol craft pulled alongside the submarine. Gay, Gil, and Simon were inside it with the hatch open. Captain Morgan and his men gave the actress a startled look, then glanced at Nancy. The girl's heart sank. No wonder the men were confused. Gay still wore her Nancy Drew disguise. Gay Moreau has been impersonating me, explained Nancy Drew to the trio as the trio were helped aboard on and tow lines attached to the submarine. She and the others are diamond thieves. The girl has been impersonating me for some time, Gay snapped. My name is Nancy Drew. The young sleuth started to protest when Gay withdrew a wallet from the pocket of her dress. Nancy was dumbfounded when Gay took out a driver's license and handed it to the captain. The license was issued to Miss Nancy Drew of River Heights, the captain said, frowning. Nancy realized that Gale must have stolen the license when he planted the bomb in the cottage. Gay smiled triumphantly. Yeah, because they said she had lost hers, remember? This girl is the thief. She was tied up because she sneaked aboard our boat and tried to steal jewelry from my luggage. Nancy realized that the actress, in desperation, had cleverly reversed the situation to keep from being arrested. No one aboard could or would identify the real Nancy Drew. Will the real Nancy Drew please stand up? If the gang's stories were believed, the 6 might be released. Nancy could be taken into custody. By the time my identification can be established, the others will have recovered the diamonds and escaped, she thought desperately. Just then, a foghorn sounded, and the group on board saw a searchlight sweeping across the water. Moments later, a second patrol launch came into view and pulled alongside. Gay Moreau had pushed forward to stand in front of the young sleuth. At the same time, Nancy and she recognized Carson Drew standing at the railing beside John McBride and Lieutenant Bryce. Also present was Chief McGinnis. Nancy, Mr. Drew called out. Oh, Nancy, my dear, you're safe. Gay smiled and waved back. Then she edged furtively toward the stern as if intending to jump overboard. Nancy, meanwhile, had been expecting such a move. Unnoticed by Gay, she had backed up several feet. The next moment, as the actress hurled herself toward the rail, Nancy tripped her. Gay went sprawling on the deck. That's 1 score even, Nancy said firmly, but Gay was still undaunted. As Carson Drew walked across the plank and was about to step onto the deck of the other craft, she leaped to her feet. Shoving Nancy aside, she dashed toward Mr. Drew. Dad, I'm so glad to see you, she cried, and was about to fling herself into his arms when Nancy intervened. No, Dad, it's a disguise, she exclaimed. I'm Buzz Lightyear, I'm Buzz Lightyear, she exclaimed and grasped Gay by the arm. With her free hand, she rubbed off some of the actress's heavy makeup. As Gay stood glaring balefully, her true looks were disclosed. Carson Drew said severely, Well, Gay Moreau, justice is catching up with you again. Then he kissed his daughter. All this time, Simon had been pinned against the railing by several of the police. Now he made a desperate effort to jump overboard, but was instantly stopped. Well, I guess we've had it, Gay, he said grimly. Gay's features were contorted with rage. Next time, we'll set a better bomb for you, Nancy Drew, she screamed. Jesus Christ, calm down. There'll be no next time, Chief McGinnis spoke sternly as the river police officers put handcuffs on Gay, Gil, and Simon. Brief explanations were made to Captain Morgan, who led the chief and Lieutenant Bryce to the guarded... His name's Captain Morgan? Isn't that already a thing? Where was I? Who led the chief and Lieutenant Bryce to their cabin where the other 3 captives were being guarded. The officials spent some time interrogating them while Nancy talked to her father and John McBride, bringing them up to date on recent happenings. Gay almost had me fooled until we came on board, Carson and Drew admitted. Thanks, Dad. Later in the captain's quarters, the officials met with Carson Drew, Nancy, and John. Nancy, you deserve an explanation from me, said John. I told you once that my army work was confidential. Actually, I've been working on a case while visiting at Lilac Inn. John stated that he was in reality a major at Army Missile Base. Some top-secret electronic parts had been stolen from the base, and suspicions fell on Frank Logan, a sergeant in the Engineers Corps, who had been dishonorably discharged not long before the theft. Nothing was ever proved, but my mission was to follow up on the man and determine his guilt or innocence beyond a doubt. The major had obtained a clue that Frank was in the River Heights area and finally traced him to the vicinity of Benton. John decided that staying at Lilac Inn, owned by his friend Dick, would be a good cover-up. One day near the river, I came upon a piece of an engineer's engine from the same branch Frank was in. They gave me an idea that was in the vicinity. When you and Helen mentioned the man with the crew cut, John explained, and his not trying to rescue you, I thought he might be Frank, yet I had no luck pinpointing his whereabouts. That is, until I heard certain tools useful to an engineer and Dick's jigsaw were missing. And when you found the metal device in the Lilac Grove, Nancy, I recognized it as a stolen electronics part. That reaffirmed my suspicion that Frank was nearby. Major McBride continued, I also learned that electronic parts were being stolen from shops and factories in the region, and the thieves were using a different stolen car or truck each time for their getaway, then abandoning it. He told Nancy that the red panel truck was one of the vehicles used, and Chief McGinnis explained to Nancy about finding it in Dockville, along with the books on navigation and skin diving. Yeah, you told us that, man. Or maybe he told Carson that. Nancy didn't know that yet. Sorry, Chief. That's my bad, buddy. Nancy learned that Gay had discovered the River Shack's old cellar when visiting the inn as a child. While working for Mrs. Stonewell, Gay had told Bud and his pals about the place, and they hatched the scheme for storing stolen parts there. Some of the electronics... Hi, Perry. You want to come up here, baby? Hi. You want to come up here right for the end, Perry? Oh, yes. These, Noah Hutchins made these. I always try to shout out his Instagram. But I believe he's pinned in the post that I posted about did I post about these? I'll just have to post in the Discord his Instagram because it's great. But yes, Noah Hutchins created those. He created Dragon Bean, who is my son. I love him very much. From Tale of the Bunny Picnic. Perry does not like having to share with Dragon Bean, but that is her problem. There's little furs. Making sure Dragon Bean... Oh, I just poked myself in the eye with Dragon Bean. Ah. Perry, no. Perry, that is Dragon Bean's spot. Get down. Get down. Please get down. Please get down. Dragon Bean goes there. You stay off of my computer. Miss Perry, you just moved everything, Perry. We're 3 pages away from the end, Perry. Okay, here you go. You can sit here. Let me fix this. There we go. Perry is saying hello, yes. They're gonna put a spell on you. Yay, I love that song. I love that movie. I loved covering it and its sequel. So fun. All right. Last little bit. Let's do this. If you can believe it, this is still me trending in the right direction towards having a normal sleep schedule because I've literally been nocturnal, so I'm like trying to slowly work my way back to having a normal schedule. Some of the electronic equipment John disclosed was being sold on the black market at a town 100 miles down the Muskoka River. By stealing the diamonds, Gay and the crooks would have enough money to live lavishly for a while until ready to start their nefarious scheme again. Were they the ones who used my convertible and left it in the lane? Nancy asked. John replied, yes, but only to cause one more annoyance. The major now explained that he had received permission from his superiors to talk with the police. A black market operator who was arrested tipped us off that the crooks from whom he was buying parts might be in Benton last night to arrange for a final getaway. John said he had returned to Lilac Inn that evening in time to meet Mr. Drew, Chief McGinnis, who had come along during his free hours because of his interest in Nancy, and Lieutenant Bryce. The trooper had just received word over the police radio of the accident to the cruiser. This, together with the fact that Carl Bard had seen Nancy go toward the river, had given John the idea that the man should board a patrol boat and search the sinking cruiser. I hate how John is trying to spread her off the ending of her own mystery that she solved. Get out of here, John. I know you did stuff too, but Jesus. He's like, let me tell you about all the work that I did. Nancy's like, sure. Also, this certainly has been an involved and dangerous mystery, said Carson Drew. Yes, and Nancy deserves most of the credit for solving it, the state police lieutenant spoke up. Good for you, Lieutenant. Nancy chuckled. Don't forget, we still have to find Emily's diamonds. John, how about a skin diving search by daylight tomorrow? With pleasure, John grinned. Everyone at Lilac Inn was relieved and thankful to learn that Nancy was safe and that the mysteries had been cleaned up. The following morning, the Willoughbys, Dick, and Helen came along to witness the treasure diving expedition. A river patrol launch stood by as Nancy and John skin dived to the bottom of the Muskoka River. After locating the sunken cruiser, the couple boarded it and entered the cabin where Nancy had been imprisoned. The sleuth went immediately to the wall and looked down the barometer. To her disappointment, the diamonds were not secreted there. John and Nancy looked in every conceivable hiding place but found no clue. Nancy racked her brains trying to imagine what spot Gay would have chosen. A sudden hunch came to her as she spotted the actress's makeup case. Nancy opened it and searched among the contents. She picked out 2 tubes of lipstick. Nancy removed the tops and gasped. The tubes were choked with glittering diamonds. John gave Nancy a congratulatory pat on her shoulder. The girl detective put the lipsticks into a pouch attached to her waist and the divers surfaced. Emily was thrilled upon recovering her jewels, and tears came to her eyes. Dick and Mrs. Willoughby could not praise Nancy enough. John beamed at his skin diving companion. One of your best deductions, Nancy. A little later that day, John announced that a salvage crew had raised the cruiser. A stock of valuable electronics parts was found in the small hold, including those Frank Logan had stolen from the missile base. The gang had planned to sell many of them to an enemy agent. A week later, Nancy was honored at a colorful Army ceremony where she was presented with the Distinguished Civilian Service Medal for outstanding work. This is marvelous. Thank you, she said. When the young detective returned to Lilac Inn for a party on the eve of Emily's wedding, the bride-to-be gave her 2 attendants pins set with tiny diamonds. Nancy's was in the form of a lilac spray. I had this made especially so you'll never forget the mystery at Lilac Inn, Nancy. Emily smiled. Dick and I will be forever grateful to you. So exquisite, Nancy cried as she thanked her friend. This was such a challenging mystery. Secretly, she wondered when another sleuthing adventure would come her way. Soon, I hope, Nancy thought. She was to have her wish when she found herself involved in the secret of Shadow Ranch. Later, as Nancy, Helen, and Emily were talking, the 2 older girls suddenly stopped speaking on the subject of their forthcoming weddings. Helen said, Goodness, Nancy, you must be tired of hearing us talk about steady partners. When Nancy interrupted, laughing gaily, she said, Not at all. For for the present, my city partner is going to be Mystery. The end. That is another book on the red shelf. We did it, guys. What are we looking for? Another classic I've never seen is The Never-Ending Story. Oh, we're talking about where we can find places. The Hocus Pocus sequel is cute. I definitely, obviously, the original is always going to be the original, but I really felt like the sequel was a solid, kind of tribute, not just to the movie itself, but to the fandom that has grown up in the years since, that wasn't there in the first movie. Specifically, there's a whole like tribute to I love that the girls end up accidentally competing in a Sanderson sisters drag competition, and it's just like this like really I think a really nice nod to the drag community and its influence in making the movie so popular. Like there's just a lot of little things like that where it's like they really put thought and care into making this like a thank you letter to the fandom. And I like when sequels can do that. First and second on my watch list this year. Hocus Pocus is great. I love Hocus Pocus. It is just a good, campy Halloween classic. But with all of that being said, it is 1:35. I am going to go sleep. If you are in a time zone where sleep is typical, go sleep too. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you all so much. You've no idea. And yeah, stay safe, guys. My voice is leaving me. But this was really, really fun. I always love reading these. Thank you guys so much for sticking it through. I appreciate all of you. And I will see you next time. Let's say tomorrow we'll do Sailor Moon Volume 2. So I'll see you tomorrow for that if you're gonna be there. If not, I'll see you the next time you click on my face on the internet. Good night, guys.